Oh, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. What's going on? Jade Shadows released? Did it really? Did it really? New quest is a banger. Good deal. You need to do Jade Shadows after Man of the Wall as fast as you can. A true masterpiece of a quest. So about that. It's short, but oh god, is it good. So I've put some thoughts into whether or not I would do Jade Shadows directly following Whispers in the Wall. And while personally I want to, the other part of me that realizes that there is a pretty sizable number of folks that probably like to watch the streams, probably watch it at work, probably listening to it at work or something like that, you know, don't have the opportunity to play the quest the day that it drops, the minute that it drops, and out of respect for those folks, I'm not gonna play that today. Yeah. Out of respect for the folks that can't play it today, and you know, probably have to wait till the weekend or whatever it is for them to be able to, enjoy the quest. I'm gonna push it off and I'll wait until then. Fair reasoning. Let others play it first. Yeah. I mean, the thing is they like keep in mind, you know, I try to remain sympathetic, right? It's only, you know, just 6 months ago and I was somebody that was doing the exact same thing, watching streamers and stuff like that, or listening to them while I was at work and having them in my headphones and whatnot like that, and it always felt bad when I couldn't, you know, interact or I couldn't listen or whatever it might be because they were playing a game or playing a new update that I didn't have the chance to look at first. So yeah. What is this auto-generated chat summary? What are you talking about? Auto-generated. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, moderators got new tools on YouTube. I don't know exactly what they do. Don't put it off too long. I'm not gonna put it off too long. I mean, chances are we'll still end up doing it this week, right? If it's not gonna be, and if it's not this week, it's the beginning of next week. It obviously depends on like what other content and things that are going on right now. There's a lot of shit that's going on this week. There's a lot of stuff that's going on this week. I also have to prep too because second week of June. Second week of June, I go back home for a family reunion. I come back home on that Monday, and then 2 days later, I have to hop on another flight to go to Ontario for TennoCon. So like my schedule's getting pretty tight. My schedule's getting pretty tight. Axel, thank you for the Prime. Enjoy Whispers in the Walls. Can't wait. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. A lot of people have been awaiting this moment. You're going to TennoCon? Yep, I'm going to TennoCon. This quest use copyright song? What quest does? Whispers? I don't think it really matters. 9-inch nails. It should be fine. You're safe to stream it though? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. It really shouldn't be that big of a deal. Zoltz, as much as I want everything and I want it now, take care of not to burn yourself out. Thank you, man. Thank you for the dono. No spoilers. Dead said it was safe, or Dev said it was safe. Okay, that's good. That's good. It's good to hear that everybody's really enjoying Jade Shadows today, though. That's very that's good to hear. That's good to know, especially if people are really liking the new event and stuff like that. Something to kind of spice things up a little bit. You know what I mean? So if they're gonna have their like major update in December, is there likely gonna be like another update, like outside of Jade Shadows between then that they're gonna end up having another quest or something like that? Maybe, but we don't know yet. 1999 later this year. Yeah, I know that. So I know that like the next major update is called 1999. That's as much as I know about it. I don't know anything else about it outside of that, right? Though that does mean that I get to watch the 1999 trailer and all of that stuff after we do Whispers in the Walls. So that's pretty cool. Trailer and teaser. Yeah. So we'll do that after we do the quest. LD, do you have the banana game? It's bananas. I would fucking never. I'm afraid that a game like that is probably just spyware that you're installing on your computer more than anything else. Tickle with the $5. Let's play a game. For every 10 people who ask when is Whispers happening, if you could postpone it for one day, long live the chaos. If I could postpone for one day, if people say when is Whispers, and we actually did a count of it, chances are I would probably never play it. Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. Have you looked into the Albrecht's lore? Yes, I did. I did that. We did that quite a while ago, actually, now that I think about it. When is New War? God damn. My mom just bought me Burger King food and a show. Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. I haven't had BK in a long time. The Awakening. Vor's Quest when? Yeah. Vor's Quest. Yeah, Vor's Prize. Yeah, where's that? When are you gonna do that? Yeah. Yeah. Picking your first frame win. Conclave win. That's actually I one of these streams, maybe we'll do that today. I don't know. I want to see the Conclave. I haven't done it at all. I haven't tried it or anything like that. I've only heard great things about it. You know what I mean? But I've never actually done any of it. The new quest is a real tearjerker. When will you make a Warframe account? Have you thought about playing Warframe? Oh man. Pick Excalibur. I remember when I was like sitting there and I was looking at this, like I've had obviously a ton of people tell me that I'm wrong, by the way, which I mean I'll have to learn that for myself because I don't think I have mag, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to actually look. But I looked and it was like Mag's kit looked boring. Excalibur looked too basic, and Volt looked like, you know, it was Volt looked like he was right in the middle. You know what I mean? Like Volt looked kind of cool, had some cool, unique stuff to it. Plus, I like, you know, going fast. Fast is fun. You know what I mean? Have you heard about this cool Space Ninja game called Warframe? I think you should preface that with like Space Ninja Wizard game, because there's a lot of space magic going on. You know what I mean? There's a lot of space magic going on. Jade Shadows almost made me cry, but it was a bit too short. You know, I always worry when it comes to like live service games. Obviously, I don't have a history with Warframe or anything like that. We've only been playing it for a little over a month or so, but I always worry when it comes to these live service games, like whether or not they push themselves or hold themselves to deadlines too hard, and then that ends up like, you know, kind of diminishing the quality or diminishing the length or the meatiness of the content that gets released sometimes. Well, I don't know if that is the case for Warframe. I've seen that happen in a lot of other games in the past. And it's like, I get like on a from a business perspective, from a project management perspective, you have to hold yourself to deadlines. And, you know, there's money involved, obviously, so there's that as well. But at the exact same time, the thing is that, you know, when you take the time that's necessary to make something and put something together the way that you want to, rather than rush it or rather than hold yourself to a very specific deadline, I think what ends up happening is that, you know, while you may make early sacrifices, you're making a longer term investment that probably has bigger payoffs. I think even Warframe makes compromises. I would guarantee they do. Most games do. Most games do. I think the only I mean, no, actually I was about to say, I think like one of the, like I was thinking, this isn't a live service, but I was thinking like Elden Ring, right? But I think even Elden Ring made compromises, because I mean, if you look at the base game for Elden Ring, there's a lot of like repeat dungeons and repeat bosses and reskin stuff and things like that. I mean, that's also just kind of like the natural, it's the natural crux of open world games more than anything else. But yeah, I've also seen that Elden Ring's DLC is apparently fucking insane and everybody loves it, and now that the embargo's been lifted, it's getting wildly high reviews, which I'm super excited for. I'm so excited to play it. We'll probably be doing the Elden Ring DLC on its release. I'll for sure be streaming that. Oh, do you remember not to use the music box while you're doing Angels of Zariman? True. True. I think I have two frames that are going to come out of the oven today too, right? Ember Prime and what was the other one that I made? You guys remember? What was the other one that I put in the forge? I put another one in there. Baruch? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was Baruch, wasn't it? Baruch Prime. Do you have a cooler for your drinking bottle under your table? I wish I had one, to be honest. I wish I did. But it's not really necessary, because like this bottle that I got, which I think, by the way, is maybe like, I got this for like maybe 20 bucks or something like that on like Amazon. And like it's one of those ones where it says, oh, it keeps water cold and blah 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 blah. It does, actually. It does the job it says it does. Kind of surprised, to be honest. Yeah, kind of surprised, to be honest. Because I'll fill this thing up. How much do we put in this? 64 ounces. 64 ounces of water go in this. I fill it up, and then after it's filled, it stays cold the entire time. Because I mean, like, this still has water from yesterday in it, and it's still cold. And I think it was my second fill up. I usually drink probably about 120 or so ounces of water a day. I used to, dude, I used to be a well, I still am, big time Dr. Pepper enjoyer, right? And then when I moved out of my mom's house, and I no longer, you know, I was the one that was then like buying their own groceries. I never bought soda again. Never again. Because it was just like, I would look at it and be like, oh, I ain't gonna spend that. I'm not gonna spend money on that. And then that was the day. That was the day that the water began. The water did floweth that day. Now that you're almost up to date on the game, what do you think about the turning point that is the second Dream Quest? So, you know, the thing is that like some of my thoughts on Second Dream have kind of changed since the New War. New War is the better quest. But Second Dream is like, hey, we have a story to tell. Right? Second Dream was like, hey, we have a story to tell. And it's gonna be good. And then the New War is the payoff on that to show you that you have no idea how hard they're cooking. I think that's probably the better way to look at it. It's kind of crazy when you think about it like in succession, because it's like I played it and I was like, dude, this is one of the greatest quests I've ever played. And then I play New War and I'm like, well, fuck, never mind. I'm like, never mind. I'm like, they kicked this up. They kicked this up a notch. Cat in the back. Oh, he went the other way. What about Chains of Horror? I feel like there's a tier list. Maybe we'll do after we complete all the quests, we'll do like a Warframe quest tier list, and we'll go through each one and kind of talk about each one of them and the ups and downs and the sideways of each one. I think that would be kind of an interesting conversation to have. Kind of going back and remembering each one of those quests and their impact on the overall story, as well as my hair not wanting to fucking listen to me. I need a haircut. Titania's quest. Instant S++ tier. Fuck. Actually, do you know what? I don't even... It's not... Titania's isn't bad. Like, it was bad because I made a mistake, right? It was really just the first leg of that quest that wasn't very good, right? Just because it had the day-night cycle and stuff like that. This Revenant one puts it to shame. Puts it to shame. 12-hour time gating on each part, unless you go farm out all the parts and then you put them in there and then you just take them out one at a time, right? But still, regardless, it's a 12-hour time gate. Ureli's quest line, I'm not kidding you guys. Folks bitch way too hard about Ureli's quest. I did that shit in one sitting. It took me maybe like an hour and a half at most, and it was done. And I had fun doing it. You know what the difference is? Is that the people that are doing Ureli's quest line are doing it after the luster of the K drive has worn off. I had just unlocked the K drive, and then I went and did that Ureli quest. So I was still having fun on a K drive. So for me, it didn't really bother me. I was like, oh, I got to do a bunch of, you know, a bunch of tricks and stuff. Like, yeah. They made Ureli's quest 5 times shorter. I think that's also the other thing too. I think it's the change in perspective of like how some of the grind and bloat has been taken out of the game over time, and the players, you know, experience those quests in a different light and it's completely different than from what it is today. Exactly, we got it years later. Yeah. So I think that's part of it too. I think it's, you know, for me, I had just unlocked the K drive, so it was sick. It was cool. I was like, oh, this is awesome. And it almost served as like kind of a tutorial for me to get like used to, you know, using the K drive. Plus, on top of that, I also played a garbage ton of Tony Hawk when I was younger, so I was all for it. You know what I mean? Vets have PTSD about a lot of older stuff like Railjack. Yeah, I guarantee I could see that being the case. That was one of the other things. Did you guys all watch today's video? If you didn't watch today's video on Warframe, then I'm so disappointed. I'm beyond disappointed. Okay. All right. No, but I have it saved. My leftovers? So one of the things that I noticed, and it wasn't until like after the fact, it was after the streams and whatnot, but like one of the things, because I was watching back. Oh, hold on. I watched the New War. I watched the New War streams back because I was trying to get clips for that video. You guys, by the way, chat, y'all, you suck. You guys suck. YouTube chat specifically. I'm calling you guys out because Twitch was on emote only mode. Fucking YouTube chat the whole time, spoiling everything. I'm so happy I didn't read a damn thing y'all said. Holy, my God. Y'all wouldn't stop. It was so bad. Holy shit, it was so bad. Like, oh my God, guys. Like, literally, I get to the part where, like, I don't know I'm the drifter. I didn't make the connection of the drifter from Duviri to the drifter of this person that they're referring to when I took control of the drifter in New War. And people are like, yeah, you remember Duviri Paradox? That's your drifter. You haven't figured it out yet? And I'm like, bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? I was like, and you see other people in chat like, dude, shut up, stop spoiling. And they're like, I can't believe he hasn't made the connection. I wonder how he's gonna react when Ballast dies. What is he gonna think about the wall that's gonna pop up? Like, I'm like, why? What are you doing? What? Like, they fucking cannot hold it. You invite 1,000 chimpanzees into your gaming session, you're surprised they throw crap. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. My God, I wish we need to learn better. Man, they spoiled Wally. I mean, they were like, I don't think that people are doing it out of spite. Like, they're not trying to spoil your journey. They just can't hold themselves. You know what I mean? And it's one of those things, and we talked about this before, where it's like, you'll often view somebody else doing something. A good example of this, by the way, Aranith, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. We talked about this previously, but when you're watching somebody do something, like, I'll use an example. I was just the other day, I was watching a buddy of mine that was streaming, and he was playing Elden Ring. And people in his chat are like, oh my God, why hasn't he figured this out yet? How did he not figure this out yet? And it's just like, shut the fuck up. You know for a fact you sat there for an hour or more on that boss until you learned those things. And now that you have that knowledge, now when you go to watch somebody else, you're watching them through the lens of the knowledge and the experience that you gained, and you're reacting to that and their experience based off of your experience. So of course you're not going to be able to understand how they don't see it, because You don't remember what that was like. And that's the same kind of thing. So like, as an example, when people were seeing and they're like, how does he not realize that it's his drifter from Duviri? How does he not realize that the drifter's arm is actually the arm of Nata? How does he not realize that, you know, the operator and the drifter are the same person, but in parallel? And it's like, probably because I did the Duviri Paradox in the first 10 fucking hours of playing Warframe. And currently, when I was doing that quest, I was at, how many hours do I have in fucking Warframe? 300 hours. I was at like 380 hours or 280 hours. So how can I? He called her Nata, guys. But she was Nata in that moment. But, you know, of course I'm not going to be able to make that connection. Why would I make that connection? That was 280 hours ago. That was 280 hours ago. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, how fuck am I supposed to make that? Members only on YouTube chat does wonders on YouTube side. Yeah, I mean, I could put it in members only mode because obviously those people have skin in the game, right? Bro is so dumb. Why can't he see the future? Based. Based. At least we can't spoil you for 1999. Well, I mean, after today's stream, right? To be fair, the drifter thing was probably because New War came out before Duviri, so you became the drifter, and it aged up your operator. Almost immediately noticed your drifter was different. See, and that's the other thing too, is that, like, keep this in mind. Remember, it's the other way around, right? So you guys, tell me if I'm right about this. Well, yeah, I am right. What the fuck am I talking about? You guys created your operator before like, veterans of Warframe created their operator way before they ever got the chance to make a drifter. I made a drifter way before I ever got the opportunity to make an operator. 150 hours before I made an operator. Right? So there's going to be some cognitive dissonance there because it's been so long between those moments, right? And I didn't make my drifter look like my operator. Obviously, after we did New War, now I made my operator look like my drifter, but an older version of my operator, right? 6 years before, if I recall. Yeah, exactly. So, like, that's the difference in perspective that I think a lot of people didn't realize. Because there were, like, folks who were like, oh my god, this guy has like 2 brain cells, and it's like, no, it's not that. It's just that it literally is just, it's just a massive difference. It's a time dilation, man. I'm not in the void. I don't live in eternalism, okay? The past is gone, okay? The past is dead and gone. Watching you play New War eliminated so many issues with the way they handled Duviri Paradox. Duviri was accessible from. So here's the thing. The one I don't. So if you guys saw today's video, one of the things that one of the solutions that I brought up that would probably help players make a better connection with that is that just a what if scenario. What if when Ortis pulls off the drifter's helm and then turns around and it's the drifter, right? In the New War quest. What if right after that it like flashes to white and then does a cutscene comparison like the one on YouTube that shows like the drifters, you know, or shows like Nata's hand falling and then hitting the ground and the drifter picking it up or something like that. That would help players be able to make that connection, because I think if you're a new Warframe player that's coming in today, it'd be really hard to be able to make that kind of connection. And if it's not that, then I don't know what else. Like, I mean, it's not my job to come up with solutions, but I think that just because players have access to maybe make the Duviri quest accessible later, but have the circuit available from the start. Because I totally understand that that they want to make sure that Duviri is available to players at the beginning, because it's a taste of like what Warframe has in store. And also at the exact same time, keep in mind too that they it's access to the circuit. It's free frames at the beginning, right? You don't want to get rid of the free frames. The free frames at the start is very cool. Okay, it's very cool. It's a very good thing. It's a very, you know, new player friendly mechanic. It's a very free to play friendly mechanic. It's a good point. You're making a good solution. It's just a common sense solution. It's a very easy one that wouldn't take a lot of effort on the side of DE, because all they'd have to do is just splice a little cutscene in the middle of an existing cutscene, and it's already existing cutscenes that they have, and they really wouldn't have to edit anything crazy to be able to make something like that work. To be fair, it's a paradox, so even gender of your operator and your drifter don't matter. I don't think that's the that's not the point that I'm trying to make. Oh, that's not the point that I'm trying to make. But I get what you're saying. And to be fair, by the way, even without that, if you guys remember, if you guys watched my new war playthrough, if you remember, directly following that, I had already put 2 and 2 together when I saw my drifter's face, and it was like, wait a minute, is my drifter also my operator? And is it that the two of them are just reflections and they can't exist in the same space? Which I think is that they can't exist in reality, right? They can exist in the void at the same time, but they can't exist in reality at the same time. Though I don't know if that's confirmed or denied. I cannot confirm nor deny that. Loved your last video. Please keep making content. Well, that is now, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think that today's Warframe video is like upload number 150. No, 136. Okay. The other ones must have been videos that like I had like erroneously uploaded, because it told me I uploaded 150 videos today, but it says 136. So chances are there's videos that sometimes when I'll upload a video and then find out that there was something that was missing, or I didn't edit something out, and then I'll take the video down and then re-upload it. But that's before it comes out, not after. But YouTube still counts it regardless. I was talking to somebody the other day, and they genuinely thought that I started with Warframe. I started on YouTube with Warframe. It's a very odd conversation. It's like, you know, you can literally just like click the videos button on my YouTube channel and see that there's like a shitload of videos. What are you talking about? How do you come to that conclusion? Hey, you should start on Jade Shadows. I'm not gonna do Jade Shadows today. No. I said this when there was like less people that were here, but I'm not gonna do Jade Shadows today because I'm doing it out of respect for the fact that there's working people that are out there that have been watching the streams and listening to them live that you know, haven't had the opportunity to be able to play those quests on their own and be able to play yet, and they probably have to wait until the weekend to be able to enjoy it. And as such, I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna take my time with that. I'm going to take my time with that. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason for me to go. There's no reason for me to, you know, like, as the title suggests on both YouTube and Twitch, it says Whispers in the Wall today. Does not say anything about Jade Shadows, and there's a reason for that. There's tons of stuff to do after Whispers anyway. Yeah, there is. That's gonna unlock more than enough content for me to shake a stick at. So, you know what I mean. Hope to provide a great opinion on the gaming space like you do. What? What? What do you expect from Whispers in the Wall? Subsequent quests, or are you going in as clean as possible and let it wash over you? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't have any expectations. The only thing that I do know that it will unlock undoubtedly is going to be Steel Path. Right? I know that it will because it's going to be the last node, right? It'll be the last node section, which will then unlock probably some other side content and stuff for me to do as well. After Whispers, you'll have so many questions. Probably. It's a Warframe quest after all. Watched your videos. Watched your videos and started doing streaming and YouTube. Oh, okay. You and Josh Strife Hayes inspire so many. I don't think I inspire very many people, but Josh definitely does for sure. Josh does for sure. He's definitely one of the people that I first pulled off of and started making videos after I was watching him for a while. You do? Asmon goes over your content all the time? Well, that's because he has good taste. Because he has good taste. LD, after Whispers in the Wall, will you look into lore videos about Warframe like the Man in the Wall? Absolutely. Fucking absolutely. I'm all here for it. I'm all here to react to lore videos. Self-glazing? I mean, sometimes it hits you in the eye, sometimes it flies past you. That's why you never look at it while you're doing it, you know what I mean? What time is it? Okay. All right. We got shit to do. All right. So there's a couple things I wanted to go over today really fast. One of them being, so I got some news the other day. So I've talked about this just slightly, but back in December, just before Christmas, I ended up losing my job. 8 years in construction, traveling across the country, working for this company, and I got caught up in the crossfire of some office politics. Some shit had gone down, a project went sour, and as such, a bunch of people were, trying to throw blame anywhere they possibly could. And I ended up getting swept up in the war of all of that, and as such, I ended up losing my job. Sad times. However, I just found out yesterday that just about everybody that was involved with that has now also lost their jobs. So, the people that led to me not having a job anymore also don't have a job anymore now. And you know what? Thanks. Karma, good ending. Yeah. It's definitely good. It's definitely good to see. Though, to be honest with you, the vast majority of those people are far closer to retirement than I am. But with that said, yeah. It was definitely one of those moments where I got a couple text messages from people that I used to work with, and they're like, "Bro, everybody's gone," and I'm like, Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny when you complain about somebody being a problem and, oh man, these people are causing me problems, which they always have a long list of all of these people that are the issues as to why, their district or their region is having so many problems, and then they get rid of those problems, but for some odd reason, the problems persist. Isn't that weird? Not weird how that works. It's almost like they're the problem. Huh. Maybe those people weren't the problem. It was somebody else. I think losing your job when you're closer to retirement is probably as bad. I think it depends much more on how close you are and what kind of work you do. Because like not every job is going to have like I think that a lot of people view retirement as like you get the big payout when you reach that year or whatever it is, right? Like let's say it's like, you know, for some people maybe it's like 60 years old or 62 years old or something like that, right? Or whatever it might be. I don't know. It depends on the person and when they started working and what kind of work they do. But there's no like magic number for some folks. There in the US there is, because of like Social Security, so people are kind of waiting on that more than anything else. But yeah. No idea that you were a construction worker. Glad you rebounded to YouTube. You've been great to listen to. Thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah. You know, I always viewed this whole YouTube thing as just like something that like it was a hobby that I was already enjoying, so I wanted to see if I could make it work. And if I can, then that's sick. And if I can't, then I can always go back to work. You know what I mean? YouTube is allowing viewers to add context similar to community notes on Twitter. I don't know about this. Here's to your new job as a content creator. Man, thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. Thank you, man. Podcast about construction. That would be the most boring shit ever. Are you kidding me? Unless you're just talking about like fucking like just like the crazy shit that you end up seeing. I mean, to be honest with you, I saw some wild stuff. Holy, I saw some wild stuff. Like injuries, but also just like crazy things that people would do. I remember I was on this job and we we ended up so anytime you go and you work in like oil refineries and stuff like that on these like huge construction projects, they have background checks. You have to have like a clean record up to a certain point to be able to come and work at these kind of places. They don't just let anybody in, regardless if they're with the trades or not. It doesn't matter. They could be a union worker, doesn't matter. If they have certain charges on their history, well, then they're not allowed to work in those places because of like homeland security issues. And obviously, you know, you could melt down one of these places and cause a hell of a lot of havoc. So they want to try to keep out the dissidents as much as they possibly can. However, there was this one major project that we were on, and for some odd reason, there was this like really weird US issue where background checks were just being held up and we just could not get background checks cleared. So the refinery was like, well, we don't really have a choice. We need these people to start working, so we'll postpone the background checks and just wait for them to come in. And if we have somebody that doesn't meet this, you know, doesn't meet the standard, then we will have to tell them to leave. Simple as that, right? So they start sending in all these dudes. We hired like, I want to say like 1,500 people or something like that over the course of, you know, whatever it was. And ever so often, you know, we'd get a report that would come in and be like, hey, tell some guy, hey man, we're sorry, you know, we're gonna have to let you go or whatever. But I remember there was this one, and they would send the reports directly to me, so I would actually see what they did, like what was actually on their record, because the refinery wanted to make sure that they were trying to stay transparent with us to let us know why they didn't want that person there. And there was this really nice old man that I talked to every single day. Head, thank you for the $2, man. Appreciate it. And he, super nice guy. We'd have coffee together in the morning. We'd chat a little bit, kind of go back and forth and whatnot. We'd ride around to get like a buggy, you know, one of those like go-karts, like a golf cart that we'd ride around. He'd take me over to like the prefab area that we had so I could check things out over there. We'd come back. Super nice guy. Super nice guy. And all of a sudden we get a report in on him. And I'm like, are you serious? And his name was like Clarence or something like that. And I'm like, on Clarence? I'm like, but Clarence is such a nice guy. He's like the picture guy that you would see, like, you know, smiling with his grandkids on the porch, rocking in a rocking chair, you know what I mean, like that, telling you nice stories and things like that. He was such a nice guy. And I go and I start reading this guy's report, and they say, hey, we got to get this guy off of site. He beat his ex-wife with a hammer, covered her in gasoline, and the police found him with a box of matches standing above her. I'm like, what? What? I was like, holy shit. I was like, this is like the most normal guy I've met. This is a super nice old man. Like, I'm like, I'm like, I would have never thought I saw anything like this before. I would have never thought I would have saw something like this before. It's like, I took him off site, and he's like, oh, guys heard about what I did. And I was like, yes. Homeboy went postal. Yeah. One day he snapped. I guess, man. T-virus. I don't know. That's just crazy. It was just, that was one of those moments where it's like the first time that like I really understood the meaning behind you don't know people. That was the first time that I was just like, holy shit, this is crazy. Like, this is not even close to what I would have ever expected from the guy. When I saw his report come through, you know, maybe it was like, you know, a bar fight or so, I don't know, who knows? I have no idea what it could have been or something like that. But it's just like crazy to see something like that. Crazy to see something like that. I got another one for you. This one's really funny. So we had this, I'd imagine most of you guys don't really know anything about construction, which is not a big deal. But in the US, you know, if you are part of a trade, there is work that your trade is only allowed to do, period. There's some blurry lines where you can, you know, make composite crews like pipe fitters, iron workers, boiler makers to be able to do specific work. But it's pretty much agreed upon that everybody has their own specific tasks, and those are the only trades that can do those tasks. However, this project that we were on, we could not get iron workers, and what iron workers do is they build structure, and without them you can't build structure. And pipe fitters and boiler makers aren't really trained to do that kind of stuff, especially when we're talking about iron. Well, it's pretty easy to understand how to put the stuff together. Well, you still need to have somebody that's there regardless. Otherwise, you can't get that structure certified if you don't have, you know, iron workers that were the ones that put it together, basically. Bro, play the game. Hold on. Why is this like this? Thank you. Bro, get banned. Fuck out of here. Anyway, so they're not allowed to be able to basically, and no, not everybody can just put anything together. So there was a massive shortage on iron workers. We couldn't find any of these guys. Just, they were all on a major project in other areas and stuff like that. So what ended up happening is that we put this little composite crew together, but we ended up getting just a couple, just like 3 iron workers that the Hall could send us, right? One guy was going to be the foreman. The other 2 were apprentices. And these guys are like year one or pre-year one. Both guys are like 18 years old, no experience on the job or anything like that, right? And they're there just basically as a face so that the rest of our guys can put it together, and then they can check the work, and we can say that we had these people that were there to get that structure certified. You know what I mean? And we lost all 3 of those guys in a matter of 3 days. The first 2, which were the the apprentices, right? So we asked them like, hey, you guys need to get up on this ladder, and we need you to guys to like hang this like rigging basically so that we can like lift stuff up, right? Both of the ironworker apprentices didn't want to get on the ladder because they were afraid of heights. I'll show you guys something. This is what ironworkers do. Imagine going to a place and asking for a job, being afraid of heights, to the point you won't even get on a ladder. And this is the work that you signed up for. Like, it's like, did you even read the job description? Did you even read the job description? It was, the one guy said, screw it, I'll give it a chance. He got 4 rungs. I'm not even kidding you. 4 rungs up on a ladder, just a regular straight ladder, like an 8-foot ladder, and started shaking. We had to help him down off of the ladder. Like, so obviously we looked at them, we're like, do you guys know what job? They're like, oh, we just figured, you know, we work with metal and stuff. They literally just read the name of the job, like iron worker, and they're like, oh, okay, we work with metal and stuff, and that's it. They didn't even know what they were supposed to even be doing. It's even more surprising that the hall just like hired them. Did he have a harness? He was 3 rings up on a ladder. You don't have to be tied off unless you're 6 foot or higher. It's just crazy. It was just crazy. So those 2 guys got smoked. Now the other guy, he got let go in one of the most, I can't believe this. So the other guy was actually working for another contractor that was out there, but he ended up getting laid off, and then we took him on instead. The hall sent him back out to us. He's working with us, and he seemed like an all right guy. He was kind of goofy, kind of weird, but didn't really think anything of it. And then all of a sudden we ended up getting a call from security that said that this guy needed to be removed from site. And we're like, oh shit. You know, can I ask why? You know, what's going on? And they're like, you know, we'll let you know, blah, 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 blah. Just give us some time. And we go, and then finally the security gets back to me, and they said it's because he was saying some things and doing some things with a female iron worker that had started working at the other contractor. And I sit down and I'm like, hey man, you know, we're gonna have to let you go. I guess there's some drama between you and an iron worker apprentice with one of the other companies. And he's like, oh, they told you, huh? They told you what I did? And I'm like, no, they just said that. And he's like, it's bullshit is what I tell you it is. And I'm like, oh, is it? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, catch this. He's like, so this girl shows up and she wants to be on our job. And she says, I want you to just treat me like one of the other guys. That's all she said. Just treat me like one of the guys. So, and I'm like looking at him and I'm like, oh no. Because like, if you work in construction, being treated like one of the guys is one of the worst things you could ever fucking ask for. Like the way that guys treat each other on construction jobs. No, man. No. So he's like, I don't understand what the problem is. And he looks at me dead in the face and he says, what had happened is she was coming down a ladder and I came up behind her and I goosed her. Do you guys know what goosing is? Do you get an idea what goosing is when you do this? Slap. It's not a slap on the ass. It's a grab of the gooch. Getting goose is not ass slapping. Getting goose, it's a honk. Yeah, it's a honk. Yeah, it's a gooch grab. It's underneath the ass. It's like right in between. You know what I mean? And I'm like looking at him and I'm like, you did what? And he's like, I don't understand. She said she wanted to be treated like one of the guys. And I'm like, you don't see the obvious fault in your thinking there, right? And he's just like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I thought it was funny. I'm like, you married? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, did you tell your wife about it? And he's like, hell no. And I'm like, exactly. Exactly. Come to find out, this girl actually said she went to management and she told them, she's like, I just want him gone. I don't want to tell the hall because he'll lose his job like permanently. He'd get kicked out of the hall if she, you know, made that kind of claim, right? Which, I mean, she was fully within her right to do so if she wanted to, and anybody would stand behind her if she wanted to do that. But she went out of her way and said, I don't want him to lose his job. I just want him off this job site. I don't want to see him again. That's it. That's all she said. So he left the job site, but then the hall just sent him back to our contractor instead. So he was back on site. So then this goofy fuck uses working with us as a way for him to basically be able to continue to like berate her. And he starts like sending her messages on like Facebook and stuff like that, and saying that like, you know, you got me laid off and you ain't even that pretty, but blah 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 blah. And then she actually showed me that like there's one day where he's like sending her all this like hate messages and shit, like, you know, you ain't shit and blah 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 blah. And then like all of a sudden like 2 a.m. the next day, 2 o'clock in the morning, so you know what this is, what time this is about, right? He goes, you want to fuck? And then she was like, I'm fucking done. And then she went and told everybody, and then we got him off site. Admin, thank you for the prime. Brain like a marble. I don't think there's anything in his, I don't think there's anything in that guy's head. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't think there was anything in his head. And to be honest with you, those stories are some of the most vanilla stories of things that I've seen on job sites. Those are some vanilla ones. I have a ton of them. I mean, 8 years in construction, you're gonna have a lot. You're gonna have a lot. But anyway, continuing on. YouTube's gonna be allowing viewers to add context to videos. I don't know how this is gonna go. I think this can go either way, man. I think this can go either way. I think that like, especially if you have a group of people that are trying to like attack certain creators, this can definitely go sideways. You know what I mean? Because like tweets are way different than YouTube videos. Tweets are way different than YouTube videos. Habits, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Ooh, hype train. There we go. I think it has a shot to be great in the right hands. Yeah, I mean, it could. Brigading, does that exist at all? I'm missing the /s there, Avalon. It's 100% brigading exists. What are you talking about? What do you mean? There's so many different counts of that happening. Are you kidding me? Yeah, are you new to the internet? I'm like, it happens all the time. And the funny thing is like the brigading is almost always never even predicated by the person that even starts it in the first place. It's usually just like a content creator will say like, oh, I don't like this video or something like that, or they react to something or whatever, and then all of a sudden it starts beef that their audience goes out and starts, you know, through like subreddits and discords and things like that, and it propagates that way. Twitter notes are trash. I think Twitter notes are good in some cases. I think there's a lot of really good ones that pop up that add clarity. And also on top of that, especially when it comes to like genuine clickbait stuff and like poorly reported on news and things like that, it's good that it shows, because I think it's best used when it's being used against like large outlets, right? So a really good example of this is like, you know, some of the shitty stories that IGN has posted on Twitter, where they were just straight up just engagement farming more than anything else. And then people made a community note that got upvoted enough that it actually showed up on the page that said, yeah, no, this is bullshit. You know what I mean? So there's also review brigading. Yeah, of course there is. Of course there is. For sure. For sure. So Twitter notes can be used for fact checking in some situations. Absolutely. Absolutely they can be. However, the thing is that like I feel like there's a much higher cost to something like that existing on a platform like YouTube than it would with a tweet, right? Like a tweet is something that expires very quickly. A YouTube video sits there for a long time. And then also at the exact same time, a YouTube video is directly tied to a creator's money, right? So if this was used in the wrong way, that could really mess up a lot of things. That's kind of what my point is that it widely depends on how it's used and if it's used the right way. But if it's not, then it's going to cost a lot of people it'll cost people their livelihoods, right? I feel like this feature is best used on YouTube Shorts. Yeah, because I mean, YouTube, especially because the idea of the YouTube community note thing is supposed to add context to videos. So like shorts and clips that don't have a lot of context definitely works there, right? But if somebody makes a 20 or 30 minute video and then somebody puts something like this, like, I mean, like, here's the thing. I'm not saying that it can't be used for good. It definitely can be, but I could also see how well it could be used for bad. Well, in my opinion, the problem in the US is that there's no such thing as public news outlets or TV stations dedicated to being neutral or sharing public. Right, but that's news though, right? That's news. That's news and publications. I'm talking about like if I'm about, I don't know, man. If I make a video about whatever topic and it's just my opinion piece on something and then that getting like community context noted by people that oppose my opinion. You know what I mean? Like that's not what it's supposed to be used for. It's supposed to be fact checking, not fact checking somebody's fucking opinion. Unless obviously they are misrepresenting the facts about something. I guess that's one way to put it, right? I guess that's one way to put it. I think like I don't think I even have it on here, but I responded to somebody because I was just like browsing, like looking for stuff to talk about on stream and whatnot. And I had saw that, you know, so Baldur's Gate 3 made an announcement. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah. Larian Studios will seemingly stop releasing major updates to the beloved role-playing game Baldur's Gate 3 after official mod support becomes available September 2024. And the reason why is because there's nothing left for them to do, and they don't need to do anything else to it. And somebody ended up commenting on it, and they had said something along the lines of, replace Baldur's Gate 3 with Starfield and they'll be mad. And I said, because one is a good game and the other isn't. Which is true. Like, it's not like, oh, you know, everybody, you know, like, the reason why people are upset, or the reason why people would be upset if Starfield did something like this, is because Starfield isn't a game that deserves to just be okay after September 2024, right? And then, of course, and he says both were good, but Starfield clears Baldur's Gate 3. So I say, if by clears you mean both critically and publicly outclassed by Baldur's Gate 3 in every metric, then yes, it totally cleared everyone's schedule to play a different game instead. Now, if I made a YouTube video about a topic like this, it could be then community noted by Starfield stans that would then post something like this. Bro gave you numbers to argue your personal taste. By the way, homie said it clears. That's not a personal taste, but whatever. But and they're like, but look at the numbers that Xbox showed, and it's just like, I'm sorry. Like, why do I have to try to prove to you that the sky is blue? That's not my job. That's not my job, man. I'm sorry. Do you guys, oh my God, do you guys remember that Baldur's Gate 3 wanted to push its release date up so that it could release before Starfield because it didn't want to get consumed by Starfield. Do you guys remember that? The whole reason why they wanted to release it early on PC was because they felt it was done and they wanted to get it out before Starfield released. Isn't that crazy? They had so much respect for Bethesda, and that was one of the reasons why they wanted to do it, because they were afraid of what it would do to the sales of their own game. How the tables turn. Yeah. Isn't it crazy when you just like stay in tune with an audience and continue to make products that people want to play? Unbelievable, huh? Oh, EA execs earned $60 million in 2024 despite layoffs and business closures. CEO Andrew Wilson received almost half of that total. You know, one of the things that I will say is that, like, though I've been relatively even-handed when it comes to like talking about layoffs and things like that in the industry, one of the things that I find incredibly interesting is that with all of these layoffs and studio closures, we also don't see CEOs or like high-ranking officials within these organizations taking hits to their pay. But it's like, you were the one that greenlit that decision for that game to be made by the people it was made for. You were the one that made that happen, yet you don't suffer any of the repercussions, and instead all of that trickles down to the employees rather than you taking any ownership of it. And the reason why CEOs are paid so much is specifically because of one thing. It's because of the responsibility that they're supposed to assume for the position that they work. But how the fuck does that make any sense when none of these motherfuckers ever take ownership for any of their mistakes? Meanwhile, by the way, and then you want to see the difference between, you know, Western studios and Eastern studios. We've seen it with Japanese studios. I think both Capcom and Nintendo have done this in the past, where their CEOs have taken less money. Either they have cut their own salary, or they purposefully are not paid insane amounts, like $30 million a year, specifically to make sure that they can keep more people working and hold on to that institutional knowledge that's necessary for them to be able to continue to make great games. I think one of the core issues that the Western industry faces more than anything else, like the Western game industry in general, is that there's a lot of generic games that are made here. A lot of repetitive games that have just like constant iterations. I think Call of Duty is a really good example of this. And this isn't a shot at the skill or the talent of the developers that work at Activision. It's just the way that Activision views their product is that they don't need to have visionaries. They don't need to have the people that are there that help them make great games, because they can hire somebody else that just graduated college to just remake what they've already been making over again. They realize that it's not necessary. They need factory workers. They don't need developers, if that makes any sense. And as such, in the Western market, you are far more disposable than you are anywhere else. And other studios, the studios that I think, in my opinion, are the ones that are succeeding the most, are the ones that are doing everything they can to try to hold on to that institutional knowledge, hold on to the people that brought them to where they are, like all that good stuff. You know what I mean? Unless people, what are you guys saying here? System is rigged for CEOs to fail upwards. At least in the West, it is. I don't think it's the same elsewhere. I think in other countries outside of the West, it's not built that way. They genuinely do take ownership if their company begins to fail. CEO is not in charge of making the game. They manage the company and do what marketing tells them to do. So I agree with that, but ultimately, at the end of the day, they are the ones that greenlight projects, right? So like they're the ones that are ultimately making the decisions that put people in power to hire the other people to build those teams out, to come up with these strategies, to do all of those things. At the end of the day, they are the ultimate owner of all of the mistakes and all of the victories that these companies have. And the fact that more times than not they're not taking ownership of that, other than the victories, is a problem. It's a problem. DE rehired some of the people that they laid off, if I recall. I guarantee they would. I guarantee they would. Have you heard any of the problems that are going on with Nija Sanji EN? That's like a long time ago. I heard some stuff that they were doing, some like weird parasocial stuff where they were like silencing like some of the VTuber creators and stuff that they had, mistreating them, not paying them, things like that. It's been a while though. Failure in leadership. Exactly. That's kind of the point where it's like, I think a really good example of this, and I mean, like, Xbox fans will probably not like me saying this, but, you know, looking at like Phil Spencer as an example, right? Like, while this last showcase that they just had, the last Xbox showcase, was an absolute banger. Some awesome games are on the way for Xbox. Absolutely sick games are on the way for Xbox. I'm happy for them. I'm happy for myself because that's more games that I get to play, that I get to look forward to. But at the exact same time, where was the ownership that Phil Spencer took over all of the different layoffs and studio closures that they've had basically since the Xbox One? Like, I never saw pay cuts on his side. I never saw, hey, you know, I saw that, you know, our profits are down. We need to skinny up the business so that, you know, the shareholders can make their, you know, I have to run a profitable business, but I don't see you taking pay cuts. I don't see you taking ownership for the fact that you're closing these studios. All I'm seeing is you saying it's just a necessary part of business, that it's a necessary, you know, it's the market, it's this, it's that. It's always something else, and it's not you and the decisions that you made. And he's not the only one, right? There's plenty of other CEOs that are out there, they're doing the exact same thing. It's crazy that all of them are saying the same thing, isn't it? It's always somebody else and not them. It's not the choices they made. It's not their ability. It's not their lack of vision that brought them to where they are. It's the market, man. It's the market. Though, for some odd reason, a game like Helldivers 2 can blow the fuck up and outsell AAA games, you know, with a AA game. That indie games have been blowing up and have been rivaling the sales of AAA games. That Baldur's Gate 3, a game that was a turn-based RPG that a lot of these folks thought were dead and gone and that nobody would be interested in, was the ultimate game of the year, winning every single award, crushing it in sales, and being the bar none game of the year in the eyes of many people, even the game of the decade for a lot of people. Lethal Company's sales versus anything, another really good example of that, right? Another really good example of that. CEOs on one hand argue they're critical for company success and therefore deserve to be paid more than anyone else, but it's suddenly not their fault when things go bad. Yeah, exactly. So I find it really odd that they get paid as much as they do, especially when they start talking about how AI is going to help, you know, with work, and they're replacing all these people's jobs with AI. To be honest with you want to know somebody's job that I think could easily be done by AI? Probably fucking CEOs. Probably CEOs. I saw Johan Pielstedt, he tweeted out saying that I've seen a lot of people give me all the credit for this last patch, but I'm not the sole person responsible. I want to make it clear that the team are the ones that made it happen. Without their effort, design sensibilities, diligence, and passion, none of this would have been able to be possible. Well, I wholly agree with him. I wholly agree that he didn't do this alone. I totally understand that. At the exact same time, I think he should keep it in mind as well that there was an obvious change in direction with his shift in leadership. Now that he's directly leading those teams, leading those people that have the sensibilities, the diligence, the passion, and all that stuff, now that he's directly overseeing the work that they do, we've seen an incredibly significant shift towards a better game. I never, ever, not a single time in any of my criticisms of Helldivers 2 ever said that the people that were making the game weren't talented enough to make it. The problem is, and it was pretty apparent, is that they just had a lack in direction. They needed leadership and they didn't have it. So even though he doesn't want to take ownership of it, he does still need to take some, because it is really, it has a lot to do with the fact that he's now leading those teams. It wouldn't have been the same if he stayed in his position. 100%. It wouldn't have been. And we know it. We know it wouldn't have been because we already saw how the game was ran for the first few months of its release, right? We saw how the updates went. We saw how the community, what the community feedback was. We saw everything. You know what I mean? We saw everything. It's a perfect tweet. In leadership positions, you always lead from behind, always. Yeah, for sure. No, I'm not saying it's not, but it's one of those things where it's like, he can say this, and he's absolutely right, because he needs these people, and the work that they did is exactly what actually made this happen. But at the exact same time, you know, you don't want to devalue the leadership, and I think that it's something that just kind of goes unsaid here. I think it goes unsaid. You don't need to. It probably doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be said by him, but we all understand it, if that makes sense. Fucking Shadow of the Erdtree's blown up. It's popped off. Like, I think like every single review site has been going sicko mode right now. Like every single one of them is like, oh yeah, this is exactly what you would expect. What's going on here? What would it be? OpenCritic? I don't trust Metacritic. Metacritic's owned by a video game magazine. My, oh my. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Miyazaki. My, oh my. 98% critics recommend. 94% top critic average. Everybody's giving it not. There has to be fucking one, right? There has to be one. Well, actually, Eurogamer just has to stay. You know for a fact that the person that wrote this fucking review had to be that one that was like, I know that everybody's going to say that they like it, and I'm going to be a contrarian because it's going to give us clicks. Just watch. And you know what the funny thing is? It will, because I'll probably read their review and then pick it apart and make fun of them. It doesn't appeal to me and my sensibilities. Yeah. 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 Wow. Bro, click on Smurf's Village Party. It's not even rated yet. We don't know what it is. I mean, it could be as good as Elden Ring. We don't even know yet. We don't even know yet. I see Shin Megami Tensei 5 is doing really well. I haven't played Shin Megami Tensei since Nocturne. Literally, like the first Nocturne. I don't know if there's another one. There might have been. There might have been. You love to see it, though. You know what this is the result of? This is the result of not letting people go, man. This is the result of you making sure that you are holding on to the people that got you to where you needed to go. They, you know, everybody that was there that worked on Elden Ring is still there working on Elden Ring. The vision is still there, and then all you did is just make sure that you're delivering on more of that experience. I do think it's fucking crazy. I do think it's crazy that they somehow, like, because the question on everybody's mind is, how do you make Elden Ring better? You know what I mean? Like, how do you make an already great game even greater? How do you even add to it? Even if you're not going to increase its greatness, how are you just going to add something that's like just as great to it? And apparently they did. And I mean, it's not like you could. It's not like we could expect anything less, right? I don't think we could expect anything less. Shadow of the Smurf Tree. God damn it! Why do I want to play that now? So I was thinking about like, I have it up, but I don't want to do that today. We'll save it. We'll save it for tomorrow. We'll save it for tomorrow. Initially, I wanted to look at the Nintendo Direct because I know that popped off today, and I wanted to look at it. But I think we'll watch it tomorrow if you guys want to. I watched this, which is like the new Zelda that they have coming out, even though it should be The Legend of Link instead because you're actually playing as Zelda. But I think I'm sorry, man. Like this game actually like genuinely looks.
And have taken many.
I'm gonna mute it. This game looks
just like that.
This game looks fucking cute, man. This game looks fucking adorable. All right. It looks fucking adorable. I'm just gonna say it. I also kind of like the idea of like the wand and being able to like summon items that you found in the world and use them to be able to like traverse the map and stuff like that. And I was wondering how combat would look, so I was like, well, I haven't seen any combat yet. And now you just get to like straight up just like capture moblins like they're Pokemon. I love it. I love it. It's so cool. War of Gamalion reboot? Is that what it is? I don't know. This is cool. This is great though. I love this. I like it because it's like they're really leaning into like the more like puzzly side of Zelda, but I think it's really cool. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I'd play this for sure. I'd play this for sure. Oh yeah, speaking of, the reason I said that is because Miyazaki had said that as long as this company is my responsibility, that's something that I would not let happen, because he was asked about layoffs. And this is something that sometimes will happen when you have a big game release. When you have a huge game that goes out, well, chances are you have a whole lot of people that are working at your studio that are going to end up being redundant or don't have anything to work on because of the fact that you just finished a major project. And usually you have like a lot of temp workers, but realize that like in Japan, I think that's a little bit different, for one. And then for two, the other thing is it goes back to this discussion of like, you know, legacy knowledge. Like the people that you help build the game. If you made one of the greatest games ever, would you not want to hold on to all the people that helped you make that great game? Because I'm sure they would probably be pretty useful in the next one, right? If they're working on a Bloodborne port. I saw the whole quote and stuff like that. I feel so bad for them that they constantly are the ones being asked, like, what about Bloodborne port? What about a Bloodborne remake? What about a Bloodborne remastered? It's like they don't own the IP for that. Sony owns that. We talked about it on the podcast, but they're probably just going to use Bluepoint or something like that. I saw Reb beat Moog. Congratulations, Reb. Congratulations, Space Mom. Space Mom's going into Elden Ring, baby. She's going into the Shadowlands between. It's been awesome seeing like so many people like going back and replaying the game right now. It's like asking DE when they're going to release a Dark Sector port. Oh my god. Civit? I don't know how to say that. Civit? Thank you for the $10. I'm just going to call you Civ. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate that. Do you agree that Baldur's Gate 3 should have crossplay? It would boost their players number on Xbox if they do it because it would allow players to play with friends on PC. I think every game should have crossplay, to be honest with you. But I think a lot of that also comes down to like the capabilities of the studio itself. But it doesn't really make a lot of sense that Baldur's Gate 3 didn't have crossplay. It didn't make a lot of sense to me that it didn't have that. Reb is a legit gamer. She is. Plus, on top of that, she was wearing a free run shirt the other day, so I know that she's truly based. Truly based. Though I doubt she has what it takes to challenge me in my anime lore. In my anime lore. Oh, and then I saw this too. So there's like a bunch of people that are pissed off that Xbox didn't get Marvel vs. Capcom collection, and they're talking about how big of an L it is for Microsoft. And then flip side, you also have a bunch of people that are saying it's a big L for Capcom. But I just wrote this because I think this is probably I think this is really what it is. It's likely because Capcom knew it wouldn't be worth making for the Series X and Series S because they wouldn't be going to Game Pass. And it probably felt that it wouldn't sell enough copies for them to justify making it for Xbox Series S and X. And one of the things that I think the reason why, and I think this is going to be true for a lot of games, especially indie games as well, is that like while major third-party releases sell well on Xbox, Game Pass is likely cannibalizing the sales of smaller games, retro games, and indie games, making them less viable to release in the ecosystem. I mean, if you think about it at its core, a lot of people are going to look at like some of these like indie games and retro games, and while they might be interested in it, chances are they're not going to want to pay for it because they'll think it's going to go to Game Pass regardless. You know what I mean? Like if I saw an indie game on Game Pass, I'd be like, oh, okay, that's probably going to go on Game Pass soon anyway. I'll just wait for it to go to Game Pass. And they're probably starting to put themselves into the position in which they actually, they're probably putting themselves in the position in which players are now just like thinking of like indie games and smaller games and retro games as Game Pass games. Like they're identifying them as that because players have been playing most of that kind of stuff on Game Pass this entire time, right? Like that's been most of the Game Pass library to begin with. I wouldn't take that bet. Reb is a gigantic anime nerd. Well, I guess we'll find out about that when I go to TennoCon and I meet with her. Reb put me onto Balatro, and now I play that game. Instead of Warframe. 162 hours into Balatro. You guys don't even know it, but I'm also playing Balatro while I'm streaming the entire time. The entire time. You guys think I'm playing Warframe? No. It's all pre-recorded gameplay. I'm actually playing Balatro the entire time. She named her Railjack the SS Jojo. That's funny. That's funny. Make your operator look as silly as possible before starting the quest, please. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5, Greaser. Greaser, you know what? I gotta talk to you. So I noticed something. When I was watching the the New War streams back, right? I'm like reacting and watching cutscenes, and you're posting super chats that are like, read me. I'm like, homie, I gotta pay attention to what's going on in the game. If you guys are posting super chats, I'm gonna get to them after major scenes and after major things happen in the game. Like I can't just constantly continue to read things while I'm trying to play the game and react to what's going on in the story. Well, I definitely appreciate the money, obviously. There's a time for me to be able to read that stuff. I just noticed I'm like sitting there, I'm like watching it, and I'm like, holy shit, I'm like, Greaser's popping off. I've been on and off again with Warframe over the last 10 years. I think I put 400 out of my 500 hours as Mirage came out in 2014, 2015. And since then, the content bloat has made it so hard for me to go back that I think, even if I think it's also interesting. I mean, I think it's, you can read them later. I just say read me. I know you do. I understand you're looking at cutscenes. Okay. I wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure I wasn't upsetting you. You know what I mean? It says, so I mean, like when it comes to like bloat and stuff like that, and like from when you played the game and more content that they add to it, I think the one thing to keep in mind when it comes to Warframe, and this is something that's obviously my perspective as a newer player, I don't think that anything in Warframe is like necessary. I don't think anything in Warframe is necessary. Like, I mean, it is like for you to farm different things, but you can always just like pick like one activity that you want to do. I don't feel like you need to do everything in the game. I don't do that. Sometimes I just hop on and I'm like, I want to farm a lich. I'm going to go farm a rep today. I just kind of do whatever I feel like I want to do. Maybe I want to go crack a bunch of relics. Maybe I just want to do some trading and put some stuff in. Maybe I just want to do some fashion or something and then hop off. You know what I mean? But also at the exact same time, when you have 500, 600, 700 hours, 1,000 hours into a game, I think it's completely fair to just be bored and want to go play something else. And there's nothing wrong with the game inherently for you to want to go do something else entirely. You've already got what you wanted out of it. You know what I mean? It's more of a habit than anything. Read me like that. Yeah, I got you. Thank you for the 5. How many hours do you have in Warframe now? Almost 300. Almost 300. Read this well. Read it now. Read it well. Do it. I'm a founder. I regularly take multi-month or even year-long breaks from Warframe. Yeah, as anybody probably should, right? Like I'm a fucking massive Final Fantasy 14 fan. Massive. I have not played Final Fantasy 14 for probably a year. Because it was just time for me to take a break. And it was more or less just because like I really fucking like raiding. I really like raiding. And I know that I can't play Final Fantasy 14 if I want to make YouTube content and I want to stream. Because I don't want to, because the problem is that like if I did want to do that, one, it takes away time from me being able to make videos because you have to have like a raid schedule. But then two, on top of that, the other thing is that then that would actually force me to have to stream Final Fantasy 14. And if you're streaming Final Fantasy 14 prog days 2 to 3 days a week, guess what? You're a fucking Final Fantasy 14 streamer now, and I don't want to walk down that path either. I want to be the guy that just goes and visits it. You know what I mean? Like, oh hey, we're gonna do like maybe like a month long of like Final Fantasy 14 streams, or like not even a month, like a couple weeks or whatever it is. We're gonna do the quests, and we're gonna maybe like do some extremes, and then that's about it. And then maybe if there's like literally nothing going on, if there's like nothing going on at all, then we'll, you know, then we'll go and do like an ultimate or something. You know what I mean? Just a you said you want to get into Guild Wars 2, right? Oh god. Oh god. LD, can you delay the quest? I want these people to be disappointed. Holy shit. When are you gonna play Whispers in the Wall? I don't know, man. Even though like I titled today's stream as Whispers in the Wall, what if I just didn't do that? What if I just ended stream right now? Just said. Try again tomorrow. Try again tomorrow. First, are you caught up in One Piece? And second, I don't think she's read Berserk. Well, there you go, dude. There you go. Thank you for the 5. Yes, I'm caught up in One Piece. Actually, no. I'm probably like a couple weeks behind. I'm probably like a month behind in One Piece, actually. Like I watched. I stopped watching after the defeat of Kaido. Because I was like, okay, well now it's probably gonna be like a bunch of bloat for like fucking, you know, 3 weeks, and then, you know, a bunch of, and then they go back to it, and there's, you know, but then another like couple weeks of fluff, and then, you know, kind of going from there. But you know, that's just kind of the way it is. It's kind of the way it is. Berserk the Goat. Fuck yeah, it is. It's so damn good. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. You just viewers don't know what sarcasm is. Yeah. No, I mean, like, the thing is that, like, you're gonna have people that are gonna roll in. They're gonna be like, quest win. And I would guarantee those people are the ones that probably go to the streams afterwards. They watch the VOD, and they go to the guy that likes to put the first comment that says, you know, the quest starts here, and then they just watch the quest portion. You know what I mean? But I mean, all of the streams have started like this. Every single one of them, I do the exact same thing. I do this 5 days a week. 4 days a week. We do the same thing 4 days a week. 4 days a week. We don't do anything different. Warframe, Elden Ring, and One Piece. I feel at home in your stream. Yeah. Oh my god. I just caught up on Mushoku Tensei yesterday. I almost wish I didn't. I was like, I don't want to go to bed depressed. I don't want to go to bed depressed. Happy Father's Day. That was wild. How do you do that on Father's Day? How do you do that on Father's Day? That's so out of pocket. That's so out of pocket. Absolute dick bags for real. Yeah, man, that was rough. Oh, you know, so I saved this, right? Because there was a conversation, many of you guys weren't even here for this, but there was a conversation that I was having when this whole thing about the Sweet Baby Incorporated allegations of extorting Black Myth Wukong and all that kind of stuff started, right? And one of the things that I talked about is that, like, anytime these kind of conversations pop up and you know, people are talking about like wokeness ruining games and things like that, what ends up happening is that, like, two sides of the argument become so polarized and so distant from one another that they can't even see the truth. And the truth, as I'd said before, lies somewhere in the middle, right? Like there's probably definitely some shit that's going on that's ruining games, and there's also some things that probably is being blown out of proportion specifically for engagement purposes, right? On both sides, by the way, on both sides, both sides of the argument do this kind of thing. And I think something that really shows that, especially because there were a lot of people that were kind of like, oh, well, you know, it's they're pointing out a lot of the like more progressive stuff that they're not really big fans of or anything like that. But I think something that like highlights these situations and how easily people and their thoughts and opinions can be manipulated is stuff like this. So like this dude basically was going around and he was he was impersonating a Japanese historian, right? A Japanese historian. And he was saying that Assassin's Creed blocked me for speaking the truth, showing that there's proof that Yasuke, the protagonist for Assassin's Creed Shadow, was never a samurai, right? And folks that clicked with that opinion, right, wanted to run that as fact, and they did just that. They ran it as fact, right? And they said, oh, this official, you know, these guys grab on it, they grift on it, they post it, they push it, regardless of its validity or not. Just a slight little back check, and then people end up finding out that the guy that actually posted that is not actually a Japanese historian. He's not Japanese at all, and he is actually just probably some random, you know, like white American dude pretending to be a pretending to be a Japanese guy, making up everything that he said, his education and all that stuff. And you have people like Grums that took this guy at his word, this random guy on Twitter, saying that he has an MAED from University of Tokyo with a specialization in this period in Japanese history. And it's like, bro. And then only like a week later, or not even a week later, a couple days later, you're like, oh, then I asked the guy for proof after I'd already posted all of his stuff. And it's like, a few days later, now you're asking for proof, but the guy didn't give it to you, so you blocked him and took the tweets down. It's so dishonest. It's so fucking dishonest. That's why I said both sides can do this shit, man. Both sides can do this stuff. Yeah, culture war, yay. Exactly. It's so fucking annoying, man. It's so annoying. It's just really weird that for some odd reason, like, folks just don't want to, like, maybe it's just too fun being on teams. Is that what it is? Like, you just really want to attach yourself to a cause, and that's pretty much all it is. Whether that's on, you know, if you want to say the left or right or whatever it might be, like, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I don't. Like, especially with anybody uses any monochrome of common sense and can probably see how this shit works. Intellectual dishonesty? Absolutely. Yep. Hating is free after all. It is. Our brains are literally wired to think on the level of tribes, dude. I mean, maybe. They used to be. I mean, are they still? I guess, kind of. I don't know. I'm not a part of any tribe. What's my tribe? We think emotionally. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think people think emotionally. I think emotions are easily manipulated, and I think that's one of the reasons why people can legendary tribe, Warframe tribe. Warframe is your tribe. Apes strong together. True. I think that widely depends on the person, like whether or not they like ascribe to different tribes or opinions and groups of opinions and things like that. But yeah. Yeah, I think everybody has the capacity to be an individual. And I think that the more you strive for individual thinking rather than groupthink, the more you're going to find that the truth on a lot of these matters always lies in the middle. It's never usually one of these sides is the right side. You know what I mean? Legendary tribe from the drops region. I like it. Dig that a lot. What else? Is there anything else that I saw that I wanted to talk about? No, not really. Rest of stuff, kind of whatever. Was there anything? Oh, somebody sent me this. Somebody sent me this saying that that DE brought up something that I had talked about in my videos.
Someone's adding another spicy comment.
Oh.
Can we just get rid of crafting timers? They drive new players.
That is a fantastic question. We have studied the impact of that. I think every month I come back to this note with the team, with myself, with you, with anyone that raises it. Like
even in Soulframe,
yes,
we talk about this.
Okay, so you're making Soulframe.
Yep.
Do you put a 72-hour crafting timer on a pact?
It's not that long right now.
I like the look on her face. She's like, no, you fucking didn't. It's like, you motherfucker. Huh? Of course. You dare betray me. You dare betray me. Can you put the video a bit louder? This is DE's biggest problem, my biggest criticism towards Digital Extremes, is that for some odd reason, during their dev shorts, this is max volume. This is max volume. My YouTube is maxed, and so is my stream thing. Both of them are maxed. Both of them are maxed out. Oh man. It's just so crazy. Yeah. Anyway, so basically, if you guys didn't hear what they said, Steve read out a quote saying that somebody in chat said, why don't we just get rid of crafting timers altogether? New players are finding them to be a hurdle. So chances are it was somebody that was watching my videos. They probably mentioned something about it, which I appreciate you guys bringing me up in DE chats. You know what I mean? But and then they kind of bring it back and they're like, you know, we've been looking at that and we've been looking at the data and the impact of that for months now, right? She says every month she brings it back up. She brings up a note about it to discuss it. And the reason why she's talking about the impact of it, by the way, chances are the reason why is because there is a financial incentive and they're wondering how much lowering or getting rid of certain timers would impact their bottom line. And there's nothing wrong with them thinking that, by the way. There's absolutely nothing wrong with them wanting to see exactly how much it's going to cost them to get rid of something like that. However, at the same time, something that's not measurable on their end is seeing how many more players continue to play the game past the early levels and stay invested in the game for longer, which then would make them more money, right? But that's the thing that they can't measure. They don't know what that number is. They can't figure out what that number is. And that's the most important one, right? That's the most important one. Retention's worth a lot. Retention's probably worth far more than crafting timers. But the problem is that the crafting timers have been in the game for so long and it's become a part of their economy that they don't know, that, you know, you're literally taking away a mode in which they've been making money. You know what I mean? Slots are like a quarter of the plat of the economy. Do you guys have like actual numbers on this stuff, or are we just saying things? I wonder how much they would lose if they remove the crafting timers. So there's like a weird popular opinion that nobody uses crafting timers. Nobody rushes crafting, which I think is bullshit. I know for a fact there's people that use that. There's for sure whales that are out there that have never waited for a single frame to be made. Slots are always needed. Yeah. Yeah, but you know what? You want to know what is more you want to know what's more valuable than slots? Time. Time is more valuable than anything else. Time is far more valuable than anything else. And you can get slots. You can get slots from, from buying frames or gifting frames. You can buy slots off of the market. You can get slots for free from the You can get slots for free from watching the prime time or even from the Nightwave and things like that, right? But you can't get time back for many of those things. You know, there's no sadly enough, there's no battle pass that gives us a year back of our life. You know what I mean? You can walk away from timers, can't AFK earning slots. I mean, you can say what you will, but here's the thing. Like, I guess my problem is that, like, I don't understand why players would want to argue about it. If it's not that big of a deal, so here's my thing. For the people that are like, the timers don't even matter, you can walk away from it. Okay. If the timers don't matter, then why the fuck are they there? Why does it bother you if they got rid of it? If it's not an issue, then why have it? Simple as that. If it's not a problem, then it doesn't need to be there. But it obviously is a problem for newer players. Again, like I've said this 100 times, I almost quit Warframe specifically because of the fact that when I went to go put together my first frame, it was going to be 3 days before I could ever fucking play it. Why would I want to play a game like that? I've been playing as the same frame, and now I got to wait 3 days to be able to play as something else. Especially when you're early on and you don't really have a lot of things to be able to make. And even if you can get, and here's the thing, it's great that you can get weapons and frames and all that stuff for free, but at the exact same time, it's going to cost you to get slots, right? And also on top of that, you're going to have to wait for all that stuff to be made. 12 hours on weapons, and well, it's like 12 to 24 hours depending on the kind of weapon, and then up to 72 hours on a frame. No, more than 72 hours because you have the first 12 hours you have to wait for the parts first, right? So it's like, that's a lot of time, man. That's a lot of time, and that's a lot of roadblocks that immediately are going to make any new player that's going to walk into this game and go, this is some pay to win garbage. And here's the other thing too, then they're going to look and see like, oh, you know, who owns Digital Extremes? Oh, no wonder. That's it. That's it. This other stuff is like super long. I don't really know if I want to watch any of this stuff. Oh man, because like this, somebody sent me this, and this is like an hour long. There's no way we're watching that right now. And the Nintendo Direct is also like super fucking long too. I don't have like a ton of other things to react to right now. Watch it all. That's not gonna happen right now. It's not gonna happen right now. I'm not gonna take an hour to watch. I mean, like, I'll do that on another stream for sure. I'm super interested in the indie one, especially because it has like it has a bunch of different genres and a bunch of indie games that I think are coming from the Indie Game Fest or whatever it was. But I would guarantee that like more than half of them are probably the ones that I've already seen so far. Let me see if I can look for something else real quick. Hold on. Watch Reb read the Kuva Lich names. I did that a long time ago. Long time ago. I think that there was something in here. Somebody like linked me and they were like, here, read like, or watch the Warframe. Let's watch one of the Warframe Lore 101 videos. Yeah, let's watch one of Korg's videos. How about that? Let's watch one of Korg's videos. Which one should we watch? What would be a good one to watch? Star-Lord Zariman video? What is that? The Sentience? We've already watched Albrecht. Sentience would be kind of cool. I don't know why you guys keep saying Star-Lord. Is that one of these videos? I don't see it on his page. If you go to his actual page, I'll look. We'll watch the sentient one. Let's watch the sentient one. We just fought the sentients. I want to know more about the sentients. Tell me about the sentients. Oh, Star-Lord is a Warframe YouTuber. Lore-tuber. Oh, okay. Okay, well, we're going to watch this one, and I'll look for that, too.
For every time I saw someone with adaptation powers get bodied, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Welcome to Lore 101. Today in Warframe lore, we're talking about the Sentients, a race of machines originally created by the Arcane to terraform the Tau system after the failure of the Zariman project.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. So they realized that they couldn't send people, so they wanted to send robots, AI, to be able to do it for them. Terraform it so they had somewhere to go. My question is it like the Arcane quite literally just made all of our problems. They've literally just they made all of the problems. All of their own problems too. Yes. Not really literally everything. I mean, like, obviously there's, well, here's the thing. Like, like, at the same time, while some of those problems may existed, those problems weren't a problem until they knocked on that problem's door. Is that a better way to say it? At least that's the way that I view the Void. Rich people made all the problems, true, comrade. Based, yeah, true.
And from that sentence, you probably know we're going to be referencing a lot of things covered in the first 2 episodes of this series. Go watch those if you haven't. Quick recap, though. So the Arcane, your sci-fi tech humans, they needed a new galaxy since they broke their old one. They find one, the Tau system, but it's really far away. So they send a bunch of people on a fancy spaceship to populate it. That fails horribly. Back to the drawing board. That's when a guy named Archimedean Parental steps up.
Okay.
The Archimedeans are basically the top scientists and scholars of the Arcane Empire.
That's Albrecht right there, I think.
Margulis, the mother of the Tenno, was one, as well as the person who designed the Zariman. Their name is derived from the Greek philosopher Archimedes, or more notably, the Medic's bird from TF2. Parental and some of the other Archimedeans created a race of highly intelligent robots with a talent for adaptability. Cut them with a sword and they'll regrow skin that's resistant to slashing, stuff like that. The idea was to send these robots to the...
They didn't see that could be a problem. They didn't see that could be like a problem, you know what I mean? You know, something that's constantly adapting.
The Tau system and have them build something called a solar rail along the way. Once completed, the solar rail would allow easy transport to the Tau system. Additionally, the machines would be responsible with terraforming the system to make it happen.
So they were going to build a rail system, like a train system, to be able to get to the Tau system. So instead of using the Void to be able to travel there, instead they were going to just try to make like a kind of like a bullet train that's kind of going to that way. Mass Effect. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. So isn't that kind of similar to like the junctures or something like that? It's probably based on like the juncture technology, but something that would just be like continuous juncture after junction after junction. Same tech. Oh, okay. Okay, like Honkai Star Rail. I like that. I like that. I like that. Honkai Star Rail crossover with Warframe win. Watch March, what is it, March 8th? What is her name? March 8th, right? March 8th, get fucking cut in half by the fucking, by the stalker.
Habitable, their adaptability allowing them to survive the harsh conditions of Tau. At first, the leaders of the Arcane were skeptical, worrying that such advanced robots will develop artificial intelligence and turn on their creators. Wow, that's not topical at all. They are eventually manipulated into approving the creation of the machines by none other than the cringe podcaster himself, Ballas. Good on you, buddy. Create more problems for yourself. However, as a countermeasure, the robots are given a weakness to void energy. It's essentially a poison to them. And
okay. But this was after the Zariman. So they planned on using the kids and Void Tech probably. Right? Because I mean they were already viewing the kids of the Zariman as they were already using the kids of the Zariman as or they planned on using them as weapons. This is way before the Zariman? I thought it was after. Zariman is after the Sentience. Oh, okay, then I got it backwards. Okay. Okay, but this is okay, but the Sentience, hold on. But the Sentience were before Albrecht. Right? The Sentience would be before Albrecht because Albrecht was the one that kind of greenlit the whole void technology and all that stuff. No. So they were already using. Well, so then this guy's so then Korg's wrong because I saw his we saw his video on we saw his video where he was talking about Albrecht's lore, and when he was talking about Albrecht's lore, he said that basically when that whole thing happened with the door to the void, that's basically what started the race with void technology. Zariman disappeared, Sentience made. Zariman reappears, I do believe. Oh, okay. Okay, that's why. Albrecht, Zariman, goes void, Sentience, Zariman recovered. Okay, so you're saying the Tenno didn't exist before then? Because the Zariman hadn't come back from the void. Is that what you're trying to say? I got you. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, guys, stop spamming Star-Lord. We'll watch one of his videos, okay? We'll watch one of his videos. Please stop spamming the guy's name.
And since the solar rails work off of void energy, even if they did rebel, they theoretically couldn't get back to the origin system. So the robots are made, sent off, make it to Tau, and start terraforming it to create lush, beautiful planets. The robots are led by their sovereigns, those being Hunhao the father, and I believe it's pronounced Praghasa the mother, along with their son, Era. Hunhao and Praghasa also create the 4 sentient beasts.
Have we seen? Having a conversation with 900 people is easy, huh? Yeah, it's super easy. I just yell at them instead. It's the best way for me to get through it, to be honest with you. Just treat it like you're in daycare. That's what I do. Have we heard anything about the mother? Praghasa was eating the sun in New War. Oh, that's the sun-eating ship. Okay. Yeah, for some odd reason I didn't make that connection. Okay. You've seen Praghasa. Yeah, okay.
Led by Pazul the Ram to act as peacekeepers in Tau. I won't have more to say about Era and the sentient beasts in this video, but they will come up again in the future. Oh boy, will they come up again. There's some problems. The solar rail is built, terraforming is happening, everything is going great except, oh no it's not. Because yes, the robots do gain sentience somehow. They name themselves the Sentients.
Well, we can't say that they're fucking original. You know what I mean? You can't say that they're like, we're our own people now. What are you guys going to call ourselves? The Sentients.
It works, and then almost immediately turn on the Oricon. Their thought process was something like this.
Wait, so you're telling me we're supposed to hand over this absolutely beautiful galaxy that we've been doing a good job taking care of over to a group of people that destroyed their old galaxy and are probably going to destroy this one? How about no?
Even if they have rebelled, we're safe because they can't reach us. What do you mean they're on our front lawn? What happened to the void weakness? So yeah, the void weakness wasn't enough, and now the Sentients launch a full-on invasion of the Origin system to destroy the Oricon, commencing the start of the Old War. An Oricon scientist making something that doesn't quite work, which leads to disastrous consequences? No. To be fair, the Sentients' void weakness did have a cost. While it didn't fully eliminate them, by using the solar rail, every sentient is now completely sterile. They cannot naturally reproduce. This means Hunhao would have had his daughter to Ta before the start of the Old War, I think. However, I have found some
Okay.
sources saying sentients may use a process called fragmentation, which is an asexual method of reproduction that actually exists in the real world, which might circumvent the sterilization, maybe? I am not medically or biologically equipped to answer this question. So the old war plays out, the Tenno manage to defeat the sentients and the sentient beasts, Hunhao is sealed, Era and Prakasa go into hiding, I think, and Nata becomes the Lotus. Flash forward to the start of the actual game,
Okay.
and everything's chill, the sentients are still dormant. Oh look, it's Tile Regor, a Grineer scientist trying to fix the Grineer's genetic degradation problem.
Oh,
Good for
okay.
you, buddy. What's that? You started doing experiments on Uranus? Okay, bud, as long as you don't accidentally wake up the sleeping sentients there. Hey, they're awake? Shit. So, thanks to some shenanigans
Okay,
straight out of the
that makes sense
Mechanicus, the
then.
sentients are back and causing a ruckus. While Hunhao is still partially sealed, his forces begin fighting throughout the galaxy, while other forces begin coalescing in the background. And that's where we'll leave it for now, because to go further would involve a bunch of characters and events we haven't talked about yet. And this
Yeah.
video is already
So-
long as is. Have a fan-tippity-top-tastic day, lorelings. I'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, so I guess like one of my questions, like, how are they sealing Hunhao? Right? Because like, I mean, he's still there, right? Like he's yeah, he's still there for sure, right? Yeah, I mean, what am I saying for sure? He is there. He faked his death. We buried him. Oh, so dirt and rubble is too much for Hunhao. Oh, he's damaged and stuck at the bottom of the ocean. The immense pressure down there. Oh, okay. With the wave of a very large hand. Interesting. You know what? Something that I thought is hey, a legendary drops. Sorry to ask again. Have you seen the video of Reb reacting to a Shawzin song that was sent to her on stream? It's only about 3 minutes long. I don't know. I mean, I can look. Sure. Why not?
Reb,
Is it this one? This is the one you're talking about? It's got, yeah, it's almost got, it's over 500,000 views. So
I send
probably.
you something, can you autoplay it? It's the most impressive thing I've seen transcribed on the Shaw's one. Sure, send it my way. Wow, that is a big message. If I get Rick rolled, it's over for Trav. It's not a Rick roll. It's good. Travis, the world is watching you right now. Autoplay. Load song.
That's still waiting?
It's sub 41.
Yeah, it's still waiting, right?
This is sub 41, right?
Pretty sure. Yeah. DMCA'd? How would you... You can't. You can't get DMCA'd on something like that. Plus on top of that, it's like, it's recognizable, but it's not recognizable. Holy shit. The amount of time it probably took to do this is insane. It's a script? Oh, is it really? You can probably script it, but still, yeah. Somebody script me some Spirit Box songs. There's no fingers in the world? What are you talking about? You can actually just play this on guitar. That's crazy. That's crazy. Does she stream? Or is that, or is this, or she was streaming on the DE account, or what? Oh, that's that when the halftime drum kicks in. Oh, it's my favorite
It's the
part.
whole song.
Yeah, it's the whole song. Reb streams mostly Final Fantasy 14. She streams on Twitch. Really? I need to follow her.
So we're not releasing any more updates until Steve does this 100%. Yeah, it's got to be like the Shawswin keyboard plugin MIDI thing. So Steve, please start practicing. Next dev stream, we are not turning off the stream until you 100% this. Wow. That was, Travis, totally worth it. I'm sorry I ever doubted you.
That is
I never
awesome.
should have doubted you.
Same as DE Steve,
I
really?
apologize. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye.
That was awesome. That was awesome. Very, very cool. Very cool. I can dig it. Let's see here. Let's see here. What else we got going on? It's about time, man. It's about time, to be honest. What do you guys think about some questing? What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about doing some questing? Star-Lord Zariman? Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that one. I did pull it up, too. Let's see. Star-Lord, Warframe. Oops. Zariman. Depends on how long it is. If it's too long, we'll see. Is it this one right here? What we know of Warframe lore, the Zariman accident, ARG, and the Holdfast, Kira and the Holdfasts. This is the one here. What other spoilers in this? Maybe you should do the new quest because it's a time limited event. How long? What's the time limit on it? Three weeks. Bro, maybe you should do it all today. Otherwise, you won't be able to do it. Come on, man. Holy shit. The grind sneaks up on you, you know. It's all good. Here's the thing. I'm going to tell you guys something really quick. I am somebody, by the way, that is completely, for the most part, completely immune to FOMO. It's not something that hits me. Okay? I'm not that bad. Like, if I miss something, I miss something. I think a really good example of that is just a few weeks ago, people were like, "You need to push the quest. You need to push the quest. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to get the the dual Toxis Incarnate and the Torrid Incarnate, and they're super meta and they're really good." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." Okay. You're gonna have to wait 6 weeks though to do it again. No. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Whatever. You know what I mean? We'll get to it at a different time. You know what I mean? It's not a big deal. All right, let's watch this. Let's watch this, and then we're gonna do the quest. All right. This is the last thing we're doing, and then we'll go watch the quest. I'm very interested in this, though, especially because people are saying that it's really good. So I'm interested. You're gonna like this.
And dying, the Orokin Empire expanded to colonize the Origin system in its entirety, choking it not just with planetary populations, but with orbital outposts, lunar colonies, residential ships, and entire spacefaring vessels housing thousands upon thousands of lives.
Yeah, that's true. That's something that I didn't even realize until just recently, is the fact that like everything in our current solar system is fucking everything is. Yeah, I'll turn subtitles on. Sorry. Everything is. I'll even move my portrait as well. Look at that. How about that? Everything in our solar system is covered, right? Like the moons have people on it. There's space stations. There's all kinds. There's the relays. There's ships that are out there that people were on. Everything has people on it. So it makes a lot of sense why they would run out of resources and stuff so quickly. The whole base story, the whole Warframe base story is just Mass Effect, really.
The average lifespan, even for the common folk, stretched into the centuries, and soon the Empire was faced with a critical problem. Available resources were rapidly running out.
Well, I wouldn't say that's necessarily like Mass Effect. Mass Effect was a situation in which basically once we had gotten the ability to leave our own solar system, that's when we were contacted by like the board of space, right? That came up and was like, hey, welcome to fucking space. By the way, there's aliens and there's like wars and all kinds of other shit that's going on. So welcome to the club. We're now accepting applicants of Earth.
For as powerful as they were, the Orokin had thus far been tethered to the Origin system, unable to reach beyond the outer terminus and land upon distant shores. But with the noose of scarcity closing around their necks, the Orokin at last were moved beyond idealism and into desperation.
And keep in mind, too, the thing is that I think a lot of people maybe forget about this about Mass Effect specifically, but Mass Effect, the only reason we got the ability to even be able to leave our solar system to begin with was because we found ancient technology on Mars that allowed us to do that. If it wasn't for us finding I forgot what they're called, but they're basically like junctions in Warframe. But once they found those, then we got the ability to be able to leave our solar system. The Karen, yeah, mass relay. Thank you. That's exactly what it was. The mass relays. Until we discovered the mass relay technology on Mars, if I'm not mistaken. I fucking loved Mass Effect, by the way. It's one of my favorite game series. I totally want to go back and replay 1, 2, and 3 again. But wasn't until we got that technology and then transported out of our solar system that we finally got picked up. Yeah. Honkai Star Rail. It's not Honkai Star Rail.
Many ideas were explored, including the crewman and sentient rail construction projects, but all had ultimately failed. Thus, another, even grander endeavor was created. The Zariman colonization project, a massive, fully sustainable colonial vessel that would reach Tau and establish an endpoint for the failed solar rail network to Tau. The journey would be facilitated by an extremely powerful on-board void translation system using an unholy quantum-tethered fragment of the void, the reliquary drive. Its power would allow for transit independent of the safer yet more constrained solar rail network. As an aside, it is unclear in which order the projects were taken, as the Sentient Rail project had been designed with the intent of a stable solar rail network between Tau and the Origin system, but dialogue from Tavol indicates that the rail was not completed, necessitating the massive free jump. From my understanding, the Sentient project was initiated first, terraformed Tau, but failed to complete the rail, and the Zariman was sent to complete the rail and establish the first set of stable colonies on what the Orokin assumed would be a mostly, if not completely, terraformed planet. However, it is just as likely that the projects were taken in the opposite order, and the Sentient project was accepted due to the desperation of the Seven after the failure of the Zariman.
Okay, so the Zariman was sent out. So he's saying that they were supposed to finish the rail. The Sentients were already working on it to begin with. However, what did they lose contact with the Sentients, and then they sent the Zariman to finish the rail and basically be the first colonizers, is basically what he's saying. It's fuzzy. Deep Time gets fuzzy. Yeah, I can see that. I could see that. He's saying it's maybe one way, maybe the other. Oh, okay. It's unclear. Okay, I understand. I get what he's saying. Also, by the way, I only just recently figured out that the fingers that were powering these ships, these like void relics that they're using to be able to, like the one that's in our railjack, as well as the one that's like was powering the Zariman. I didn't realize that those are the fingers of the being that had their fingers cut off when Albrecht shut the gate. I forgot about that part in the lore. I forgot all about that.
Which may have even been the ill-fated crewman project mentioned in the synthesis lore. Heading the Zariman project was Executor Tavol, acting as benefactor and patron of the project. With his guidance, thousands of citizens across the Empire were chosen as participants to take the voyage. Given the omniscience of the Orokin, they were selected based on traits both genetic and cerebral that would suit the designs the Orokin had in mind for their colonies.
Okay.
It is critical to mention that this process was not voluntary. While painted as purely magnanimous, and a gift greater than they deserved, the citizens chosen had no say in the matter, and were forced into service.
Oh, okay.
Aboard the self-sufficient Zariman, the colonists were largely independent, a thought that disgusted the Orokin who valued their absolute dominion. Thus, Tavol, expecting that there may be dissent among those who were less than thankful for the gift he had given them, used the relatives of the colonists as leverage, threatening that should the Zariman fail to meet expectations, those of their bloodlines who had remained in the Origins system would be punished in their stead.
Oh, God. You gotta love the Orokin, right? If it failed, I wonder if that has anything to do. I wonder if that has anything to do with like for some odd reason, like one of the reasons why I was kind of stuck on this to begin with was the whole idea of man, when you're talking about like their entire bloodline will pay, it almost kind of reminds me of Ballas when he was talking about how when he was talking to Umbra about how his bloodline would pay. They really like pushed for that.
There were the 5 who would become the Holdfasts that the Tenno interacts with much later after the New War. First was Hombask. Chosen as the head of homesteading, Hombask was a well-liked and beloved member of the crew amongst the lower class. Her task was not only in streamlining the initial colonization period once the ship reached Tau and encouraging self-sufficiency amongst the colonists, but in ensuring that life aboard the ship during transit was comfortable, easing the journey for the colonists, many of which may have experienced limited or even no time at all on spacefaring vessels prior to the selection. Vistograph therapy was mandated to alleviate any adverse psychological effects from the prolonged interstellar travel, and the large, spacious dormizomes were outfitted with amenities to mitigate the sensation of being trapped aboard a vessel against one's will.
Okay.
Next was Cavallero, head of ship security.
So, I mean, like, this thing was straight up designed for this to make sure that they also had, like, the most comfortable transition, the most comfortable trip they possibly could to make them feel like they were trapped and all those kind of things. They make sure they pick them by genetic biases as well as, like, intellectual biases as well. I wonder if any of that actually had to do with how the children that were void touched, you know, became Tenno. I wonder if because of their selection, like, biases, if that gave them like a predisposition. I'm not saying that it was planned by the Orokin. That's pretty obvious. But I wonder if that led to any of that.
He speaks little of his past. It is likely he was counted among the mercenary class, similar to Orden Karis, prior to his conscription aboard the Zariman.
Yep.
A warrior of some renown, his reputation even earned attention from Parvos Granum, who attempted to recruit him as an enforcer at one point. His open disdain for the Orokin elite seems strange at first, given his position, but there is a strong argument to be made that the Zariman crew were chosen perhaps for their lack of loyalty. Capable, but with wavering fealty to the Empire, it is very possible that the crew was comprised of those who the Empire would not miss, or perhaps even sought to be rid of. Sacrificial lambs who the Orokin could placate through a simulacrum of independence, or be rid of entirely should the Zariman project end in failure.
I think you could see that from both sides. You could see it where they would want to send dissidents away, and obviously, like, you would want to use throwaway people if you're sending them on a mission that you don't know whether or not they're going to be able to come back from. But I feel like it's also like a win-win, because also at the exact same time, that means that those people, if they're people that, you know, hate the Orokin or whatever, chances are they're also going to be the ones that are the least reliant on the Orokin and therefore probably easy to lead on their own, if that makes any sense. They're going to be the best at like self-starting. So it's kind of a win-win for them. They get rid of people that they don't want to have around, and then at the exact same time, you're getting people that are more independent and likely to survive and start a colony on these new planets.
Third was Yonta, in charge of calculating and
Does he ever play the game? I don't know. You can find out another time.
orchestrating the void jumps using the ship's onboard systems. Though an Archimedean, the way she speaks of the past indicates she was not one of high standing, talking of her old fears and self-doubts, dreading that she would fall below the acceptable standards of the Orokin had set and be put to death for her failure. Her eagerness to prove herself not just loyal, but valuable, made her a useful pawn for the Orokin, as their disregard for the colonists' safety would lead to their ruinous order to take the final jump to Tau.
Okay.
Fourth was Quinn, the liaison to Expeditionary Command, and direct line of communication for Tivol, who oversaw the project. Not the captain of the ship directly, but the direct stand-in for the Orokin and their will. It can be assumed that prior to the expedition, Quinn was a loyal servant of the Empire, pious even, as Cavallero calls him. Though he would in time grow to hate the Golden Lords like all the others, at the time of the Zariman's voyage, he carried out their will with pride. Though he is vague, he speaks longingly of a previous love, suggested to be Eularia Entrati. It is implied that the marriage between Eularia and Vilcor was largely a political one, and Quinn may have not just been pining for her affection prior to the arrangement, but romantically involved. After losing his love to a political maneuver, and then further to her desperate pursuit of Albrecht's dark legacy, Quinn sought to serve his empire and prove to himself he still had worth, and his eagerness to appeal to his Golden Lords led him to commit the atrocities he would be forced to regret for an eternity. For Quinn was granted the privilege of the Crystal Index, a direct manifest of all members of the Zariman who, with naught but a swipe of his finger, Quinn could immediately and unilaterally condemn to glassing, the hand of the Orokin law, acting in their stead where they could not reach. And then there is the fifth member of the Holdfasts, Kira. A member of Yonta's Void Operations team, she assisted in calculating the jumps across the Void, and also seems to be an expert in communication across the Void, an extremely difficult task.
And if I'm not mistaken, she's also the one, by the way, she's also the one that was the first Void Angel we fought, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, she was the first angel we fought, okay.
Euclidean space and its stratification of multiple timelines simultaneously. Though the Tenno does not meet her directly until after she succumbs to the Void, Kira's role in saving the Zariman is critical, and without her, the Zariman may very well have shattered and let the horrors on the other side of the wall into the system. But that's jumping ahead a bit, so we will put her actions aside for now. As the Zariman was set to embark, even Balus offered his seal of approval. He granted the Zariman Gyra, a silent and graceful dancer who would serve as figurehead for the voyage. While this occurs long before Balus's eventual fascination with Warframes, given his proclivity for anatomical perfection and human experimentation, there is sickening possibility regarding Gyra's past and her position as an object for Balus to give. While likely poetic, Quinn's mention of Gyra speaking with her movement is even more concerning if taken literally, given how the Warframes themselves would intentionally be rendered mute by Balus when he designed them in the future.
Oh, that's so... My God, dude, he
With
sucks.
the crew chosen, the blessing of the Golden Lords, and the path set, the Zariman began its parade route through the system, a path that served a dual purpose. First and foremost, to inspire awe and envy among the lower class not chosen by the Golden Lords. A massive display of Orokin power gliding gracefully between the starving planets, not restricted by the solar rails, embodying hope for a future beyond the outer terminus and an Orokin empire spread wide across the stars. Second, and more pragmatic, the escalating series of small void jumps between colonies and outposts in the system would serve as a starting point for the voyage, testing the onboard translation systems in relative safety to gauge void exposure on the crew, and giving the engineers a chance to warm up to the progressively larger jumps they would need to make as they crossed to Tau. During the slow jump schedule, most of the ship was occupied with routine tasks. The adults carried out their duties aboard the ship, and the children were educated in the key principles of void travel and its theories as a precautionary measure, being granted access to privileged information unprecedented for the average commoner of the system, let alone a child.
Yeah, like in the event something happened to the parents, then the kids could be able to take over or something like that. Yeah, oral empire. Yeah, I know the
For the colonization
captain's not doing
effort
his
needed
job.
a host of children to establish a diverse age range on Tau, but void travel for children was exceptionally dangerous. With
Oh,
active
really?
imaginations and volatile emotions, children were the most unstable element to introduce into the mimicking void, and were significantly more prone to causing rampant conceptual embodiment. Thus, their education was carried out by ship cephalons like Melika, and the recorded teachings of Eulalia Entrati, a master of void science second only to her father. In her own way, Eularia's simplified teachings were a method of offering protection to the children thrown into the waters they could not understand by the uncaring Empire. She could not stop the Zariman project, but she could at least lend her voice in an attempt to prepare the children for the threats that lurked in the moments when crossing the fold.
Huh.
As the jumps escalated, a signal operator named Brack saw an opportunity to
So then that kind of makes me wonder if the kids were the ones that had the higher predisposition to be able to basically imagine things, mirrors in the void and shit like that. I wonder if a lot of the things that ended up happening when, you know, with the failed jump, I wonder how much of that was due to the kids and them like either losing control or imagining things or something like that. None? The void manifests emotions. Children are not in control of their emotions. Exactly. That's why I'm saying that, like, I wonder how much like their fear like amplified what was happening. You know what I mean? It was the other way around. So like the kids were the ones that stayed chill and the fucking parents were the ones that basically ruined everything.
finish a personal project they had been working on for some time, a time capsule of information sent into deep space similar to the Voyager records of our time. Previous attempts with personal tech had failed, and so Brack sought to hijack the Zariman communication arrays and launch the data into the Great Unknown. A simple package containing crude depictions of humans, the origin system, the Zariman, and binary logic, with additional room to encode further information. All Brack needed was an opportune moment and assistance from another crew member, Mykos. To alleviate the fear of the crew and reinforce their faith in the Empire, the Zariman recited daily mantras. First, their oath to the Golden Lords. By the glory and wisdom of the Seven, I give my life to carry the sacred light of our dominion into the deepest dark. In this, we are one. And then the second, more self-assuring recitation, we shall not fear to take the leap across the gulf to fare, though all between is dark and deep, a home awaits us there. But even during the initial jumps, there were already signs of strain aboard the Zariman. The open wound of the void they carried with them, the reliquary drive, began to bleed its corrupting power into the ship. Those who lingered close, such as Yonta, would see grinning reflections of themselves lurking on the edges of their vision, or experience confusing dreams. Each jump further spread the poison, and numerous members of the crew began to exhibit psychosis and erupt into sudden, violent outbursts. Incidents spiked in their frequency and damage and led to deaths, further stress, and confusion on the ship. In one such incident, the aggressor, Hanya, claimed that her partner had been replaced, that there were doppelgangers masquerading as her friends and family aboard the ship, the brief flickers of the void impacting her ability to stay anchored to a single time and place. The ship...
You know what this reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of the story of Dead Space. You know what I mean? With the relic that they discovered and like how it drove everybody mad and how it created the monsters themselves. So cool. The marker. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this reminds me of the marker. I love Dead Space's story. It was so good. It was so good. Dead Space games were so fucking solid.
Ship security teams began to grow restless, as the Orokin had forbidden the colonists to carry any conventional weapons, likely fearing a potential uprising.
Yeah.
Instead, the weapons were purely ornamental or ceremonial, and the security teams grew far more brutal to compensate as they became further and further stretched thin.
Yeah, because if they don't have any real weapons, that means they'd have to result to like just bludgeoning and beating people more than anything else.
But rather than taking precautions to limit the ship's exposure, the Orokin demanded the jumps escalate even further. Even though the drills had only led the Zariman to orbit near Saturn, the Orokin's patience had reached its end, and they pressured the crew to execute a final, massive jump to cross the remainder of the distance to Tau. The colonists were furious. They made their disdain known and organized wide-scale protests aboard the ship. Given a taste of independence, they refused to become a sacrifice for the Orokin's impatience. Tvul, watching from afar, made his displeasure known and berated the colonists for their cowardice, even going so far as to limit food as punishment, which only worsened the situation aboard. Quinn, seeking to maintain order, brought the hammer down on the dissenters. He ordered Cavallero to round up the leaders and make examples of them. Weapons or no, Cavallero gathered those responsible for organizing the protests and showed the rest of the colonists that their cries were heard by the Orokin and would not be tolerated. But despite Tvul's orders as relayed through Quinn, the jump could not be made without properly calibrating the maneuver, so instead, the last burden of approval fell to Archimedian Yonta and her team. Yonta and the rest of the Void technicians, including Kira, ran the numbers and saw that the jump was possible, in theory. An extremely high chance of catastrophe, but possible. Still fearing to be seen as a failure, and desperate to prove herself to the Orokin, Yonta cast caution to the wind and gave her verdict. The jump would be safe, she said.
So it was still because these folks were just bending to the will of the Orokin at the end of the day. Even though there were so many of them that were out there that were just trying to say that they were trying to push back against them, they found some semblance of independence while living on the ship. And I mean, even though they weren't really handling it all that well at the exact same time, but still.
This did little to ease tensions aboard the ship, as even those with no understanding of the mechanics of void travel knew that Yonta's claim was a lie. Kira's husband, already worn from the stress of keeping his fellow crew members in line, had a falling out with Kira, resentful that she had a part, no matter how small, in approving such a dangerous maneuver. Soon, he and Kira were no longer speaking directly, and he could only bring himself to leave passive messages via data tablet.
Yeah, we listened to those.
Hombask, meanwhile, seeing that the protests were not working, sought a solution of her own. Her love of the crew led her to reckless action in the hope that even the Golden Lords, callous as they were, would not be able to ignore a grand act of defiance. Hombask vented the agridomes into space, killing all sustainable food sources aboard the ship and practically guaranteeing a failure of the colony. While her actions were from a place of well intent, the loss of the agridomes put a massive strain on the already limited food, and starvation became rampant. When her crewmates, those she had sought to protect, discovered she was responsible, she was ostracized. And while the Orokin did take note of such an offense, their reaction was not what Hombask and the other colonists had hoped for. Instead of calling off the project and remanding the Zariman, Tvul condemned the ship. If the colonists wanted to control the ship so dearly, that they could have it as their tomb. Quinn, knowing that the retribution of the Orokin would come not just to the colonists, but to the families still planetside, sought to earn back the Orokin's favor. They would execute the jump, make the best of what they were able to when they reached Tau, and hopefully, by some miracle, their families would be spared.
So they basically drove themselves into a wall.
Knowing that their slim odds were now even less due to the loss of the agridomes, organized one final protest. A desperate plea not just to the Orokin, but to the powers in control of the ship, to not give in to madness and doom them all to death. But the decision had been made, the order was given, and the reliquary drive was engaged. When the void was torn open and the Zariman dove into the depths, the sheer magnitude of the exposure required was too much, and it drew the eye of the indifference within. The void reached out and seized the Zariman like an insect in a web, and held them in its deep embrace, far beyond the eyes of the Orokin, and far beyond any hope of rescue. The void energy flowed through the ship like a poison and drove the vast majority of the colonists insane. Violence and bloodshed erupted as the gilded halls of the Zariman became charnel grounds. Brack, hyper-fixated on his final legacy, begged Mykos to send the message he had prepared, a final desperate goal as Brack saw the death begin to rise around them. Kira, in horror and guilt, locked herself in her dormizome as the void began to burn into her mind. Her husband, desperately seeking to reunite and reconcile with his wife amidst the rising horror, tried to reason with her from outside the dormizome as the chaos intensified, but Kira's mind was already gone. The children, entirely untouched by the madness of the void, barricaded themselves in their classrooms and dormizomes while their parents and loved ones screamed primal behind the doors, hungering for their death.
Why were the kids completely untouched? That's like, because I mean, the thing is that like their initial fear was that kids were the most in danger to the void because of the fact that like their imaginations ran wild and their emotions were hard to control.
Hombask, kept cruelly sane, was powerless to stop the very people she had tried to save, instead fighting through them to try and rescue the children. But with no combat ability, she was quickly torn to shreds by the feral colonists. Cavallero, warrior to the end, fought against the insane crew, and when he was finally overwhelmed, took himself and his killers in a blast from an improvised explosive. But unbeknownst to Cavallero and Hombask, the children were no longer in need of saving, for in one classroom, our Tenno would come face to face with the beast who held the ship in its jaws.
Oh.
The indifference. Our Tenno made the fateful bargain with the void, and the children of the Zariman were granted the power to fight back, but at the terrible cost they would continue to pay for millennia. Kira's husband, still trying to reunite with her and escape to somewhere safe, would see this power firsthand, as Kira finally was seized from her stupor and burst forth from her dormizome to kill an emaciated child that had been scrounging nearby for supplies. Perhaps she saw something in the child that she recognized as the void, as the poison infesting the ship. Or perhaps her mind was truly gone, and she was simply moving to kill anything that came too close.
Yeah, chances are that's what it was.
But when her husband called out to her, begged her to stop, the momentary pause when she recognized his voice was all the child needed to retaliate. Kira was burned to ashes by the power of the Tenno before her husband's eyes. Racked with guilt for the last things he had said to his wife in person before the jump, and believing himself to have been directly responsible for her death, Kira's husband ended his life to at last be free of the madness of the Zariman. Quinn, still surviving and seeking to rally as a responsible leader, took notice that the children were still sane. Working his way through the ship to try and gather them all to safety, he arrived too late. For the children no longer had any trust left for the adults of the ship.
Yeah, of course they wouldn't. Why would they? All the
scoured
adults
by
trying to
void
kill him.
fire like all the others, friend or not. Yonta, alone, seeing the death and destruction wrought from her false promise, ended herself by the Jade Light, as so many of her fellow Archimedeans had been ended before her, and the sane few we would know later as the Holdfasts were, at last, all dead.
The Jade Light. That's not glassing, right? I feel like I should know what that is, but I don't, and I don't know why. Disintegrate? Oh, okay. Okay, I got you, yeah.
But the ship was not safe. The surviving feral crew roamed the halls in hunting parties, seeking to kill the children who had rallied together. In the darkness of the Zariman, the children still served as a faint light, somehow finding scraps of joy within the living hell. But not all were welcome. Rel, outcast due to his nature, stayed alone. While he did not have the protection offered by his fellow children, he had insight. In the dark, he would focus on the whispers of the void and eventually latch onto it, ensnaring its essence in a web of his own. It is possible that Rel, in wrestling with the void itself, is directly responsible for the Zariman's appearance back from beyond the fold, far beyond the system, but breaching from the depths of the void long enough for the Orokin to take notice. When the Zariman resurfaced, however, a seemingly innocent payload was finally loosed from its communication buffers. Brack's message in a bottle was cast into the far reaches of space towards its original intended target, the Cetus system.
Okay.
While the intended target may have merely been coincidental for the purposes of mystery hunting, leading players to the hints that were located in the Cetus hub during the ARG, the amount of focus that the message receives makes me believe that it may have been a clue with far more import, which is also why I believe that the Sentient Rail project took place prior to the Zariman. I believe that, whether or not Brack had intended the message to arrive where it did as a sort of time capsule ahead of the Zariman, or had merely sent it into the black on a whim, the message did find a listener. Tau. The sentients there, now fully living to their namesake, received the small packet of data, incomplete yet showing a cryptic indication of what the Orokin had intended, their home taken by interlopers from the Origin system. While this is a large amount of speculation, I believe that Brack's innocuous pet project is the inciting factor in spurring the sentients to
That would be
return.
really interesting. So, like, just basically, like, because the sentients found the message and they'd basically been working on their own, trying to terraform these planets in the Tau system, and then they basically get a message telling them like what the Orokin are planning on doing, what the Orokin have done, what the Orokin have done to the folks on the Zariman, all of that kind of stuff. Like, there's a really good chance that that would have led to them, like, inciting them. Yeah, it's the best way to say it. Inciting them to war. But it's fucking crazy that Rel 1v1 to God for 1,000 years. That's so crazy, dude. That's so crazy.
And initiate the old war. An open greeting, tragically intercepted as a threat. In the timeless ocean of the void, the children had endured for months, possibly even years, but for the Origin system, the Zariman was gone mere days, reappearing as if nothing had even happened. An Orokin officer by the name of Kayleen was among the first responders, and the children, furtive and starved, lashed out in fear, scarring her face with void fire. Seeing the ship and the surviving children as cursed by the void, the Orokin gathered the children for containment and study, and left the ship to rot far beyond the outer terminus, a monument to the failure of the colonists.
Yeah, the other thing is that, like, when it comes to Rel, like, no wonder by the time he actually got back, by the time all the kids got back to the Origin system, like, no shit, he was in as rough shape as he was. You know what I mean? Because it's like, imagine listening to the whispers for that long. Imagine being, like, that tied up in the void for that long. Like, that's crazy. Especially if he really is the reason why the ship resurfaced.
In truth, the Orokin may not have even been able to move the ship had they tried, for the ship was sealed in place by the Albrecht membrane, a space between the worlds of dust and void that serves as both a threshold and a barrier, a wall that, while so thin as to be non-existent, still prevents the latent energies of the void and the influence that rides their currents to flood into the world of dust. On this thin space between worlds, the Drifter would remain, a ghostly reflection of the Tenno who made the deal, plucked from another timeline and imprisoned aboard until the actions of Ballast during the New War would cast our Tenno into the void and open the space for the soul of the Drifter to exist on our side of the wall.
Hell yeah, dude. That makes me feel so good to hear. That's literally what I had assumed, or what I had come up with the minute that I saw my Drifter's face during the face reveal during the New War. Man, I was spot on. Holy shit. And somebody in chat had the fucking nuts to say I was cooking with 2 brain cells. Motherfucker.
When Ballast attempts yet another, even more destructive sundering of the border during the conclusion of the New War, the catastrophic forces at play are enough to let the indifference fully breach through into our reality, if only for a moment. In the brief period on our side of the wall, it intones the Void Tongue, and its voice awakens the Zariman. Echoing with the indifference's ruinous speech, the dormant Zariman is recharged with the void, like a circuit waiting for completion, and the lingering echoes and ghosts of the Zariman accident become fully manifest. The Holdfasts and some others of the crew are fully resurrected, but with only a slight recollection of their past. Existing for centuries in a half-active state with little agency on their surroundings, they at least know that the souls of the colonists who had gone before them were ravaged and transformed by the chaos of the void, rendered into void slag and twisted mockeries of the human form. The risen ghosts
Okay,
band
okay.
together and do everything they can to resist the same siren call that claws at their mind. But the horrors of the ship weigh heavily upon the hearts of even the dead, and it is not long before the risen crew give in to the call of the void and rejoin its chorus, soon leaving only the 5 we know as the Holdfasts. While the other Holdfasts hide away and attempt to shield themselves from the void song and resist its urge, Kira takes an active role. Fighting against void contamination and the non-linear laws of the threshold, she reaches out to the Tenno, aware of who they are and what they are capable of, as she possesses, like the other Holdfasts, a fragmented recollection of events that extended beyond her mortal life and even her own experiences, drawing knowledge from the reflections of timelines and realities that flow across the threshold and form the very fabric of the risen dead.
Oh my god.
Kira seeks the Tenno not just for their aid.
Holy shit. You want to talk about brain overload there? It's like, oh, yeah. Okay. Yep. Yep. So, like, these, so the Holdfasts actually had the ability to be able to, like, reach across and understand and recollect memories of past selves and current selves and future selves all at once. Holy. That is crazy. That is crazy.
Aid in defending the ship from the hapless raiders that would invite widespread chaos upon the system at large, but also in searching through the archives for information that might piece together the remaining fragments of her psyche. The Zariman ARG then takes place, and working with the player base at large, Kira sends numerous messages and files for the player base to decode. Her messages involve ciphers, spectrograms, hidden messages and web page data, riddles, IRC channels, in-game actions, and numerous other trappings of ARG puzzles, all slowly breaking through the void contamination and allowing her to speak with us more directly through voice recordings and bits of lore.
Oh, really?
With further assistance, she accesses the remaining archives of the ship and transfers old logs and hidden information she comes across. One such piece of information is a fairly obscure piece of Warframe lore, the Tale of the Princess of Mirrors. It is a fairly lengthy story hinting at the nature of the Void and its properties, and much of its imagery rings true to what we know of the Void now. The numerous mirrors in the palace serving as the parallels to the multiple timelines and realities within the Void, and the etched runes on the dungeon doorway perhaps relating to Albrecht's theorems or the Void tongue itself. The exact character parallels are far more open to interpretation, and it is my opinion they aren't meant to serve as direct links to any particular characters. However, I have seen some who interpret the old man may be Albrecht, Ballas, Teschen, or even the Drifter themselves. The princess could then be seen as Lotus or Margulis, though the moon would be a better link for them. But again, my personal interpretation sees the princess and the old man more as allegorical rather than specific stand-ins.
Okay.
I've narrated the story in a video I will link in the description, but if you find my narration grating, or would rather just read it for yourself, I've also linked the transcript of the story in as well.
That's nice.
While Kira's efforts in accessing the archives continue to be successful, she begins to succumb to the call of the Void, pulled constantly by the alluring tones emanating from the silver corpses of the crew that cling to the walls of the ship. Perhaps her previous insanity made her weaker upon resurrection, more pliable for the Void song, but regardless, her resistance begins to falter. In the archives, she stumbles upon the messages left by her husband.
So I guess what I'm a little bit confused by is that, like, so was there apparently at one time, yeah, if you guys are going to be posting spoilers in chat, I'm just going to I'll throw YouTube into members only mode. Chill. Like, it's not even teasing. Like, I mean, like, straight up, Jax, if people are trying to spoil shit or something like that, just ban them. Fucking smoke their ass. I don't need them here. Simple as that. It's like weird attention-seeking behavior. I go talk to your mom because you got problems. Tell her you need to be looked at. So like this whole discussion he's talking about with like Kira, is this like a quest ARG thing that we could have done in game that I didn't come across yet or something like that? Is that what's going on? And I just missed it? So like we actually still could have had contact with Kira even though we defeated the Kira even though we killed the Kira Void Angel right? Because we killed that Void Angel. That Void Angel was Kira, but that doesn't mean that Kira's gone. Kira just exists at a different, you know, obviously it's the Void, so like all things still exist regardless, right? It was before. Okay, not in game. All right. I missed a couple super chats actually. Let me hit these real quick. Greaser, I can't say that word on YouTube. In real life, 90% of the void animation or void manifestations are H because this generation is just likes that. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Mr. Tickle with a 5 says the quills Onco on Cetus, for example, can also see every possible future reality at once. His Onco dialogue makes more sense now too. Yeah, that does make sense, but also at the exact same time, how does he see future realities and stuff like that if he wasn't on the ship or anything, right? I guess I don't really understand. I guess I really don't understand exactly how Onco the Unum. Oh yeah, Unum powers. Fuck, you're right. Granted the ability by the Unum. Do we know what the Unum is? I wonder if the Unum is from the Void. No, we still don't know. Not really. That makes me believe that the Unum's from the Void. Or like maybe it's void technology or something like that. It's very weird.
And confirms what she had known, but could not fully understand. She had long been dead, and was merely a ghost not yet taken by the void. Unable to resist the call any longer, she thanks the Tenno for their assistance and succumbs, joining the rest of the souls who could not resist the void as an angel, a moniker she gave them to remind herself of what they used to be. With the Zariman beset by threats from the far side of the wall, the Tenno returns to face their past and prevent it from further desecration, but does not arrive first. For when the Zariman was awoken, it began to sing, a call heard across the system, and it did not take long for the Corpus and Grineer to take notice and swarm upon its carcass. The Corpus, seeking to simply pilfer Orokin-era tech for a profit, or perhaps looking for reliquary for Parvos Granum, but the Grineer with a far more dangerous goal in mind, the reliquary drive itself, the key to manipulating the Void. And as has been evidenced prior, the Void is itself key in facilitating Kuba and its immortalizing properties. We can even see Kuba being pooled in a vessel below the tip of the severed finger, further indicating why the Grineer are so desperate to claim the drive for themselves. Sent by the Worm Queen, still...
Hold on. Wait, what? So Kuba... Is Kuba a product of the Void? That's crazy. That's crazy. I wonder if Kuva's basically just like infinite blood that's being drained from the reliquary drives or something like that. From the fingers cut. You know what I mean? Like, that's just wild. We know it's void related. Kuva's void blood. Yeah. This is the blood of the man on the wall. Yeah, that's not gonna have any fucking... That's not gonna have any consequences. Man. Chug juice? Yeah. It's prime. That's what it is. It's prime.
Seeking to revive her dead sister, wanting to take one of the most direct and potent fonts of the old blood for herself. But even disrupting the delicate balance of void energy and restarting the reliquary drive is enough to put the entire ship and its position on the threshold in danger. The initial assault by the Grineer on the reliquary proved enough to punch holes through the membrane, and a surge of the void rushes through the ship, reawakening the newest dormant void angel, Kira. Invigorated by the rush of power, still fresh and conductive to the void that shapes her new form, Kira's song is enough to severely disrupt the Tenno, two beings of the void clashing their ruinous and reality-shaping powers. When the Tenno comes to, they have been rescued by the remaining Holdfasts, lamenting the loss of their compatriot, but hopeful that the Tenno may be their salvation. As the Tenno works to stabilize the ship and repel the interlopers, we see that the rush of the deep void has allowed the Thrax to cross the threshold, ancient mirrors of Grineer from the height of the Orokin Empire, dredged by the Dominus and Duviri, and left to linger close to the edge, so that when the waters of the void burst through the splits in the membrane, it drew many of the Thrax across as well. The void also continues to work its typical mockeries in creating specters of the past. Some are helpful, like the ghosts of children who are either echoes from across time or remnants of those who did not survive to be recovered by the Orokin, but others are harmful.
Yeah, okay, that's bullshit, because like the only echo that I've seen is the one that fucking robs me. This is a lie. I believe this is nothing but a lie. Greaser with the 10. Albrecht strongly implies that Kuba was already in use before he opened the void, meaning that it was developed by Orokin before and thus does not rely on the void energy to work. I guess I haven't seen. I'm like I don't know. I think one of the reasons why is because it's more like it's how I've been exposed to lore, and it's not very episodic. You know what I mean, for a timeline. Because like when I think about the Orokin, I think like all the way back when like when like Ordis got turned into like a Cephalon and stuff like that. Remember, he got revived using Kuba, right? So you see, Warframe is a Canadian anime. Thank you for the 2. Is Warframe a Canadian anime? This is what they do with Canadian anime. Yeah, Kuba equals Blood Prime. Yeah, that makes sense. Most of Albrecht lore is way before the Old War. Yeah,
like the Skitter Girl, a coagulation of Yonta's childhood anxiety and self-destructive thoughts brought to life through conceptual embodiment. Still a threat.
Well, I mean, at the same time, like it's not like they weren't working with or weren't aware of Void before, when they were trying to do the Void jumps, or before Albrecht opens the wall, right? Like there were still Void storms, there was Void anomalies and stuff like that. So there were other ways that they could have potentially gotten this, Kuva or something like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's interesting.
Even when reflecting the minds of the dead. Despite the Tenno's best efforts, the continuing flood of void energies awakens more angels, which in turn tear new holes in the membrane for further void to flow. Kira, in particular, drinks the deepest of the void's power, not yet calcified and hardened like the older angels, but malleable to the void's desire. Her song becomes more and more powerful, and the connection she formed with the other Holdfasts, sharing their fears, their trauma, allows her angel form to resonate more strongly with them, manipulating their guilt and breaking down their defenses faster than the slow song of the other Void Angels. The Grineer, desperate to take the reliquary and leave the hellish Zariman, began to crack its shielding, drawing all the angels aboard to its location so that they might drink directly from the void through its desiccated flesh. For, in order to maintain their fractured survival, the angels must continue to absorb raw energies of the void, lest they fall dormant, harden, and eventually return to slag. And with Kira still freshly hatched,
that's why the reliquary drive is a defense point on that mission. That makes a lot of sense.
The most receptive to the sustaining power flooding from the reliquary. With Kira at her most resonant, the Holdfasts are no longer able to resist and start to become dissolute. The Tenno defeats Kira, and with the loudest voice in the choir silenced, the song of the void returns to a dull chant. As the song subsides, the membrane recovers and mends, turning the looming flood into a constant but manageable stream. But the damage Kira wrought was significant, and the Holdfasts were unable to resist her power. The Tenno mourns the Holdfasts briefly, but then discovers they survived. For in the moment when they lost their grip on reality and were pulled to drowning by their tether to the deep void, they found another anchor, a new source to draw upon instead of the dark words of the void itself, the Tenno.
Oh, okay.
A source of stabilizing, benevolent void energy, focused through a pure lens that does not slowly pull their souls apart at the seams, threatening to unmake them entirely, but empowers them just by the grace of the Tenno's presence. Quantum ghosts that collapse into the real and manifest when the light of the Tenno is cast upon them. Emboldened by the Tenno, the Holdfasts mark a memorial to the fallen, including Kira, and resolve to turn the Zariman back to a semblance of its former glory. Slowly, the Holdfasts begin to restore their past as the Tenno purifies the ship, as though the Void initially resurrected them as incomplete, fractured slates that made for tender prey. Their consistent exposure to the neutralized Void Angel material restores them. For the Angels are formed of the Void, and in their energy, the memories of the Zariman and its crew still linger. The Void substance comprising the...
So I'm like noticing that one guy didn't have his like the Void stuff on him anymore. Is that just because of is that because like they actually like change the more that you continue to put in whatchamacallit? Changes with rank progression. That's really cool. I like that. That's really cool. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
Work similarly to Aya. Aya being the memory storing medium for the Orokin, which was likely also derived from the Void in some manner, that held the Orokin's memories to when their immortal minds could no longer contain the centuries of their lifespans. The Holdfasts heal from the corrupting song of the Void, becoming more complete and more difficult for the Void to tear apart and consume as they build stronger walls of the self to keep the whispers out. They recall their actions, their deaths, and the guilt they must carry for eternity. But in eternity, they also see an opportunity. They recognize that the past is done, but there is still a chance to rebuild. Yeah. Like the acrodomes that Hombask destroyed were repaired over the long, cold centuries and returned to lush, green life, the Holdfasts too have a chance to right the wrongs of the past. As Cavallero puts it, an eternity of second chances. A chance to atone for their crimes, a chance to restore the Zariman to what it was in the hearts and minds of the colonists who died aboard. A chance to protect the innocent from a dark and inscrutable god lurking in the deep. Thus, the Holdfasts resolved themselves to embody their namesake, to hold fast against the horrors and maintain their vanguard even as half-living specters while the Tenno serves elsewhere. And for now, while the Holdfasts continue to hold the membrane shut and prevent untoward crossing from either side of the wall, this is what we know.
Very cool. Good video, man. Very good video. Yeah, I like his audio mixing, his music mixing, and stuff like that too. That was really good. Obviously, you guys are the ones that suggested this to me, so you know. But yeah, that was fire. Make sure to go give that a like. That was really good. He's the lore king. Yeah, it's really good, man. That's really, really good. That clarified a lot of stuff for me, to be honest. That clarified a lot of stuff. That was really good. I kind of needed something that would give me like a little bit better understanding of things like in order as they were like, you know, as like an actual timeline, because it's really difficult to be able to try to keep track of things, especially like the longer that you play and how quickly you play and how quickly things can happen in succession sometimes. And plus on top of that, the other thing is too is that you know, it's kind of fragmented from a player experience. You know what I mean? Like when you're playing the game, sometimes it doesn't really like sink in that much. It wouldn't sink in that much. Yeah. Brozyme made a timeline. Oh, okay. Yeah. Maybe we'll check out that. Maybe we'll check that out at a different time or something like that. Have you watched that 7-ish hour video that basically shows the entire timeline of the new war? No. I saw somebody in the Discord dropped a video in there that was like, "Hey, you need to watch this," and it's like, or watch this on. It's React content, so it's like it's the React channel. There's people that have been dropping like 3-hour and like 4-hour videos in there, and I'm like, in what fucking universe do you think I'm gonna react to a 3 or 4 hour video on one stream? You're out of your mind. Like, it sounds great. It sounds great from a content perspective, from a re-upload perspective. I need to start cutting some of this like new stuff that we have at the stream I need to start cutting some of this stuff up and just throwing it on the YouTube channel, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of sleeping on that, to be honest. Like, very much so, I'm sleeping on that. Switch Twitch over to the Warframe channel. And then I will bring up the game, and I gotta use the restroom. Ooh, they even changed the launcher, like the logo. Well, not on the launcher, but they changed it on the Steam page. Oh no, it is changed. Yeah, my game. I forgot I need to update my game. Today's Warframe patch notes are literally insane. Yeah, I didn't even look at any of that stuff either. Like the rebalancing and stuff like that, right? Because they changed the way that some stuff works. The new update messed up my Huddersfield scale. I don't know what that is. Magnetic feels so good now. Really? So much has changed. Frost, Ember, and status rework. Oh, how's the Ember rework? Is the Ember rework any good? Has anybody played with her? What do they do to Ember? I didn't actually get to see. Great, great, really. Made her energy efficient. Nice. Ember was mid before. She's more energy efficient now. Great tank now. Ooh. I'm just waiting for my update to download. It's working on it. Speed up mission loading and trim wasted hard drive space. Yes. I'll look at this while we're waiting. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick though. No. Don't. It takes way too long. It'll take 1 hour. How the fuck am I supposed to know that? That takes like 30 minutes. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't even give you a fucking time limit. It just says 5 hours later. Shut up. It's not gonna be that long. You do like that Warframe game. One thing want to ask, when people say it's looter shooter and compare, slap them. Sorry, my English grammar is bad. And very fucking high. What? But it is. You shoot things and you get loot. Just because you shoot things and don't get guns, which technically you do also get guns as well. I think you're just high, honestly. I think you're just high, my guy. I'd take a nap or something. Maybe let it wear off a little bit. You know what I mean? Never weapon drop? Sure you do. Sure you do. There's tons of... what are you talking about? There's tons of times that you kill enemies and they'll drop a weapon blueprint. Do you think because it takes an extra step for you to make the weapon that it somehow doesn't make it a looter shooter? Is that the difference? Is that if I automatically get the weapon, now it's a looter shooter? Do you not shoot stuff and get loot? That's literally, you shoot things and they explode with loot. You pick that loot up and then you rinse and repeat. It's quite literally a looter shooter. The stalker weapons, yep, that's another really good one. Guy, I'm high. I think you're, yeah, no shit. Yeah, for real. Yeah, there's a ton of examples of it. I don't know what, like, I don't even understand why people would get upset about the, the possibility of it or whatever. It looks like this thing will take like 10 or 15 minutes or something like that. I'll just put it over here. You shoot and loot. Yeah, exactly. My potato PC. I do not have a potato PC. What are you talking about? That's not a download. That's them optimizing the cache. I have a great PC. I have a what do I have? Like a 5800X, a 3080. My board's old though. My board is old. I need a new board. That's one of the things that I want to get one day, but the problem is that like upgrading your board is just like a whole fucking thing. That's a whole fucking thing. Your game on SSD or SD? Warframe I think is on my SSD. Just because you have names for your potato doesn't mean it's fast. It's a fast potato. My potato has wheels on it. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. New cinematic, new Warframe, new weapons. Ooh, Eversong, Antare, and Harmony. Ooh, a scythe weapon. I don't think I have a scythe weapon. New game mode, new Eximus unit. Jade Light Eximus. Ooh, interesting. Operation. So that's a new mission. New Warframe augments. TennoGen Shadows. What are TennoGen Shadows? Is it like a community-made item that they put into the game? New in-game market editions, Jade Collection, yup. Resistances and shadow and status rework. The following list of features: simplified faction resistances, armored adjustments, shield adjustments, status effect reworks, Warframe changes. HUD changes, add-ons, fixtures changes, new player experience improvement. Debt bond farming changes. What's debt bond farming? Oh, is that that's like the one thing I had to do at the beginning, right? Or no, that still exists in the game right now. I just haven't done it. I forgot how to do it. I know what it is. It's one of the NPCs there. I did it like once. I did it like once, but I don't remember exactly. Was that how I got my how I got crew members for my railjack? Maybe. Rep tokens? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Same NPC. Okay. Void Rig acquisition improvements. Yeah. Awakening quest improvements. Oh, because they made it where you can like change your color, your frame, and stuff like that. Yeah, that's really cool. New decrees in Duviri. New Undercroft mission, Alchemy. Pathos clamps reward from Undercroft portals. Interesting. Okay, very cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna look at any of this stuff. Not gonna look at any of this. Not gonna look at that. Semi-auto fire mods, new status damage mods. Oh, new status damage mods. Oh, okay, so there's rifle elementalist, status damage, and punch through. Melee elementalist. These actually look pretty decent, to be honest with you. Like depending on the I mean, punch through is gonna depend on the weapon, right? Need rewards. Augment mods. For Protea, Devagoth, Corvex. I don't have Corvex. TennoGen Shadows. A brand new batch of creations from the talented community artists arrive in Jade Shadows. TennoGen Shadows includes an original take on Equinox and Lavos, as well as armor and operator accessories for your arsenal. These look pretty cool. Ooh, I kind of like that. I kind of like that. TennoGen stuff is just like next level, dude. This is also kind of cool. Okay. It's a little chunky. A little chunky. I don't know if I'm not really big into it. I like sleek looking things, not necessarily chunky stuff. Dante Chronicles pack. In-game market edition. So is this Dante... Oh, it's just his normal set. Oh, okay. Read the top. TennoGen almost never misses. Ban Rob, bro. I'm not gonna read anything that guy's saying anyway. Jade collection. Jade's looking fine. Jade be looking fine. I want to see the status rework stuff. Oh, here it is. Status, resistances and status rework. As discussed over the last 2 months, across both dev streams 179 and 180, we've overhauled Warframe's health types and resistances along with a few status effects. To help players revisit their builds following these changes, an inbox containing 3 Forma has been sent to all players today. Okay, so we all get Forma. That's cool. Previous enemy resistances and vulnerabilities were split between 3 health types. Okay. So now... Oh, okay. Because they have these are the things, these health types are what give them their resistances? Is that how that works? Like cloned flesh has a resistance, ferrite armor has a resistance, alloy armor, and machinery. Is that how that works? Is this gone now? Is that what this is saying? This is the old system right here. Oh. So it's far more, okay. So, and this is each health type has unique interactions with various status types. Okay. So physical impact will stagger. Puncture will reduce damage output plus critical chance. Slash will cause bleeding. Individual, and this is still the old. Is this still the old as well? This is new, or this is the old. This is old. This is old still. Okay. Optimizing builds and function. Optimizing builds to make use of the system. Players must prioritize health types per enemies, not per faction. and resistances and vulnerabilities. Our goal is to reduce the friction necessary to engage with optimal play. So we simplified the number of health types, redesigned the status reworks, increased the visibility of their vulnerabilities in the normal gameplay flow. And instead of having 13 health types, we have 4: health, armor, shields, overguard. That's what it that's smart. That's pretty basic. Now these health types serve to differentiate between status effects and abilities that can affect them, such as magnetic hindering shields, corrosive stripping armor, or viral amplifying health damage. Okay, so then that makes it that makes it easier to understand. So if there's enemies that I'm going to be fighting, and I know the vast majority of them are going to be, you know, like I'm going to want something that's going to have magnetic so that I can strip shields. Oops, shit. I don't know what I did there. I want something that has magnetic so I can strip shields. And then if I have viral damage, then after that, then that viral damage is going to deal more direct damage to their health. Corrosive and heat are just better now. Yeah. Okay. We've changed the system that resistances and resistances and vulnerabilities are no longer tied to previous health types. Resistances and vulnerabilities are now based on the faction a player is engaging with. Oh. So I'm going to take a wild guess and say Grineer are going to be shield. Sorry. No, Grineer are going to be armor. So if I'm going to fight Grineer, I want to bring corrosive and viral, or corrosive viral heat. And if I want to fight Corpus, it's going to be like magnetic and viral heat or whatever, right? Corrosive or heat. Okay, for Corpus, toxin. Magnetic toxin. Infected toxin gas. Yeah, well, the reason why I'm saying that is because, like, Grineer are going to be probably the armored enemies. The Corpus are probably going to be the shielded enemies. And then the... who's going to have Overguard? Eximus enemies will have Overguard. What deals damage to Overguard? Magnetic? Okay, magnetic for overguarded enemies. So you're probably still always going to want to have something that has Overguard regardless of, like, whatever faction you're fighting, right? Like, magnetic's going to be kind of a required one that you're going to want to bring no matter what, because you're always going to have Eximus enemies. Or slash for everything, yeah. Because doesn't slash damage ignore resistances? Is that how that works or no? The legendary drops, you're not quite getting it. The health types no longer affect resistances and vulnerabilities. They just affect differently the different abilities. I don't know. I guess it's something that I'll have to, like, play with to understand. Slash bypasses armor damage resistance. Bleed does true damage. Oh, okay. I got you. Oh, got you. Okay, that kind of makes sense. I mean, either way, I'm gonna have to, like, play with it to really understand it. I think I'm, like, too used to the brain rot of, like, simplified games where it's like, you know, fire, you know, like Pokemon statuses, you know what I mean? Fire beats grass, grass beats earth, you know what I mean? Star chart suggested damage. Oh my god, that's fucking huge. Oh my god, that's so fucking huge. This is gonna make the game so much more fucking approachable for fucking just, like, everybody. For everybody. You know what the thing is what's really cool about this is that this actually helps the general player base build craft on their own. You know what I mean? This allows them to be able to build craft on their own rather than have to try to make sense of things by just looking at a patch notes. Yeah, this is going to help with this is going to help with, you know, because I think that more times than not, when your game is obfuscated, what ends up happening is that players will end up finding themselves relying on guides so heavily that they don't understand why they're putting the mods on their weapon. Like, what is the purpose of this build? Why am I building the weapon this way? And they rely on what everybody else is using without understanding why they are using that. When you have things like this actually helps quite a lot in allowing the player to be able to understand why they're using that stuff. Oh, look, damage mechanics. Yeah, no, this is huge. This is, not only does this make it more accessible for newer players, but it makes it more accessible for existing players that have probably been relying far too much on like outside resources. Yeah. Yeah. He kind of feels new, or is it just me? No offense. I started playing the game a month ago. I like the stream says I'm doing Whispers in the Wall for the first time today. I think that's kind of self-explanatory. What am I? Yeah, if I'm doing Whispers in the Wall for the first time today, chances are I have not been playing the game for very long. But yeah, no, this is huge. This is really good, man. Yeah, that's awesome. You know what sucks is that like I wish this stuff existed in the game before I played. I almost wish I started playing today. You know what I mean? Are you going to do it today though? Yeah, I mean the game's at 58% right now. I can't. What do you want me to do? Force it to open? I don't. What? Fucking chill. You're in a live stream. I'm sure you're just joking around, but there's other people that are like being like pushy about play it, and it's just like at the end of the day, like I run on the assumption of this. It's not even the assumption. You're watching a live stream. If you want it to go at your pace, go watch the fucking VOD. Like, what are you doing? Go watch it on YouTube. Go watch it, somewhere. Like, you don't have to be there live. It's just odd when people want to try to push things along for themselves. It's like you can watch it literally anytime you want. You don't have to watch it right now. Just buy more internet speed. I don't know. This is actually processing power, but it just jumped from 48% to 61% the minute I just looked at it. So it's happening. It's happening. Just taking some time. People said to play the game 20 minutes into the stream. People said to play the game 5 minutes into the stream. Though, to be honest, something that's funny that's happened and I didn't even realize, like, oh, this is so fucking embarrassing. So I didn't check the live stream notification VOD that I had put up on YouTube, and it put up the like lobby for people to be able to come and watch. It put it up early, and then what ended up happening is that YouTube bugged, and it showed that the stream was gonna be last night at 11:30 p.m. So, like, over 150 or some odd people had showed up, like, in the pre-lobby of the chat, just hanging out, waiting for the stream to start. And I, like, looked over, because I was still editing the video for today, right? Like, there was the video that I posted on YouTube today. And while I was still editing, I, like, looked over, and I saw, like, a bunch of people talking in the chat box, and I was like, what the fuck? And I look, and they're like, is he late? What's going on? And I'm like, oh my fucking god. I had to like apologize to everybody and then change the time. And I'm like, I'm fucking sorry, guys. I'm sorry. My bad. I should have double checked. I didn't double check. That's my fault. I was going to work, then I watched the schedule and was like, what the fuck at this hour? Yeah, no, I'm not going to be scheduling a stream. We're just here to see it. You're just here to see what? I mean, like, if you're just here to see that, then, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't do what you want. It's fucking, I don't understand. Like a language barrier or something here. I don't understand. Like, that's just fucking weird to say. Okay, so sub-factions have different vulnerability differences. Okay. Oh, I see. This is the reason why people are pointing off to this. This is the reason why people are pointing at this. That makes sense. The UI improvements to the nav screen for builds. Yeah, that's going to be really nice. Oh, we're just here. Oh, okay. No, you're fine. You're fine. But Virus, understand that, you know, when I'm up to this point where I'm like, you know, we're like 3 hours into stream and the amount of stuff that I see people say over time, it's hard for me sometimes not to just automatically want to fucking bite chat in the neck sometimes. Lovingly, by the way. Lovingly. But yeah, no, I get it. Most people are just here to see me have fun with the game. Please do. Okay, stop. I shouldn't have said it like that. I fucking walked myself into that one. Yeah, just a nibble. Ulu. God damn it. Sub-factions will also have different vulnerabilities and resistances from their primary counterpart. The three main sub-factions are Kuba Grenier, Corpus Amalgam, and Deimos Infested. Grenier unlocked by default. Okay, Second Dream, Angels of the Zariman, and then this other one is going to be after Whispers in the Wall. Interesting. Okay. These are factions. Sub-factions. Kuva, Corpus. Okay, I get it now. Which we've already done all of these, so those are already available. Default faction resistance, vulnerabilities and resistances. Grenier are vulnerable to impact and corrosive. Oh, so it's not, I get what you guys are saying. It's not necessarily based on, it's not like I'm trying to build to beat shields. I'm trying to build to beat armor. I'm trying to, it's each one of these are going to have their own shit set up. Impact, corrosive, Corpus, you're going to build for puncture and magnetic, and infested slash and heat. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense now. That's much easier to understand. Why did they swap Grenier and Corpus to impact and puncture? I have no idea. Probably because no, do you know what? I think that actually kind of makes sense from a visual perspective. Like, the Grenier are very heavily armored, so puncture damage is going to be less useful against them because, like, fucking look at them. They got big-ass fucking armor on them and shit like that. The Corpus, however, on the other hand, are, you know, they have shields, but they don't actually have really anything else under that. You know what I mean? Like, they're mostly just wearing, like, you know, little baby spacesuits and shit. So it kind of makes sense from, a visual perspective, I think. Personally. That's just me. Impact to send them flying. Yep. Is it time to bring out my Baldur Prime? Funny story. When I first started playing, I thought the Baldur was the best weapon in the game, and I didn't realize that there were prime weapons, and I farmed my Baldur. This is before I started streaming the game. My bolter is that same bolter, by the way, now became a melee weapon, so the Bolter Prime used to be the best gun in the game. I could easily see that. Goy, I guess that's how you say that. Thank you for the 11. Well, sadly, I live in Europe and it just turned 0-100. Gotta go. Good luck. Have fun with Whispers. I'm looking forward to watching your reaction on the VOD. Thank you so much. Impact lowers how much damage you need to do to perform finishers. We're at 97%. We're almost there, baby. We're almost there. Just about to start. Impact lowers how much damage you need to do to perform finishers. Oh, I didn't even know that. It didn't matter on Corpus since they barely had any health and Grenier's have it now. That makes sense then. That makes sense. Bolter Prime is still top tier weapon because the Incarnate mode you'll unlock by completing your star chart. Ooh, that actually kind of sounds fun, to be honest with you. Incarnate actually sounds fucking sick. 2 a.m. here. You guys are fucking psychos. 98%. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. We're almost there. It's just like, it's also the thing where people are like, it's 1 a.m. here, it's 2 a.m. here. I'm like, it's 3 p.m. here. It's 3 p.m. Okay, so like this makes a lot more sense. This just makes, in general, makes a lot more sense. Oricon, puncture viral, resistant to radiation. Okay, so now you can see the resistances. Okay, I'll look over more of this probably tomorrow or something like that. We'll look over that like tomorrow. The music sounds like Soulframe. Dude, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for I'm still waiting for my opportunity to get into the whole Soulframe thing. I want to look into it, even though I realize there's probably be like NDAs and stuff like that. But I want in. I want to check it out. I want to see it. I want to see what's going on. You know what I mean? Did you register your email for Soulframe? No, I'm just gonna bully my way when I have an interview with the developers. Why would I email? Register? No. I'm gonna go to their offices and be like, give it to me. Give it to me. Is it working? Specified window is not a game. Oh, because I clicked the wrong one. Oh my god. In the moments of despair, the battle resonate, let the battle resonate with a song. Jade Shadows brings our newest Warframe Jade into the herald of both life and death. Delve into the long-held secrets of the Origin system with our new Ascension game mode and the latest cinematic quest. And then I have all this stuff here. Weapons look really fucking cool. There's a new landing craft. That landing craft looks fucking sick. That landing craft looks sick. New Ureli skin. And Jade. 800. Oh boy. Oh boy. Come on over here.
These may help the flow.
The flow? What flow? Uh-oh, I don't know which one to take. Oh man, why you got... Oh man, what is this? What is this? Wait, which one is the one, hold on, recently I got... Isn't there one of these, augment mod? I know that they're augment mods. I'm not actually, I'm saying what is this as in like, why do you give me so many fucking options? That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking what it actually is. Ratka Dart Dagger. Don't threaten me with a good time. I mean, it's almost too simple for me to want to do anything like that. The lighting the dagger has looks better. Really? Oh shit, that actually looks sick as fuck. What the fuck? Puncture, slash, and radiation damage. Racket dagger gives shields. Take the dagger. Dagger passive is OP. Alright, let's take it.
Very well.
I get more than one thing? No. Okay. Very cool. Hello, everybody. You guys keeping the ship clean? Good job. Do we have anything cooked in the oven now? And you know it's a good day when you log in and you get to pick up 2 primes. Bam. Bam, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Except for I've been slacking on a lot of this, by the way. I've been really slacking when it comes to some of this stuff. I need to go get more of those. I need to go get more plans to be able to make like detonite injectors and all that stuff. I haven't been doing that lately. Are we using old girl today? Yeah, we'll use old girl. That's fine. That's fine. We use her. Baruch, my beloved. Log in and a monk is sitting in your foundry. Gotta love it. You know what I mean? Look at Ember's fat hips. Oh, actually, I want to see what the prime skin looks like. 'Cause I have basic Ember. I want to see what the prime looks like. Let's see. Ember. Wow. Wow. That's pretty nice, actually. Actually pretty nice. I mean, it's hard not to just use the Praxis because the Praxis just looks that fucking good. This one actually looks pretty nice too, to be honest. But like, I mean, like the Praxis skin is just so good. Like, this is just so good. But that new one's gonna be that new one's gonna be good. Majesty looks like Sauron. Sauron. Yeah, I guess kind of. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Would it be possible for you to make a silly looking operator? Stream will enjoy the coming content. You don't have to change how your drifter looks. A silly operator, not the drifter. Is that what you're saying? Why would I want to do that? Please don't. I like Greaser. I like how you say chat will like it, and then everybody in chat is like, don't. It's like, please don't. Please, please, please don't. Okay. Yeah, this looks really good too. We'll have to work on her and level her up. Where's Baruch? Oh, I mean, he looks fucking sick. What the fuck? Do you have any cosmetics for him? No, I just have all his base stuff. How do his cosmetics look? Let's look at the skins. I want to see. I like the helm on this one. The helm looks really good. That's kind of basic. This is like fucking loud. I mean, the double arms look sick though. He's like a goat man. It's pretty basic. I don't really like the helm on that one. Helm on this one is fucking nasty though. This fucking helmet is awesome. Actually, this skin in general looks really good. Yeah, this is pretty slick. Ooh, I mean, that one's actually pretty good too. It might just be the blue that's catching my eye. Blue is one of my favorite colors, so it's kind of like I kind of just automatically go for it. People can take cutscenes so seriously, you know. No spoilers though, but you can make scary things a lot more funny. Yeah. I think for the 5. Yeah, no, these look pretty good. Honestly, his base skin is probably the best looking one. I'll be real with you guys. There's a few of them that are like that, where like their base skins are just so good. What does he do, by the way? Anyway, I don't even know what this guy even does. I already know what Ember does, but I don't know what this guy does. Every time LD asks something in chat, a civil war breaks out there. I know exactly. I know, for real. Each projectile dodged. Each enemy lulled and disarmed. Erodes Baruch's restraint and fuels the storm within. As Baruch's restraint is diminished, he becomes 50% more resistant to damage. So the more you dodge and disarm enemies or put them to sleep, the more damage resistant he becomes. So he's kind of like a tank one. So his 1, dodge all incoming projectiles, but only while not attacking. Use it again to deactivate this ability. Okay. A calm wave slows enemies until they fall, so you put them to sleep. You put enemies to sleep. Enemies awoken by damage will be confused and disoriented. Short-term amnesia means all waking enemies forget anything that happened before the lull. What does that mean? They forget what happened before they went to sleep. He's great in Steel Path, otherwise not enough for enemies. Stealth damage multipliers. Oh, resets aggro. That's really interesting. Threat reset. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Summon a bevy of orbiting daggers that seek out enemy guns, destroying them with a small explosion. Combine with elude to double the damage. Oh. Oh, to double the damage range. I got you. Okay, that makes sense. And then his alt is... With restraint eroded, Baruch commands the desert wind to deliver powerful radial strikes with his fist and feet, each moment commanding the storm restores his restraint. That's pretty cool. So you just go like straight up monk mode. Just like punching and beating the shit out of everybody. I like it. It's kind of sick. That's very cool. Pacifist, yeah. He punch, yeah. He's the Goku frame, yeah, it seems like it. That's pretty cool. Today we will use... I still need to level Korra. I keep forgetting to level this one. We'll use Saren Prime. Or you could use Wisp. Whips. Actually, you know what? We haven't used Protea in a while. Let's use her. I think she already has... I think she's like pretty... No. No, we're not going to use her because I'm not trying to mess with that right now. Not even trying to mess with that right now. We'll use Volt. We'll go back to basics. We'll go back to where we started. Weapons and stuff are fine for now. This will be okay. Except for my operator still wearing that dumbass Revenant mask. I don't want to have that. I forgot there's cutscenes, so I don't want my operator looking like a goober. What is it under? Transference suit? There it is. Okay. Looking good, girl. Looking good, girl. Keep looking good. Goober mode activated. Best cutscenes with the Norg mask. Man, I can't believe there's only 3 quests left. That's crazy. Whispers in the Wall. You guys ready for this? I'm not gonna put Twitch in sub only mode. I'm just gonna let you guys roll, man, because I don't read it anyway when I'm watching cutscenes and stuff. So I'll leave you guys out of jail today. Okay, I'll leave you guys out of jail today. I'll let you guys just pog out and have a good time. Chances are you guys are probably just gonna like fucking. For some odd reason, Twitch chat is way better about Twitch chat's way better about not spoiling things than YouTube chat is. YouTube's just a bunch of fucking degenerates. Whispers in the Wall. Lloyd has had strange dreams. Desperately needs to show you something. Okay. No? Usually they hit me with something, you know what I mean? Cinematically, the best quest, in my opinion. I'm interested. I'm looking forward to it. Kalimos sequence. I need to turn off noties. What was that? Well, Ramos, is that you? Now I need to listen to Into the Hellfire. Wait, what? Is that a pager? Is that Jojo? Is that Jotaro? Those CRTs? Just like a cat to hop up on the fucking keyboard. Kitty. Fuck.
Oh, my lonely vigil is over. Follow me, Tenno, and on no account wake the family. Despite their conflicts, they sleep in peace. But a solitary dream plagues me. You must understand, constructs cannot dream. And yet, I have. In my dream, one single name repeats. Kalimos. Surface, long locked away. This was no dream, Tenno. It was a precept. The Kalimo sequence.
What? I need to fix something real quick. There we go. Every time I hear him say Kalimos, it makes me think of like Indiana Jones.
The Kalimos sequence has begun.
I think that's Kalimas.
It cannot be undone.
The dude like reaches Kalima. Yeah, exactly. The dude like reaches into the chest, pulls his heart out. Kalima. What the fuck? Bro, you were hiding in Indiana Jones' treasure room this whole time? What is this? That's the Oricon. Oh, it's this is Albrecht. That's him getting into the ball, that's him opening the door, that's the ball smashing. That's probably him being seen by the void. That's the hands probably like reaching out of the wall. That's the fingers that cut off that they turned into the to the void, the fucking void things. And that is oh, that's the words. The whatchamacallits, the things that we use to take out the whatchamacall, the come on. What the hell are they called? The oh, brain. Oh.
Loke. Void.
Oh.
From brooding gulfs are we beheld by that which bears no name. Its heralds are the stars it fells, the sky and earth aflame. Corporeal laws are unwrit as suns and love retreat. To cosmic madness, laws submit, those stalwart minds entreat. In luminous space, blackened stars they gaze, accuse, deny. Roiling, moaning, this realm of ours in madness lost shall die. Carrion hordes trill their profane accord with eldritch plans. To cosmic forms from tangent planes, we end as we began.
My poem's so sick. Yeah. Isn't this the same stuff that was on
Zata. Truth. It began long before us. We who now live our perfect and dull, endless lives. It began long before these moon palaces and body markets hurling around our golden sun. It began long before our light coil thinkers, our radiation wars, our oil smoke. It began with us, the continuity and its twin, wanderlust. The need for unseen shores deep in our marrow. No judge, jester, queen, or king can escape this old blood. We are nomads, eternal. And when no ocean, mountain, or sky could contain us, our gaze hungered starward. Afar, they mocked us with their brittle light, winking and jeering like dangling iotons, forever out of reach, illuminating the truth. Immortal as we are, we die with the sun. That's where I come in.
See, like, especially after everything that we've experienced up until this point, like, this fucking hits even harder than it ever has before, because it's like, so, you know, they started out on Earth, and it was wanderlust and continuity, so it was their immortality and their desire to see more than what they had, but it was also obviously the war and them ravaging and destroying their own planet, which then led them to leave Earth. I would imagine Earth is where they started, maybe, probably, most likely. They leave there, and then they do the exact same thing they did on their home world to all the other worlds, and, you know, their fear of death from the sun, you know, the end of the sun, they gotta go somewhere else, you know what I mean? So, yeah.
Jahu, form. My departure was a day less than any other. When I stepped inside the bell, I saw no crowd through its glass, no skeptical onlookers, no regal send-off. They all had given up on me and my paradoxical formulations. The wasted years had all shown the void to be just that. Nothing. No energy, no entanglement, no form. To spacefaring ambitions, a dead end. On the day, my laboratory was mostly vacant of witnesses, most of all of expectation. Only my sluggish attendants, my sagacious Kavat, Kalimos, and of course my daughter. I had raised her alone, but with inconsistent vigor. In those eyes, her mother's, I did see a terrible reflection of a man that did not exist. A brave and principled man about to make history. In truth, he was a void himself, an outcast, a joke, a nothing. Driven by my humiliation, failure had made me bitter and reckless. I would dive into the depths myself to prove them all wrong. I gave the signal. My daughter grasped the lever. Kalimos then belted out a desperate, rasping growl. But it was too late.
Yeah. So basically, he had came up with all of these, all these ideas about the void and these theories on the void. The rest of the Oricon were like, yeah, nah, we're not hearing it, bruh. There's nothing, there's no way that, there's no way that this is going to work or anything like that. And then, out of that shame and humiliation, he just went through with it, even though he was being, incredibly reckless about it. And, yeah. So fucking metal. With the abundance of bad writers in entertainment recently, it's nice to listen to something that's more, with more elevated language. Dude, one, the voice actor is fucking crushing it, and then two, on top of that, their writing and the Warframe's writing is just bar none some of the best that's out there. I don't know what. There's a few things that I have in mind that I'm gonna try to do, but I want to make it a point that even though I am not a primarily Warframe content creator by any means, I want to do whatever I can to try to elevate and blow this game through a loudspeaker and try to get more people's eyes and hands on it. It's so worthwhile. It's just a story. It's a story and an experience that I think is worthwhile for a lot of people. I think it is.
Vorm. Order. The calipers yawed open the wall between worlds, stretching there a black trapezoidal gap. A door, a mouth. It yawned in the light of the room, splintering it to mesmerizing, unearthly hues. And I, inside the bell, dropping obliquely toward it from my gallows. Mass and time rippled as a sudden vortex jawed before me. My head was vapor, my feet lodestone. The bell around me flexed like a rat paralyzed in a winding, gulping snake. I faltered in the awe of it, stumbling against the ceraglass, and with that, shifted the bell's path through the wall. It grazed the caliper membrane, the edge of the door. No worldly edge was as thin, as sharp as could split even light. As the bell faintly grazed it, the ceraglass was all at once rendered like strips of flesh by Dax's blade. My enclosure was beheaded in an instant, but still, I fell, sideways, into the void.
Imagine just being the crazy thing is that it's so hard to try to imagine what an experience like that could be, because you're in essence staring into impossibility, something that is so beyond your comprehension. that like, of course he's gonna make a mistake. Of course he's gonna stumble and fall or something like that, because it's like, yeah, it's just fucking crazy. Imagine the fear and terror you would experience. Like, now you're going in, baby.
Fass. Chaos. Death was on me, I was certain. I was face down, eyes clenched, my heart pulsing the last of its seconds, and my lungs burning the last of its air. A sudden nostalgia gripped me. I grasped desperately for memory of a storm just past, the fumbling pitch of a child's song. Yet all these thoughts seemed to steal away from my mind like smoke through a vent. I would die empty. I then became aware of another sensation, physical, a web of pain, needles itching into my arm. At once I realized I was alive. Laying in the bill's shattered ceraglass, I groped the ground, warm stone, the floor of my laboratory. So, I had never left. And so, I had failed. Again. I heard a crunch alongside me. Someone stepping through the shattered glass. With great shame, I gasped and rose my head to face my daughter above me. But as I opened my eyes, it wasn't her. It was me.
Hey, kiddo. Hey, kiddo.
I have one responsibility in the Kalimos sequence. Awaken the sleeper. But I cannot do it alone. Please, assist me once more.
Riss. Light. The senselessness of it. The paradoxic, the vague, untimed form. I was alone, but not. For I stood there confronted by myself. A twin, but no brother. A reflection, but with dimension. Behind him, no horizon, but a vast broiling sea of caustic light pierced at random by black pin stars. And closer, around me, a gale of flowing vapor, profane in color, billowing relentlessly into the nascent lack, seeking all directions. I was standing on a precipice of familiar stone, jagged and unanchored as though cleaved directly from the very floor of my laboratory. I wondered at the vapor's path, smoking outward more, leaving behind now the walls, the filigree gold, the rare cuts of marble from my home. I knew at once the vapor's source. I turned away, back toward the wall, the trapezoid I had yawed into it. Vapor erupted inward at the gap, but not just from there. For as I rolled my eyes back, I saw the same. A great steam of scintillation smoking out from my skull. Dumb in awe, I faced toward my chimerical twin. He spoke.
The fact that like he can even recollect these things to begin with is fucking crazy, because like the amount of like tricks that your brain has to be playing on you for you to realize that you are both in your laboratory and not in your laboratory at the exact same time, while like also then you look up and your head is like, what the fuck, dude? It's so sick. It's so sick. It's so sick. Akarai, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Kra. Time. An old name, unspoken in the centuries since my mother reared me. A soft hiss, soothing as a viper's gaze. Little Bengal. The other me reached out, offering his hand, gliding toward me without moving, as though the distance between us was now collapsing. A confusion, most euphoric, filled my mind. With the shred of wit that remained, I decided that I should run for my life. At once, crazed and frantic, I fled. But I made no forward progress. Instead, The world compressed ever more around me, as though I were an anchor pulling the shore to reach. When I arrived at the door, or rather, the door arrived at me, I howled, hurling myself inside, out. And then and there I was, lost and unlost, howling on the floor in harmony with my wretched Kalimos, lacerated in flesh and heart, scattered as the bell glass, spilling blood and stomach on the cold stone floor. But I sensed the other there at the wall's breach behind me, reaching still. I screamed, but my voice was gone. Forever. I looked, but my eyes would never see again. I swept my fist across the floor, snatching broken shards, and in gripping tightly, I filled my hands with ink. Close it, I wrote.
It's so fucking metal. It's so fucking metal. It is like, I hope they reuse something like this in the future, because this is so good. I mean, they're probably just gonna do better, because that's just what Warframe does, right? They just do better.
Time to us is all but conquered. Our sacred Kuba moves us on to new skin. We numb to our daily, yearly trifles, and remedy those memories that bring lasting misery. With all our misdeeds, our excess, our indignity, we are haunted by nothing. But not for me, for with each passing day, there grew within a tumorous idea. It was minute in those early days, the pale-reaching digits severed on the floor, studied with reverence, with greed. And it swelled larger in the latter days. The regal domes, the rail dedications, the unholy Zariman parade. I had put the stars within reach, but at what cost? I never spoke of him, that man trapped in the wall. And while there have been countless souls who have followed me through with their light skippers and field wave skins and very-eyed instruments, not a single one ever saw him. Me. And so it is that I will not take the Kuva now, or ever again. This is the last skin I'm in. Because of this idea, that I cannot be sure, that in all that smoked commotion, in all that panic and fear, in that bending light and blinding dark, was it I who escaped? Or the other?
Man, is that like fucked up to go through a situation like that, only for you to think and then be trapped by the idea of not knowing whether you are actually you anymore? Because of like, that's just how fucking mind-bending of a situation that was. The tonal change, you can hear the fear in his voice. You can hear the fear in his voice. We're gonna listen to this one more. Listen to this one more time.
Loke, void. From brooding gulfs are we beheld by that which bears no name. Its heralds are the stars it fells, the sky and earth aflame. Corporeal laws are unwrit as suns and love retreat. To cosmic madness, laws submit, though stalwart minds entreat. In luminous space, blackened stars they gaze, accuse, deny. Roiling, moaning, this realm of ours in madness lost shall die. Carrion hordes trill their profane accord with eldritch plans. To cosmic forms.
Damn, that line goes so hard. Carrion hordes, man.
As we began.
Straight up fucking metal lyrics, dude. I need like fucking I need to get guys, okay, like here's the plan. I need you guys to help me with something, okay? I need you guys to help me get famous enough that I can make relationships with like big popular streamers, musicians, and etc. Okay, and then what I will do is that I will use that power that you gave me. Okay, I will use that power for good, and I will go and I will talk to Will Ramos, and and I'll talk to Spirit Box and these other, be like, hey, I need you guys to play this game, okay? And I need you to also write a song about it. Like, please gaslight streamers into playing Warframe. No, I'm gonna gaslight artists, fucking more talented artists than me. I need like a fucking a sick fucking Will Ramos VA and Warframe win. No. I just think I'm just fucking throwing it out there. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Like, I would love to be able to hear this screamed. That's all I gotta say. I don't know what else to tell you. But you know, something that I'm thinking about, by the way. Time for me to cook a little bit, okay, guys? I'm grabbing my skillet real quick. So, two things that I've noticed right off of the bat is that we saw Homeboy in his lab with old tech, like our old tech. That didn't look like old tech from like this universe. It looked like old tech from our universe. And one of the things that I find is really interesting is that Albrecht, as a scientist, was always somebody that saw value in things that no one else saw value in. It's one of the reasons why he was cast aside in the first place. He saw value in the void, right? And nobody believed him. Everybody pushed him away, right? And one of the things that historically we've seen, since especially starting the last few quest lines, especially when talking about the idea of eternalism, which is they're all like really fucking, they're hooked on this idea of eternalism and the void. But one of the things that, if you remember, when the Cephalon was teaching the class, they treated the past like it was a fucking throwaway. Like, the past is useless. We don't even think about the past. All we do is think about the present and the future, and those are the only things that matter inside of eternalism, right? The past, fuck that shit. Past is stupid. Don't even think about that stuff. This is the kind of guy that would see value in the past. This is the kind of guy that would see value in the past. He saw value in the void. He would see value in the past. In the past. What the fuck? I mean, you see this one right here. This is like, you know, if you take a little race car and it goes across this little path here, and you put a little bump there, and it's like a balancing thing, right? And then it splits off into two. See, he's really into this like two wiener thing. I wonder if that has something to do with, you know, the void space. Lisan al-Gaib. Lisan al-Gaib. Yeah, deep. It's repeating. It's repeating. The world can only the world can only this is telling me is the world can only be saved with two penises. Is that an... I saw that in the cutscene. Is that a fucking Orokin?
I feel we are
like the
off the
body?
edge of the map and into the domain of monsters. Master Entrati never completed his final project, the vessels. The sequence dictates they cannot awaken before the sleeper does.
I love how like Dr. Frankenstein-esque this is.
Let us hope the sleeper is untroubled by such strangeness. Find them.
Standing on the shoulders of giants. Get out. Pick his nose? No, I'm gonna pick his nose. Dude, this place looks so fucking cool. What the fuck? This is so sick. Vitriol vial. Oh my god, these are like, oh, please tell me these are like fucking missions that I get to fucking run. This place is so sick. I will have no problem returning to this place. I could farm in a place like this all year long. This looks so good. I like how this game just gets more and more visually impressive the longer that you play it. This is so fucking good looking, dude. This is so good looking. This is so good looking. Holy shit.
Necromex, poor abandoned things, still faithfully following Master Entrati's last command to defend. Show mercy, Tenno. End them.
They were like docile.
Master Entrati called it the Void Tongue. He feared it was meaningless, and feared more that it was not.
The fuck? Like, this is one of those things that I've talked about like a few times when you're like looking at this fucking place. Like, what's crazy is the way that they like blend so many separate themes together, like so many different inspirations into one single thing. Like, I'm getting like fucking Dr. Frankenstein vibes, but I'm also getting like almost like kind of like Castlevania-esque kind of but then also it's like, you know, hints of Oricon, obviously for good reason, but it's so cool. Fuck your lab. This is so sick. What is that? This is so I thought that the sentient ships were the sickest. This is fucking insane. This is insane. What is that? The necromech? Yeah, it is. The lighting here is so cool. like a library. It's supposed to be like scrolls or something. Yeah.
There. That book was like a diary to Master Entrati. His grimoire. No doubt it holds the secrets of the vessels and of the Kalimo sequence. Take it, Tenno. Very active. It is reading.
Hey, I'm Dante. I'm cooler than Dante.
I confess it galls me slightly to see a compendium of knowledge used as a weapon. But needs must. We need be in no doubt of your skill, at any rate.
I'm super fucking curious whose brain this is. That's fucking crazy. What are we working on? Never mind, I don't give a shit. Good job, kitty cat. A very cat thing of you to do. Just fucked up an entire table. I like how this ain't my house. This ain't my house. Fuck this place. Hi, kitty cat. You scared me. Oh God. It's... Buddy, not right now. This is like the worst moment you could possibly be here. This is just like fucking... This is just like This is just like Chains of Horror.
We can only hope this sleeper has been untouched by this vast horror, this great indifference.
What the fuck is this place? We're not in Kansas anymore. What the fuck? We're like still in the building? We've heard you like mixed themes, so we mix your themes with our mixed themes to give you mixed themes. Yeah, no shit. It's like this place is caught between two spaces. Like, it looks like it's built into this place, but it's not. What the fuck?
I ask too much of you, Tenno. These horrors must be stopped! If these fragments want to unite, destroy them swiftly, Tenno.
These fragments were to unite. You mean these oddly wall-shaped fragments?
Right. Onward!
This place looks fucking insane.
The next train is arriving. Doors are on the right.
The fuck?
Master Entrati jealously protected his most adored possessions, be they objects or people. Come, the sleeper awaits.
What the fuck is that? Oops. It looks like ships entangled in I don't even know what in a fucking portal. It kind of like hurts my brain to look at. Sick. Vampires. Subway Prime. What the fuck? Give me 1 second. Let me feed the cat really quick. He's hungry. Sorry, buddy. He's like trying to sit on my mouse hand. He wants to say hello to everybody. Yeah, I'm hungry. Okay, here we go. Whew. Here we go.
The Kalimo sequence has begun? Did he send you? Is he? No. No, of course he didn't. That would be impossible.
This is, well, Lloyd, the original. All
What?
emotional centers very much intact. Did you have a good sleep?
Ah, the helpful necroloid my Albrecht had made, so that I might have assistance and company. Perhaps that made it easier for him to leave. Resume your duties, construct.
Resume your duties,
Spicy.
construct.
Please, follow me.
This is a Tenno, an orphan of the void, continuing the struggle our master abandoned.
A Tenno. A deserter, presumably. Is
Deserter?
it not aware there's a war going on?
What?
So, the war, too, is just a memory now.
I like how this is like the most normal NPC I've seen my entire time playing this game. Check the pager, son. What the fuck? Let me just walk into this motherfucker's mouth real quick. What?
Tenno, while Lloyd completes his inspections, you'd better meet the Cavia, a reminder of darker times. Though Master Entrati always hoped the awaited operator would be able to understand them.
Oh. What? Norg status, fully alert, brain function, exceptional, monitoring nutrients, subject sent into the void by Albrecht Entrati on mission 3-1. We have a void-touched fish. We have a void-touched bird. Zekaba Zek Zek? Yeah, I totally get that. You guys got that too, right? Avian status. Overstimulated. Sedative recommended. Revival process ongoing. Subject sent into the void by A. Entrati, mission 3-1. So these are like animals that he had sent into the void. What the fuck is that? Like a goat? Cerebrolite. Status, extreme depression. Feel that.
Experiment.
No substitute. Oh, no substitute made available. Species extinction imminent. Subject sent into the void by A. Andrade on mission 3-1. Maidenless. Maidenless. Depression status extreme. Man. You're not alone, big dog. It's okay.
Albrecht left a great deal incomplete. The vessels are unfinished, like a book one might one day return to. Operable, barely. The sequence dictates I am to wait for their operator. Clearly that cannot be you.
Look, you fucking asshole. Fucking dick.
Master Entrati's grimoire suggests you are the key. That colorless antique there? Use it.
The computer? What is up with this, like, fucking Windows 99 screensaver this motherfucker has on here? Do people even use screensavers anymore on computers? I don't. I can literally just use a cipher. Sure. What?
This isn't right. The transference stream. It's
God, what?
Please note, payment processing systems are powered. All ticketing stations are cash only.
What?
Arthur, find a terminal. Check in. I need to know you made it.
What? What is this fucking game, dude? What is this game? What is this? Like, their narrative is so flexible that they can literally turn to like whatever they want to do. They can go anywhere, whenever. Like, this is so fucking crazy. This is so crazy. So there's like an infection spreading on this world. If this is our world, maybe it's the past, maybe it's the future.
Feels like there's someone in my head.
Even got like movie posters up. Feels like there's someone in my head.
Then I wouldn't be alone on New Year's Eve. They found me. Keep going, Arthur. Find Dr. Entrati. Follow him into hell if you have to.
It's coming up to midnight, folks. Is your PC ready for the new millennium? Or are you one of the switch-on makers who can tell this so-called Y2K event is just a bunch of bullpucky? Stay tuned. Here's where we find out.
What? What the fuck? Hold on. Oh, I can actually bullet dodge. Oh, okay. I'm a fucking Warframe. I'm Excalibur? Ish? I mean, look at the armor, of course. Arthur, Excalibur. Okay, yeah. Kalima. Kalimas. Here comes Jotaro.
You are late.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
So,
That's a very familiar smile, by the way.
1999 in one piece. But that thing is still on his heels. Albrecht rarely smiled after his return from the void. And never like that.
Yep.
I smashed the casket for nothing! It followed him anyway! Silence, creatures! It seems the murmur overloaded your connection. Unfortunately for Albrecht's cherished POM 2, not as future-proof as the label claimed. Alas. The murmur. They're attacking the sensory network I installed. Our eyes and ears. To arms, Tenno! Play the warrior, and leave the tactics to me. Construct, I'm awake. Your one responsibility is fulfilled. Be with the family. They must be kept in the state of ignorance to which my Albrecht so wisely consigned them.
But I... Yes, I see. Until we meet again, Tenno.
Open your arsenal and equip the grimoire. What is it, primary? Or is it a gear wheel thing? Secondary? Of course. Pistol mod has really high crit chance. Might as well boost that shit. Multi-shot. More multi. Heat would give me radiation. Gold gives me magnetic. I don't know. I'm not gonna think about it right now. I'm just gonna go. It's not gonna be that big of a deal, I don't think. I can worry about that later.
I'd crawl away in shame too if I'd done what Lloyd did. Doesn't that grimoire feel a little light?
The murmur presumes to destroy our auditory and visual senses. In all the time I have been asleep, I have never once been so bold. Ignore the caveat, Tenno. If Albrecht ever understood their babble, he never bothered to share that knowledge with me. Here they come! After all those years of creeping, silent encroachment, something has changed them, stirred them up. The necromecs never could be compelled to attack the murmur. Albrecht suspected they could no longer distinguish between the indifferents and himself. A theory he was reluctant to confirm.
I'm confused. I just need more of these, okay. The other ones are below me. Where are they at? What even is this? Feels like a defense mission. I would treat it like that, but I also have to collect these things. What is that? Okay. The Vitrium.
Get to the Vitrium! Look at them. The indifference. He could have given lessons in indifference. Albrecht once thought the Carvia should have been destroyed. Failures all. But he briefly showed reluctance. And I saw no reason to punish them for his negligence. I saw off Branham's thugs. I
Fuck.
beat back the infested. And by the void I shall see the end of these monstrosities.
This is so fucking cool, man. I don't understand what the Void Spear... I don't know what the glyphs do, but I'm just grabbing them because I guess I need to. I'm stuck. Oh, it just reinforces it. It increases its shield. Oh, okay. I got it now. I see now. I didn't see the text box pop up the first time. So it looks like it's like taking control of like robots, but then there's also like pieces of like arms attached to like a wall or a floor or something.
Organs you're here to protect. A fallback system, in case. A promised operator, like a show. Yourself down, Tenno. We are still alive. Rejoin me and the Kalimo sequence may proceed.
Fucking sick, dude. This is so cool. Necrocoil. An experimental array. And Entrati orbals. New materials. Oh boy. You're a... What did you call me? Excuse you?
You're right, Fish. Roy could never figure things out. We have nothing to worry about.
If the Carvia have been babbling our secrets to the Murmur, I shall immolate the lot of them. Promise or no promise? It seems Albrecht said more than we heard. Despite the signal becoming corrupted, his words to you are preserved in the transference buffer. We should extract them. But for that, the POM-2 requires a replacement board. And those are all hidden away in the Netra cells. You do understand that accessing a Netra cell without a key glyph is completely impossible?
Okay. Lonely boy. Oh, he has the key. Best boy. Best boy.
A key glyph? So, the Carvia have provided the very item we require. Very well.
Best boy.
Proceed to the Netrocell at your own risk, Tenno. That babbling oddity may be sending you into a trap, and if you do end up in one, I'm afraid you are on your own.
Okay. Okay, before I do this, I need to fill my water. Give me 1 minute. The Warframe narrative team doesn't miss. Dude, this is fire. This is fire. Actually, you do get the names when they talk. But they aren't spoilers. Yeah, yeah. This is just so fucking crazy. Hold on, I didn't know the streamer had legs. My immersion is broken. I mean, it's in the name, man. Why do you think they call me leg drops? Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. Speed up. Get with it, okay? Get with it. Oh, I missed a couple of super chats, I think. Oh, no. No, I'm caught up. Except for the new one. Question. What's the opposite of love? It isn't hate. It's something you've been... It's something they've been telling us for ages. Legendary. Legendary drops. It's true.
Keeglets are a heavy burden for living beings to bear. Each type will impede you in its own way.
What is this? That's like a negative modifier? Oh, man. I don't understand how this works. Oh, it's like P? Oh, I see. Okay, I'm just gonna use a cipher. I'm not gonna try to figure it out right now. Especially because I'm like getting shot for some reason. I'm trying to chill and they're like, no, we're starting this right now. Like they bugged out. They're coming through before the match even started. Look at them. What are they even doing down there? Oh no. Holy shit. Whoa, 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 whoa. You guys deal a lot of damage. Stop doing that. You guys need to stop doing that. Oh my god, I'm fucking up. Sorry. I didn't mean it. I don't even know what I'm getting hit by. Oh, is it because of like the void explosion thing? Is that what it is? Not the necromite. Holy shit, these guys are hard. Holy fuck. I'm way too close to them. That's what it is. Okay. It's because I wasn't like seeing the explosion, I think. Is that what that is too? Okay, I see it now. This is the coolest tile set in the game. Bar none. Bar none, this shit is fire. This is so cool. What is it? What the fuck?
I won't listen. My apologies, Tenno. I shall refrain from further outbursts.
Okay, those are the explosions that were hitting me before. They like leave them there. What is this? Murmur. Stella. Stella. What the fuck? Right into it. Ah, okay, I got it now. I thought it was like an immediate explosion, but it's not. It's like proximity. So they'll like leave something behind. That's what I was wondering what the thing on my screen was. It was like pointing me in the direction of like what had happened. What the fuck? Can't go into the void, huh? Or whatever the fuck that is. I wonder if he, I wonder if Albrecht went into the past to like try to escape. I don't know. I don't know what he was doing, to be honest with you. I don't know why he's there. He obviously got followed by his. He got followed by his shadow. Tetracell research radius narrow. This is so cool. I love this map design. You know, the other thing is that I've noticed as well is that like the maps have also like as the game has progressed, the map design has gotten a lot more cohesive. Like, not that DE's bad at like map design. I think that's pretty obvious. We already know the answer to that. They're fucking, you know, in many ways Digital Extremes is, you know, the ones that created a lot of modern map designs for like first person and third person shooters. But with that said, like they've become more like intuitive to traverse, if that makes any sense. Like, this is the easiest to navigate map, like tile set I've played the entire time I've played this game. I will say that, like, I mean, I'll also say that in some regard to some of the maps that we did on in the new war as well, right? Ribbon crystal. Oh, yeah, you get all kinds of shit here. All the good stuff. All the good stuff drops here, huh?
There, a Netracell. Albrecht stored all manner of
kill enemies to lower the security level.
Insert the keyclip. The Netracell's security apparatus is diligent. That door won't open while it can sense the murmur nearby. So eliminate them. Necromites! The lab's automated systems are trying to lock down the Netracell. Your only option is to destroy them.
Another one? Oh, no.
Cold stone. Sardonic aloofness. I was a fool not to see the resemblance before.
What? Didn't like that, did you? What the fuck? So crazy. What the fuck, dude? This is so cool. So cool. Yeah, just browsing the TV guide, you know what I mean?
You should have left well enough alone, kiddo. It'll never get better if you keep on picking at it.
Excellent. Return to me with the board, Tenno.
What the fuck? He missed it as always. What did I miss? What? Did I... What? I mean, I probably can't find my way back there. Man, you know what? These motherfuckers in chat, I'm gonna tell you something real fucking quick. Y'all need to fucking hold yourself accountable, okay? Because if you goofy fucks probably sat there and saw this on a damn YouTube video and was like, oh man, look, oh, and then now they go around and pretend like they saw it the first time they looked at it. Don't pretend like I don't know you. I am you. What? Like, I know it's a TV channel. They're showing like the fucking New Year's Eve events. Literally missed everything. It looks like it's like Times Square or something right that. That's like Empire State or something right there. I just don't understand if we're like traversing the void or something or what. What's on this one? It's like a Times Square event again. It showed something else there for a second. What is that? Tomorrow. DETV, Solar Winds, Silver Ball, Pariah, Warpath. I wonder if that has anything to do with anything. Clocks are at 0. It's like Y2K. It's the room where Arthur hacked and then fight it outside. My guy, I just did that 5 minutes ago. Do you think I didn't get that? I just didn't think it was something worth saying out loud. That was what you thought I missed? What? What the fuck? What? Fuck. Hold on. You know what's funny? Is that you actually got me, because I was like, okay, well maybe there was some cool Easter egg thing that I actually missed, so I went back and I started looking at the TVs and stuff like that, and it was something that I would have never predicted. That's fucking funny, man. That's fucking funny. Holy shit. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you for that. Holy fuck. It's like, that's like me leaving this room right now and then be like, man, he missed it. Then I go back and I'm like looking around for stuff, and I come back later and they're like, yeah, that room was full of sand. What the fuck? Holy shit. Fucking chat never changed. Never changed. You guys think I'm here to entertain you? It's the other way around, man. It's the other way around. Always has been. Did you notice there was a CRT, by the way? I fucking can't, man. More crafting materials and stuff like that. One of these are probably like a currency. Is there a rep grind that's attached to this too, or no? If you look very closely, you see a Nokia 3310. Was there really a 3310 on the table? I didn't see that. Of course there is. Nailed it. Fuck. Fuck. Oh boy. Uh-oh. 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 What is this? You missed, but during the extraction, you enter the vessel's mouth. Did you know that most people eat through their mouth? Fuck off. Is there one over here? Oh my god, there is. Is that really a no? I mean, yeah, it does look like a Nokia. Yeah, that's funny.
Thank you. A moment, please.
Man. Somebody said.
Would you do the honors?
Did you see the train? I'm over here talking about. I'm over here. No, you actually did. I mean, technically, I guess I did miss the train. Man, that's funny. All right. Cephalon's 3310. Nokia Prime. Digital Extremes. Hear me out. It's just the Prime's only ability is just to be like dropped from heights and like leave a crater. I'd buy a Nokia Prime. Yeah, right? Throw a weapon. Yeah. Oh man, that's talk about fucking weapons of mass destruction. You missed the AK-47. Yeah. Train Prime? Ooh, I like that one actually.
Arthur. Tenno. Forgive me. I need Lloyd to understand why I had to leave without him. Why I forced him to destroy the device after I had gone. And why I could never say the words he so needed to hear. If I had remained in the Deimos laboratory, Lloyd would never have been safe from him. You know of what I speak.
Mm-hmm.
And so I retreated to the only place in history where that entity could not easily follow, to draw his greedy eye away from Lloyd.
So I was right. I was right. Holy shit. I was right, yeah. He literally had left into the void because he felt it was the only way to be able to get away from the man on the wall.
Tenno, I
Tenno.
require your trust. Craft the little curio whose blueprints you will find in the computer's memory. Complete the Kalemos sequence. Repair. Rebuild. When the time is right, find me.
I had an oddly sinking feeling that I don't think that those messages are from him. I think the messages are from his shadow. I don't think that that's actually Albrecht. Why? It's the way that he says, it's the way that, I mean, we don't know. I'm just fucking cooking, okay? This is, now I get the opportunity to be the fucking, you know, the lore, you know, prophesizer, okay? We could be the lore prophesizer. I could be that right now. And then you guys are gonna come back to this stream with 1999 drops and go, holy shit, this dude cooks so hard, and we gave him shit for it. I'm so sorry, Mr. Legendary Drops. You legendary dropped that day. The Loracle. I am. I could be Loracle Prime. Nah, you overcooked. You don't even know. You can't even say that. You haven't even played it yet. You're burnt food. I'm gonna burn your ass. What the fuck? No, like, the reason why I say that is because, like, who's to say that, like, who's to say that that Wally, that whoever, the man of the void entity, the void touched, doesn't want us to go into the past. Maybe that gives them the ability to get where they're trying to get, do what they're trying to do. Get added more added connection to the void or whatever it might be. You don't know. You don't know. There's just something unsettling about the way that his recordings were on the computer. It's just not what I would have expected him to act like. He's acting like how I would imagine a shadow would act. But that's just me. I mean, it's the first time I met the guy, and I met him on, you know, met him in an online chat room, so I don't know.
If something mattered.
He said ASL, and I said, what's up?
It's too late. You heard him, Tenno. He requires your trust. So craft the bloody thing.
Albrecht's blueprint. I need to go back to my ship now. Is that what's up? I need to go back to my ship and go craft this thing. Yeah. Day 62, guys. Day 62. Think about that. It's actually been 2 months since I've started playing. That's crazy.
Tick tock, kiddo.
You fucking little bitch.
Late again, do you?
You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. And no steel path yet? Are you talking shit? Zikos? I see you. Rush it? Fuck off. I'm gonna go get some pretzels. Rush it. Rush the timer. It's what do you mean it's 0? Watch it not be. Oh, it is. Why would they even do that? What the fuck was the point? It was 19 credits 99 seconds ago. What the fuck? 0. I don't know.
The Jahu Gargoyle. Bring it back here and we shall examine what form will do to help us.
I think it's more post a band posters. I didn't even notice this. This is so fucking nice. Holy. Holy. Digital Extremes cooked. Oh my god. Bro, they cooked. Pablo. Round of applause for Pablo, everybody. Look at this. Ooh, Nightwave. Nightwave. Oh.
I make exceptions for the
This is the gift that keeps on giving, you know what I mean? This is a gift that keeps on giving.
And we're out.
Daily cat pat. It's more like fucking hourly. Oh, I want one of these.
Albrecht may have told you to build that thing, but given how he used people and threw them away, he may not have cared for your safety. If that gargoyle is a threat, you must take it from the sanctum immediately. Now, activate it.
What? So you might not have cared for your safety. Now activate it. It might be bad. We probably shouldn't have it in here, but well, let's find out if it works first.
At last! If ignorance is bliss, then you, Tenno, must be ecstatic. Come on then, bring it closer. Wakey, wakey.
Where did that come from? Identify yourself.
Motherfucker.
Please, Lloyd, let them figure it out.
Visharion. Is it Asterian's voice actor?
Fish with the big brain. Yes, the fish with the big brain. Can we please finally get this interminable
I love it.
over with?
I love it.
Albrecht used you to give the Cavia a voice, just as he used me to keep them alive.
Asterian, I love it.
Such a resourceful man.
Fibonacci. DE cooking on VAs lately. Yeah, I saw they picked up Ben Starr for the next expansion. That's huge.
So, here we are then, the best of what's left. Clearly, Papa's plan was countered. Color me surprised.
Yeah, I noticed his voice when we played as him.
Proceed with the sequence.
You animals have observed us all this time, have you not? You've given yourself a role in the sequence?
Indeed we have. Oh, come, Lloyd. It's named after Papa's favorite pet. Spare the rod and spoiled. We know the fragmented ones are heralds of the indifference. We know the chosen operator must summon and destroy them. And regrettably, you, Lloyd, have made this impossible.
Choose your words carefully, fish.
Tenno, the grimoire is incomplete. The final page hidden away by Lloyd. Be a darling and retrieve it. That's all. Run along.
Oh,
So be it. The gift of decency was clearly not bestowed upon the Carvia, Tenno. But I cannot deny the page's current status is lost.
Talk! I can talk! Hey, hey! Oh, Mr. Lloyd! Mr. Lloyd! Where is Papa? Why did Papa leave us? Mr. Lloyd!
Papa is gone. We could all be gone too. In an instant. Like, we have to keep quiet.
Okay.
Okay. Papa. Papa. Where's Papa? Where's Papa? That's funny. I love that they just lit the Asterian snark, you know, just continue through, you know what I mean? Homie was like, he's Lloyd's like trying to make it about himself, and he's like, bro, he's like, fucking calm. He's like, slow your roll. He's like, the sequence is named after his fucking cat. You're obviously not the star of this show.
Allow me to boil this down for you. Should the indifference's corrupting touch reach us and take back our speech, we would be screwed. So, be a love, and eradicate the murmur in this patch before the big bad gets word that Lloyd's awake and the fish is talking.
Tenno, there is some truth to what the fish says. That page was the last thing my Albrecht ever wrote. Meant for me. Since I had no interest in reading his endless self-justifications, I hid it away instead. But with all this chaos, it's undetectable.
Okay. So I would take a wild guess and say that, is it these missions or no, it's probably not. No, arbitrations is something unlocked in Steel Path. I was thinking these were arbitrations, but they're probably not.
Is our one hope.
Do not patronize the Tenno fish. The strands of Kra are merely void renderings of the chains of cause and effect. Conceptually embodied timelines, if you will.
Papa's daughter excelled at explaining complicated concepts in childish terms. I see now where she learned it.
You know, it's actually crazy. So like thinking back to like the scene where we got to play as Arthur for a little bit in that little teaser that they gave us. You know, one of the things I'll say is that you know, hearing the guy on the TV talk about like the Y2K and stuff like that, like though I vaguely remember people talking about it when I was a kid or whatever. It like the only thing that I do remember from that whole thing of like of the year 2000 is like people were genuinely freaked out. Like there's some fucking grifters that made some fucking money around that time, I'm sure, on like vault food and shit like that. Like, or like not vault food, but you know what I'm saying. Like people made like stowaway places in case of like a nuclear bomb or stuff. Like people were buying all kinds of food and stocking up their shelves. All that stuff was going on. I was born in 1999. Didn't you? Yeah, no, I realized like the vast majority of people are probably gonna be a little bit younger, but like I don't remember much of it. Like I was too young to remember a lot of it, to be honest with you. But I vaguely remember just like how fucking freaked out people were. Like discussions of it. Like I remember it being on like news shows and my parents talking about it, my parents' friends talking about it, but that's pretty much about it. It's actually kind of funny when you think about it, because it's like, man, we're fucking dumb. Like, humans are dumb. Not all humans, but a lot of humans are pretty fucking dumb. Luckily, I didn't have family. I didn't have family that was like freaked out by it or anything like that. But I know friends that did for sure. I remember in high school. Like one of the places we would like go to hide and like hang out and drink and stuff like that was my buddy's dad's like fucking fallout shelter that he had built in 1998 because of the rumors that were gonna happen in 1999, like in the year 2000. It was so fucking goofy. At the same time, though, man, you laugh at folks like that, and then one day something happens. You know what I mean? And then they're justified. And then who's laughing now?
It was a long walk to.
How about you give me the page instead, kiddo? Consider it part of our deal.
What? No. Sorry. Hard pass. Hard fucking pass, okay. Book be booking.
There. It's done. Keep it to yourself, Tenno. I'm damned if I'm giving Albrecht the last word.
Somebody's mad.
Raps upon the untimed door, and sans grimoire, we are undone. We've been rumbled.
Holy shit, we need to run. Into the mouth. Y2K not being Y2K is not the only issue being talked about. You know, this dark days to understand what was. Yeah, there was a bunch of different like end of the world things.
Thank Void. Listen, the Murmur diverted your extraction jump. We need you back at the Sanctum now. Hurry!
Maddie, you're standing right in front of the screen, but I cannot see. You gotta go, bud. You can't be up here right now. I don't know what to tell you. Fucking Where's Waldo is not happy.
Takes. It took my future. It's taking the labs inch by inch. Well, I won't let it take his bloody caviar!
Oh, did it take one of them? Oh, fuck, it did.
Sodding indifference seeks a path through the walls, and then Tenno, through you. Keep it at bay.
So sick looking, dude. What are those things, dude?
The strand holds. The indifference approaches. Soon, it will take on mass.
What the fuck? It's a wallopede.
Tenno! The
I don't even know what
grimoire
happened.
must speak with its own voice.
Grimoire time? I need to go back. The Grimoire needs to speak.
Lloyd, you gave me back my sight, but I would not spare you a glance. You gave me back my voice, but I never spoke to praise you as I should have. For you were my right hand, my strength, my support, my sanctuary. Even when the galleries hurled scorn upon me, your sole desire was to suffer it in my stead. On your first day of service, you aspired to be worthy of me. I only wish that I could have been worthy of you, my lord.
Or did I travel too far back? What the fuck? My Warframe is strong. What the fuck? Now I'm gonna flip them off. We're gonna touch his face. Yeah, I am gonna touch his face. What the fuck? Oh, take its pain away? Yeah. No. Yep, that's what the Tenno do.
Operator.
The strand of claw has been cut, while the indifference remains undeterred. I foresee a grim and continuing struggle to safeguard Papa's laboratory from its fell and ruinous grasp.
Indeed, I shall not waver.
I can't talk to him.
Protect the vessels, repair, rebuild. So runs the Kalimo sequence. And such is our task. In the version of the past we saw, my Albrecht said we were too late. The solution, naturally, is to arrive on time next time. You keep the murmur at bay, I shall fulfill my role. Punctuality. The Entrati family never could arrive on time without my help. And so, here I am, back to my old role, the diligent servant. Albrecht would have smiled at that, I think.
What did he say to you right before he left?
He said,
Why would I pick what he said? It was always watching. But this was no way to remember me. He wasn't worthy.
How do I still deserve your tears after all I have done?
I mean, that's what it said in the book. That's what the Grimoire said.
We had a deal. The deal was shown.
Uh-oh.
A little handshake. All it took. Though from the deal, the wee child ran.
Yet still, we end as we began.
You broke the deal? Did I? Did I break the deal? Interact with the computer at I'll check here in a second. Whispers in the walls. A vision of the past promised a bleak future. The unexpected assistance of Kavya offer a precious second chance. The memory of love holding the indifference at bay. Void prepares to send you back. And perhaps this time you will not be late.
One must make the best of things. You've met the animals? The catastrophe Albrecht saddled me with? Well, any ideas? Their roles were intended to be filled by qualified personnel. People! Instead, we have this. It's planned comedy. They're imprinted with whatever information they need to function, and an understanding of our current state of affairs, including Albrecht's absence. They were sent into the Void using a bell of the same design that Albrecht initially used. The Void got in, somehow. Again. One of the animals was lost, and the rest came back like that. We placed them in stasis, pending a proper examination. For them, the disaster, intelligence, and selfhood all occurred only hours ago. They're psychological shrapnel, and they're all we've got. See what you can do with them. I simply do not have the time.
Exchange Kavya for Kavya standing.
A fresh opportunity to continue my Albrecht's work.
Okay, so you get this stuff and you trade this in, and this is how you get standing.
Yes, I'm sure we've all got. We truly have accumulated a bewildering quantity of stuff.
I can also trade for this stuff as
Very
well.
good, Tenno.
Arcane
I'm
Dissolution.
Quite content down here, I assure you. A chap has to have his space.
Receive 3 random arcanes from the following. Up here works the same as the Zariman. To talk to all the animals when you get a chance. That's a big deal. New system. This is loot boxes. Oh, God damn it. Now I can't play the game anymore. Oh, and this is where you get Dante's stuff.
The Oracle twisted people into weapons, and I've seen firsthand the bloody and well-deserved I'll just put this all back then.
Bro, he's so shitty. He's so shitty. Dissolve some arcanes and you can roll on different ones.
My Albrecht did his best to prepare the stockrooms for your arrival.
I don't even know what I'm even looking for arcanes though. That's the problem. You know what I mean?
Say the word, and I shall.
I don't even know what I even want for arcanes. Like, yeah, I'm gonna ignore this for now because I don't even know what arcanes I want. I don't even know if the arcanes I have are any good or if they're bad. What arcanes I want for what characters. Like, that's kind of a dumb thing for me to do, is just like start interacting with a system that I don't understand.
jungle. He must be practicing. Mr. Tagfur? Wow, he's really good at that. Dead thing. Is Min a dead thing? Can my friends be dead things? Can I be a dead thing? Oh, Papa will bring her back. Papa can do that. Papa will let us be dead things. Papa, Mark, loves us. Yes, Mark. Yes, Mark. Mark. Mr. Fishanachi. He'd know. Papa's plan. Papa's plan, he said. So,
Bird's having a hard time. Bird's having a hard time. Bird 3. Browse wares? What does he sell?
I love this bit.
Deneric lenses, melee arcane adapter, scenes, mods, necromech mods, huh?
Are they too good?
Shiny bird, shiny treasures. Oh, this is like, what the fuck? He just straight up sells a Crimson Shard?
Like them?
Weekly for 30,000 rep? That's kind of nice to know. He missed it. What did I miss this time? Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm fucking curious. 1 shard per week? What did I miss this time? You missed something important in the last shop. Requires 5 rep. Level 5 rep. What did I miss? You missed the bird. For real. I'm a fucking shit, dude. Did you see the bird? Did you notice the... Oh, fuck, there's a bird! Holy shit, guys. I didn't even see that. Did you guys see that? Where'd that bird come from? Holy shit, that caught me off guard. God damn it.
I existed only to eat and flee and breed. The next I was me. But Min, did Min have time to be Min? Before she and I, we were the last. Did you know that? Without her, there's no more us. No more Tagfur and Min.
Aw.
No soft calls. No gentle nuzzling muzzle.
Aw.
No little Tagfurs. No little Mins.
Holy fuck, dude, stop!
Never.
Stop! This is fucked.
Says we have to trust that it's all part of Papa's plan. How? Why? And now I have a purpose. So the fish says, to help you in the ways in which I have been instructed. But all I want is to be with her. Min.
So sad, dude. What the fuck? You made fun of him? Shut up, chat. Don't bring up the past. The past doesn't exist. We're living in fucking eternalism.
Papa never wanted anyone to know what he was up to. That's why he built the Netra cells. Little hideaway vaults. Not even Lloyd knows what he got up to in there. I want to know. I can get you into the anchor hold, where Albrecht stored all his key glyphs. They're on a rotation timer. Only one Netra cell can be opened at any given time. And before you can do that, you've got to find the Netra cell and neutralize any opposition. Impossible for a guy like me, but maybe not for someone with a working pair of opposable thumbs. What do you say?
The Netra cells are secured by key glyphs only found in the anchor hold. To leave the anchor hold, the squad must carry all 4 key glyphs. Be wary, the key glyphs bestow a heavy burden on those who hold them. Search pulses identify netrocells, and the Sanctum Anatomica can only generate 5 pulses per week. Use them wisely. Fun fact, Netrocell contains an Etra glyph that means decay. It's literally a containment time capsule. Oh. Netrocells are pretty hard for you at the moment. Welcome to the end game. Netrocells aren't Steel Path. Oh yeah, difficulty very high. 220 to 240. Holy fuck, yeah, that's way beyond me.
Okay then. Maybe later.
That's way beyond me.
Please remember
Be a love and look into the meaning of internal monologue. Ah yes, operator, correct? Drifter, perhaps? You'll find our merry band share that unconventional relationship with their appellations. I am Fibonacci. Papa's design has uplifted me to function as the coordinating factor of this little group. You, may have heard that one of our number was consigned to paradise before our return from the void. Min, Tagfa's mate. Yes, most unfortunate. Too often it is the good and the young who forge our future, laying their lives upon progress's unfeeling anvil. Now, let us apply ourselves to the grand work at hand and deny our minds melancholy's frigid caress. To work!
Okay, you rank up your bounty with him. He has bounties. They're all like within like relative range. Okay, that's cool. This definitely like out of all of the rep grinds right now, like this place seems like it's probably the one that I want to grind the most, right? Like, I mean, personally, that's what I'm seeing. Is there anybody I missed in here?
Now that you're here, Tenno, let's put you to work.
The PC?
Remember to hand in any Voca you encounter for analysis.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Alright. Fucking here we go. I'm literally, from this point forward, if I see anybody mention Jade Shadows, I'm just gonna completely ignore it. I'm not even gonna see it. It's literally, it doesn't fucking exist to me. It doesn't exist to me. It does not exist to me. Okay, let's see. Operator. Laboratories are sealed. Our task, watch over to choose the operator. The operator is a Tenno. A Tenno was a specialist warrior to service the Oricon. Tenno piloted Warframes. They fought alongside the Dax. Augmented human warriors were numerous and less effective than Tenno. Tenno existed. Battle the sentience. Sentience involved evolving machines hostile to the Oricon's way of life. Complications. Oricon Empire fell. Only artifacts remain. The war with the sentients, old war, is long over. No Tenno have been seen for generations. Conclusion? Where's the conclusion? The Lotus. A suitable Tenno candidate has been found. The reawakened Tenno is being guided by the Lotus, the same entity who had led the Tenno at the end of the Old War. The Lotus is known to be a former sentient, previously named Ata, who was captured and converted to her current state during the Old War by Executor Balus, a high-ranking Orokin. Executor Balus is theorized to have modeled the appearance and persona of the Lotus upon upon his deceased lover, Margulis, an Archimedean scientist executed for her devotion to the Tenno. The Lotus appears to be just as devoted to the Tenno as Margulis was. She has not, however, divulged the secret of the sentient origin to them, continuing to monitor. This motherfucker's been watching like literally everything. Tenno candidate has engaged. He's literally been watching us the entire time. Yeah. I mean, he's just recapping everything that's happened to us so far. The Grenier of degraded over. Tenno candidate is engaged with several hostiles. Grenier have degraded. They're brutal combatants concerned only with amassing power and territory. Left unchecked, they will slaughter, enslave, and plunder citizens or civilians. Sorry. The corporates are a merchant cult devoted to profit. Infestations, biochemical plague, apparently controlled by one or more hive minds. It corrupts organic and mechanical targets, converting them into mutated servants. On how? Significant development. The Tenno subject has learned of Lotus's sentient nature, including her origin name, Nata. A Dax, Hessian, has presented himself as a rival mentor, claiming that Lotus cannot be trusted. This is strange new, right? This is strange new. The Tenno have encountered Nata's father, sentient war leader, Unhao, whose remains lie beneath the oceans of Uranus. Unhao had expected Nata to destroy the Tenno in accordance with her original mandate. The Lotus continues to reject her sentient nature and seems concerned to retain the Tenno's trust. The Tenno has discovered abandoned Orokin towers within the void. These towers were intended to act as sanctuaries from sentient attack during the Old War, since the void is intensely dangerous to sentients. Much of Orokin society was dependent on the void. It was used as a shortcut through space and a source of energy. Its full potential was theorized by Albrecht Entrati within these very laboratories. It is Albrecht Entrati whom this device serves. It is Albrecht Entrati who has instructed us to locate the chosen operator. So who wrote these files? Tenno has encountered the Entrati family on Deimos. Lloyd the drone. Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Palm 2 wrote itself. Yeah, it's probably Necroloid, most likely, yeah. Well, no, that doesn't make any sense. Because he didn't know about the protocol or go into this area, I don't think, until after he thought it was time, right? AI? Probably. The Tenno encounter the Entrati family on Deimos, remain unaware of their existence in the laboratory. The Necroloid is an exception. Its memory is, however, yeah. See, this wasn't written by Necroloid because it says the Necroloid is an exception. Its memory is, however, suppressed until the activation of the Kalimo sequence. You don't have access? Well, I can't access my fucking USB. What about my email? No? Is my internet down? The Stalker. Since awakening, the Tenno has been pursued by the Stalker. Appearance and combat capability suggest the Stalker is a surviving low guardian, a former protector of the Orokin. Evidence implies that the Orokin Empire fell at the hand of the Tennos themselves. The Stalker's motives may therefore be revenge. Significant development. Hun Hao and the Stalker are working together. The Stalker has been sent to find the reservoir and take a place believed to conceal the Tenno's gravest secret, and which could be used to destroy them all at a stroke. The Tenno have set off in pursuit, aided by the corpus technocrat Alad V. Significant development. The reservoir has been located. It's on the moon Loa, previously believed to be destroyed, but in fact concealed within the void. Zariman. The Tenno have discovered the truth of their identity. They are a human child, one of many held or kept within cryopods on Lua in the reservoir. These children were passengers on the Zariman 10-0. Tenno 10-0. The colony ship, bound for Tau and lost to the void. When recovered, they found they have developed parahuman abilities. Despite Margulis's protests, they were placed into a state of lucid dreaming and used as Warframe pilots. Continuing to monitor. Tenno has encountered the Grineer Queens, the semi-mythical leaders of the Grineer. The Elder Queen, aged and diseased, has planned to transfer her mind into the Tenno's younger body. This process, continuity, was common amongst Orokin elites and was used to extend their lifespans indefinitely. Teshin Dax helped the Tenno to resist the Elder Queen, who has now been eliminated. Only the younger Worm Queen remains. The Tenno has recovered much of their lost training. Suitability to fulfill the role as the chosen operator has exponentially increased. Continuing to monitor. So they've been watching our growth basically since the start of the game, right? So since our reawakening, and that's been what's going on. Whoever this is, because this isn't Albrecht, and this isn't Lloyd, and this isn't the Necroloid. So I don't even know who's the one that's been putting these documents together. The Sentinel. The Tenno has been made aware of Rel, a fellow Tenno who was outcast by his peers. Rel had voluntarily assumed the duty of keeping the Origin system safe from the void-based entity known as the Man in the Wall. With Rel's death, the responsibility has now transferred to the Tenno. Critical development. The Man of the Wall is identical to the entity known as the Indifference. Albrecht Entrati is ultimately responsible for attracting its attention to the Origin system. Albrecht Entrati may be ultimately responsible for its existence. Parameter confirmed. The Tenno is the chosen operator. We wait for the correct moment to activate the Calamos system. Balass. Bow ass. Balls ass. Executor Balzass is now known to have colluded with Hun Hao during the Old War in an attempt to betray the Tenno to the Sentients. Executor Ballas is now known to have survived the collapse of the Orokin Empire. Significant sentient forces are now known to have amassed undetected at the periphery of the Origin system during the span of time since the Old War. Executor Ballas has now manipulated the Lotus to his own ends, compelling her to resume her sentient identity, Nata, in order to use her as a proxy commander of the sentient forces. Significant development. Ballas has led the Sentients in a renewed attack on the Origin system. Era, brother of Nata, is acting as joint commander. The factions of the Origin system have formed an alliance against this common foe. Significant development. The Tenno's personal timeline has been disrupted. Knowing he cannot kill the Tenno, Balus has opted to imprison them within their own history. The Tenno will be unable to escape this loop without the paradoxical intervention of an outside force. Namely, myself. The Drifter. The Zariman vessel, adrift for an unknown time within the void, now acts as a containment field for unrealized possibilities. One such possibility is an alternate version of the Tenno. The individual escaped into the void on their own initiative, rather than being rescued and taken to the Origin system as the Tenno were. Within the void, they established a realm, Duviri, in which to live. This individual, the Drifter, has now entered the Origin system. Significant development. Balus established himself as the rule of the Origin system through his Namer cult. All citizens have been forced to wear headpieces to distort reality perceived. Balus is thus able to dictate exactly the wearer's experiences. Era continues to act as Balus's enforcer, using composite creatures known as Archons as muscle. Significant development. With the assistance of Hun Hao and the Stalker, the Drifter has fought back against Balus, destroying the Archons. The Tenno has been freed from their recursive timeline and now coexists with the Drifter. Significant development. Balus is dead. The Lotus is free. The Lotus, now free from Balus's conditioning, has chosen to prefer her primary name and form. The Kalimos sequence. Critical development. In a deranged attempt to transport himself and his cult to Tau, Balus opened portals between the void and conventional reality on an unprecedented scale. This has attracted the attention of the Indifferents, whose freedom of action appears to be drastically increased. The threat posed by the Indifferents is now at a critical level. The laboratories have come under fresh assault from the Murmur. Unless the sleeper is awoken, Albrecht Entrati's legacy will perish. Conclusion. Contacting the Necroloid. Activating the Kalimos sequence. Cool. It's a good recap. This is like the time travel device here. So when he put himself in it and he smashed it to destroy it, so there's no way to anybody else to use it. Go to the balcony. Which balcony?
What do you use these things for anyway? Mr. Tagfer says they solve problems.
Behind the giant rock ledge. I don't understand.
Sorry. I'm not very good company.
Go past the two giants. Sandy place. Out here? Now look up. The man in the wall? Oh yeah. Yeah, now I see it. It's kind of hard to see it until you guys said it. What the fuck? I can't interact with it. Pick it up? I can't. What do you mean pick it up? Pick it up. It's your insurance company. Hey, have you renewed your car insurance? It just rings. It's kind of fucking shitty that it just rings. Talk to him. Well, I mean, I already talked to him.
Yes?
There's nothing to... Oh.
Netra cells. Far as I'm concerned, anything of Papa's is yours. Archon shards, jewelry, loose furniture. Secrets? Whatever Papa touched, the indifference, the murmur, I think it's lonely. It wants to be a part of what we've got going on. Only it doesn't know that. And it does its best to join in, but it's clumsy, ignorant. So everything about it is skewed, half-assed. You follow?
Yeah.
If there's anything in the Netra cells about the vessels.
1999 trailer? Yeah, we can do that. Let's do the 1999 teaser and trailer. Let's do it.
Bye.
I know I still have to do the nodes. I'm just gonna go back to the chip real quick.
Oh, the Laverian. It was floundering. You understand? Going under. All that work I put into it, and so few visited, let alone donated. Oh, I don't mean you, of course. I know you're a friend to the Laverian. It just wasn't enough. So when Parvos made me an offer, I thought, why not? Just let it go. Let it all go.
What the fuck?
I took the deal, Tenno.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have, but I did. Oh, if only Dante was still around. Please, you must come see me.
Okay.
Oh, the Laverian.
Okay, no. We've heard it already. I don't know why you sent me 2 messages, you asshole. Okay, Lloyd gave me Corvex's blueprint.
Chosen operator. A friendly suggestion. You could do so much more with those melee weapons of yours. I donate my wisdom on both tool and technique. Listen well. TennoCon. A fighting technique fusing void and bestial instinct. Raw power. While I have never used TennoCon, I understand it perfectly. Somewhat of a mind master. Enough so that lost materials pertaining to TennoCon have been stored just out of my reach in the sanctum. Tools. Papa was not one to rest. Use this segment to unlock more potential for your arsenal. The Arcane was an art and science that Papa studied well. The convexity of my bowl, a magnifying glass on his research, and now your gain. Install this segment, acquire melee arcanas, find TennoCon modules, and observe the results. A swift deletion of your foes.
Sometimes Ordis likes to assume he knows nothing.
Same, dude.
He can learn what they think they already know.
Same. Facts. Big facts. Yeah, big facts. Yeah, like this dude like over explained, and I'm like, I don't know. Mentor's Legacy enables TennoCon. Is that like some type of like combo system that unlocks on certain melee weapons if you want to make a weapon a TennoCon weapon? TennoCon makes melee weapons so much more fun. Basically a quick time event. Really? Sped up heavy attack, free and faster. Ooh, that sounds really good. Actually encourages heavy attack. Yeah, heavy attack kind of fucking sucks right now. Melee upgrade segment. Strengthen your arsenal with melee arcanes. This segment unlocks the auxiliary slots for your melee weapons. Okay.
Chosen operator.
Like double sent messages.
Tenno. The Warframe Corvex was designed by my Albrecht's own hand to protect the chosen operator from the hazards of his laboratory. This design is yours, by right. I intend to keep the promise I made to him.
I played as Corvex in
when the time is right,
Duviri.
and the equipment repaired,
He's actually really sick.
I will assist you to travel back to the past, to the pivotal year of 1999. Perhaps between us, we may change.
Yeah, it sent me 2 of each message for each character. That's funny. These slots ain't loyal. Jesus Christ. 69 Arcwing slots? What am I even gonna do with 69 Arcwing slots? Like, you guys fucking meme so hard with fucking shit sometimes. Thank you. Thank you. What the fuck? Nothing. I know. Like, there's not even 69 Arcwing anything. Like, I know. Like, people like meme with fucking slots and shit all the time. It's so fucking goofy. LD, you're the GOAT. Most entertaining Warframe streamer by far. Tutorial is over. Hope you enjoy Still Path. P.S. Explore the edge of Sanctum and Atomica and look all the way up. Okay. Well, I think we already did that, right? We already did that. Kalimos Kavat Gene Masking Kit. Ooh, I can make a Kalimos Kavat. That actually sounds really good. And also there's like a pure black there, and that's getting me closer to being able to make my cat in game, and I'm all here for it. I'm all here for that. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's sick. You should have it. What is it? Landing craft. Fuck. Thank you. Fuck. All right. Thanks. And then the 3 Formo that I got for free. Thank you. Based. Thank you guys. Thank you. I mean, it's bittersweet that we're almost like fucking fully caught up. I mean, technically I'm caught up with everybody else for the most part now, right? Like, I mean, like for the like game wise outside of Jade. You know what I mean? I did get colors. Hold on, not Kavat breeding. Hold on. There we go. Oh, it's like sludge brown. Doesn't really look that black. I thought it was black. I mean, it actually kind of looks really nice though. I need to right? Yeah, this needs to be this. This needs to be this. This needs to be this. Or we can just have a Kalimos. That's fine. Is he vampired or something? Why? What's up with the red on him? Was he bitten by a vampire? Is that what it is? He may be sick. Bitten by a Vasca cavat, yes. Yeah, that's the Vasca disease. It's an ephemera. I guess it is kind of a cat ephemera, isn't it? Looks sick. Okay. Okay, let's watch this stuff real quick. All right, let me see. One pun. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Thank you for the prime. All right, let's watch this. Let's see. Let's watch the let's watch the this is the proto frame reveal trailer. Is that the one I want to watch first? Yes. Okay. Dude, that's like a badass.
So, you're coming, are we?
It's a party, Arthur. Of course not.
That's gonna be me. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. Volt is the motorcycle. Is Volt the bike? Is that what it is? This looks so good, dude. The thing is that I feel like even their cutscenes are getting better. Like I realize this is for promo, but a lot of this stuff is I mean, this is gonna be in game. Like they don't really render a whole lot of stuff out of game. You know what I mean? Like this looks so good. Are we gonna ride on fucking motorcycles? Isn't it crazy that we actually really have no idea what this is? We probably don't know, right? Warframe, not 1999. Reveal. This is the reveal teaser. And this is the countdown. This is just the mission that we did. Yeah, we don't need to see that. We've already seen that already. Yeah, I played that. Yeah, it's just the mission. It's the countdown. So when was the, out of curiosity, so my question to you guys is, when was the, listen to Albrecht's notes? I already have. What are you talking about? Clip it and ship it? Yeah. There's new ones? There's new Albrecht notes that I haven't listened to? Where? Yeah, I already watched the Alley trailer. Albrecht have Duviri notes. You earn them on new tile set. Just watch on YouTube. Oh, okay. Is there one of these that actually just has like the oh, all fragments, voice recording, Warframe, whispers in the wall? Is this one?
I wanted nothing but the ease of oblivion at first. I floated ignorant in baths of Nepenthe, a second gestation. On seeing, on speaking, only rarely did my brain flicker errant light across the cave paintings, still smeared on the interior of my skull. At sensation's edge, I knew a vague silhouette of Lloyd crooning motherly across the watery distances. The poetry my tongue was too blackened to recite, too craven to chase death. I awaited it, the father of fears, and yet I was still afraid. The currents whispered, "Coward." I clenched my body into a fist as a fetus must and blinded myself afresh. Stark pain smoked the juice of my living tomb. Why did the saga not end by itself? Why must I still act? Steeped in solitude, I found I could no longer endure my own company.
Yeah, is there one of these that actually have like the screen codexes or something like that? I usually like to see like the artwork and stuff. This is somebody playing Warframe. This is his speech cutscene. This is somebody talking about it. This is like the same fucking thing. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. I'm gonna fix this real quick. The first. Okay. I mean, there's like somebody like
In oblivion at first.
That's better.
I floated ignorant in baths of Nepenthe, a second gestation. On seeing, on speaking, only rarely did my brain flicker errant light across the cave paintings, still smeared on the interior of my skull. At sensation's edge, I knew a vague silhouette of Lloyd crooning motherly across the watery distances. The poetry my tongue was too blackened to recite, too craven to chase death. I awaited it. The father of fears, and yet I was still afraid.
So is... So, I mean, like, even though they're an entirely different entity that is serving as a reflection of us from the void, they're still attaching themselves to our personalities. Because that's what it seems like. They're still like they're trying to subsume our personalities, our emotions. It's interesting for him to say, the father of the father of fears, yet I was still afraid. He wants what he doesn't have. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
The currents whispered, "Coward." I clenched my body into a fist as a fetus must and blinded myself afresh. Stark pain smoked the juice of my living tomb. Why did the saga not end by itself? Why must I still act? Steeped in solitude, I found I could no longer endure my own company. Disgust did the work of courage. I tore the mundane membrane, slid weak and mucosal into Lloyd's embrace. Lloyd nursed me then, tending first to the uprooted ruin of my eyes, then to the mouth, whose grin no longer hid behind flesh. The agony bit deep, but it was clean. Blameless love bled up from me. I had decided to live.
Well, I mean, if this is the shadow, are we trying to say this is the shadow Albrecht? Same happened to Albrecht. Okay. I laid out. No, this is him after he fell out. Yeah, because I hear him talking about how it, like his he's bleeding and he's being taken care of by Lloyd.
I felt no certainty as I donned clothes rough and strange to the touch of new-grown skin. I had none of the selfless zeal of the soldier. The same cursed question still pursued me as it had before. Was I, even now, trapped in the rictus of the wall? The apparatus of logic would never yield an answer. Only resolute action remained. If I must be a demon, let me be an honest one. Let me prove my nature by what I do next.
That would make a lot of sense if he wanted to try to live like a good life, like try to do good, try to, fight for good or something like that, because like the only way for him to prove to himself that he's not the one that he saw in the shadow, that he's not the one that he saw in the void, is to like do good, right? Maybe that's like for him, like it's to go against that, you know what I mean? It's the only thing that I can really I can kind of attach to when he says something like that. If I must be a demon, I'll be an honest one. Let me prove my nature by what I do next. Good, yeah, I know. Like, yeah, I mean, Like, what does good mean to an Orokin, right?
Purpose. Let me leave such blazing footprints behind me as no unclean thing would dare to walk in. I employed a variety of caveat in an attempt to unmake the adversary. The principle was straightforward enough, though in hindsight I abhor my naivete. My humanity had been unscrolled by the caustic void, and now smirked back at me across the divide, privy to all my unfettered malice and pettiness. In answer, I resolved to hurl into the void minds that were not human. Let it parody them. The proximity of the bestial would force a humbling devolution. Or so I thought. The majority of the cavia merely died. I gave the void living beings, and it sent me back bedraggled cadavers. The dead lay stacked in pyramids around my deserted lab. I was nothing but a failed priest. But a glass splinter of stubbornness still stuck in me, and so I persisted. The correct combination of creatures would work. I realized my error as I sweated by visionary Nestorwood cinders beside Lloyd, who curled pale and sick from chewing too much of the root.
Did these motherfuckers get high and say, hey, let's throw some fucking animals in there? Is that what he's saying right now? These fools, they're sitting there getting high, and they're like, yeah, but like, what if we put a giraffe in there? Let's throw some animals in it, man. Yeah, but like, I know the other ones didn't work, but bro, hold on. Lloyd, no, stop. Lloyd, stop. What if we put a fish in there? Fuck. Oh, man. Yeah, exactly. The
catalyst was uniqueness. That attribute was what caught the interest of the bland and undifferentiated void. It was not necessary to explore queasy debates about the Oro. Animal minds simply lacked the full distinction of a singular persona. My Kalimos, I was sure, was an exception, but I would not sacrifice that loyal being. Perhaps I should have.
Dad.
The sin I was to commit was worse.
Oh, man.
The very last breeding pair of Serviulites was smuggled to me, causing Lloyd no small inconvenience. A species on the brink of extinction. Here was the uniqueness the Void sought. I was certain to the pit of my entrails. I loaded the pair onto their Seriglass bridal barge, along with an expendable avian and a Norg for mental ballast. Fish, fowl, and beast. A facile equilibrium. They did not die, save one. They came back changed. Witnesses, pilgrims even, chanting freakish praise to the one beyond the wall.
Oh, shit.
I knew then that my gambit had lost. So long as I worked through scapegoats, my guilt would only deepen. I must atone for what I had done through my own blood. Standard laboratory hygiene would have been to dispose of them, but some instinct stayed my hand. The void tongue was an enigma to me, but another, more habituated to the void than I, might one day unravel it. Through the imposition of form upon the formless, they could perhaps glean some meaning. I assigned the cavia to Lloyd, for I could not bear to look upon them. Not yet. Lloyd is at heart a good and kind man, better than I deserve, and completely oblivious to his own true worth.
So the only reason that we could even talk to them, I know, Tagfer, poor fucking Tagfer. That's when Min died. Yeah. It's so sad. Digital Extremes, can you guys give us a quest for us to find Tagfer a mate? You know, like give us a quick, like, hey, we heard that potentially that they're not extinct, and you can go and find Tagfer a mate, please. I'm gonna bring that up. How? Eternalism. Fucking based, Koala. Based. Absolutely based. I'm gonna bring this up at TennoCon. I'm adding this to my TennoCon notes. Okay. There we go. And I'm gonna say because eternalism. Nobody can be happy in Warframe, only pain and suffering. Okay, look, I don't give a fuck. All right, I'm here to change things.
In Duviri, I woke every day to the voice of my daughter. I recoiled from this at first, feeling the sting of conscience. I could not confront, even in semblance, the woman I had abandoned.
So I guess I'm like really... I'm confused here. I still don't understand what Duviri is. Is Duviri the from what I understand, from what I completed it, isn't Duviri a construct of the Drifter? Like it's a space in which the Drifter made? No? Yes? Yes? Yes and no? Yes? Kind of. It's a real location. Both. So conceptual embodiment created by the Drifter from Tales of the Duviri, a book written by Albrecht Entrati. Oh, okay. Okay, I get what you're talking about now. Duviri is Paradox. Every statement is true about it and also false. Okay.
Instead, I reinvented myself as a teacher, advising the Child King of the menace beyond his borders. But as the days melted away, I came to recognize the strange cast of characters Euleria had created and their purpose. I heard voices I had myself first conjured in the darkness of her childhood chambers, for no other reward than her delight. She had not only preserved this gift I had thought so trivial, she had made it an instrument of healing. More, a stronghold. Despite my legacy of neglect, despite my shoddy example, my needs, my demands, my daughter had triumphed in my absence. Her confidence, her warmth, shamed me. I had fled from the horror, but she had stood alongside the most vulnerable, those with the most to lose, and told them a different story. I did not perceive the significance of Euleria's stance at first. Her concern for the children was not merely pastoral attentiveness. It was a direct strike against the indifference, She was teaching the weak to be strong in the very places where those cold fingers would reach, and through her act of compassion, spitting in the face of alienation and despair. Could I do less? Shame is an inert state, but fertile. It primes the mind, bolstering it for repentance. I had thought to make a difference in Duviri, but Duviri had made a difference in me. My own daughter's creations, reverberating and growing in the womb of the void, had shown me another path than that of the indulgent coward. I was neither helpless nor irredeemable. Like she had, I could fight. I took inspiration from Euleria's example. To the people of Duviri, I bequeathed a legacy of cautionary stories. In them, I spoke of fears that an infinity of spirals would not, could not erase. I slipped away from those lands, silent and unnoticed, from their joys, their sadnesses, from the celebration in my honor. In her, they already had all they needed. My work, I now understood, must proceed from a different point. I would confront the phantom of myself and deny it to the teeth.
Attaboy. Attaboy.
I went among the denizens of the plague year like a savior, my hands filled with healing. To those who volunteered, I brought more than mere health. Their bodies were primed. It needed only the Helminth infusions brought from my own time to work the alchemy of transformation. They have become partial Warframes, still in possession of their free will, yet enhanced, void-attuned, capable. Their humanity may not last. My deliverance may yet consume them, the human swallowed up in the sacred beast. And if my wayward disciples turn on me, what words of comfort shall I have beyond? This is the bargain we have made. Through our sacrifice, history will be saved.
Who did he do this to? Body Prime. They are Warframes. Oh, the 1999 is the plague year. Oh, Arthur and Owie. Oh. That's why he said, I'm bringing my knowledge from my time, my technology from my time to make them Warframes. The plague year. Is he talking about like the actual like in his timeline 1999? Is that when No, okay. Yeah. So where the fuck did this plague come from? That's what my question was when I saw this plague. I'm like, where the fuck did this plague come from? He started it. Oh. Infestation. That's when the infestation first broke out. No, it's infestation, not the plague. Tenno-site or Techno-site. Oh, okay. Plague Gear is theorized to be the original infestation. So, like, the same infestation that's on Deimos? I mean, it looked kind of familiar. Original Digital Extremes game? Oh, you're talking about Dark Sector? Yes, but the primitive version, a different strain. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Okay.
As their loyal doctor, I have taken repeated samples from them. The sight of their technocyte-riddled cells mutating gave me fresh visions. I could take this material, work with it, forge new creations. Eagerly, I brought the samples back to Deimos and began to cultivate them. It was Lloyd who pointed out the singular attributes of the Grey strain, how it stimulates growth to monstrous dimensions. Many thoughts converged in me then. What if, through precise biochemical engineering, I could create the equivalence of Warframes, yet built to a titanic scale?
Oh,
surely
that's what the big things are. Okay, that makes sense. That's why I could use transference and take over that big ass fucking human looking thing. They're just big ass Warframes, basically. Yeah. Are we gonna have a kaiju battle? At some point, I hope. Yeah.
Such a legion could stand against the adversary, assuming, of course, that an operator could be found. Not long after, the first of my vessels took form. A giant to battle giants, merging the humanity of the man Arthur, the anatomical perfection of Ballas's Warframes, and the titanic potency of the Grey strain. My saviors. All is in readiness. Lloyd will do as he is bid, though his eyes silently plead.
So I wonder why he finds Arthur to be like such a good candidate. You know what I mean? DE is void embodiment. If you think they'll put it into the game somehow. Yeah, so like I think the crazy thing is with Warframe, and the crazy thing is with like this 1999 thing, even though like just as a base, as a premise, like it's super fucking cool. It's gonna be fun. It's going to be interesting. They found a way to be able to do something that's going to be fresh and interesting, but at the exact same time, you know, it's going to be very familiar, right? Because it's still like Warframe controls, because they're basically just Warframes, right? They're humans that have been basically like half turned, if that makes any sense, right? Not fully turned, just half turned. And for Arthur's mental temple, oh yeah, okay, maybe that's what it is. Knightly charm could be, yeah, maybe. But what I think is like really interesting is that from a content perspective, like what is this going to add into Warframe? Because it's a major update, right? This is not a like little baby quest. This is not going to be like a beat it in 15 minutes or 30-minute kind of thing. This is a major update that's coming to the game that's supposed to shift the overall it's supposed to shift the end game for the players, give us something fresh to do for the next year or 2 years or whatever. And you look at it and it's like, yeah, they showed off a motorcycle. They've showed off, I saw on one of their past dev streams, they had somebody that was actually dressed up like in a motorcycle gear and stuff like that, right? So, but at the exact same time, it's like, what kind of fucking game are they going to give? Like, what are they going to do to it? Like, you know, are players going to be like, I always wonder, and I always thought it was a really interesting idea. And Warframe's probably not going to do anything like this. Then again, who fucking knows what they do, to be honest with you. But I always thought it was a really interesting really interesting idea that Sega tried with Phantasy Star Online and Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis, right? They had PSO2 and the New Genesis. And the idea is that you'd have cross progression between the two, and your character technically lived in both universes simultaneously, but obviously their execution on it was fucking horrible, right? It was terrible. But the game itself played awesome. I mean, Phantasy Star Online 2 plays great. It's a fun game to play. But the idea of like cross progression and stuff like that really didn't work, and the support for the original version of PSO2 went to fucking went to shit. And you doubt that 1999 will be an open world. I wouldn't like you want it to be something that's going to be highly replayable. PSO2, I mean, don't get me wrong, PSO2 is 100% better than New Genesis. But the gameplay, like the moment-to-moment gameplay, is really good in New Genesis. I think they did a really good job at upgrading it. We have motorbikes confirmed. Got to have enough space to drive them. That's true. That's true. I think that 1999 will be something like Duviri. See, you know what the funny thing is that I am programmed as a video game player to agree with you. I am programmed as a video game player to agree with you. But at the exact same time, I don't picture digital extremes doing what you expect. Because what you say is what I would expect. You're going to make a Duviri, but it's going to be, 1999 on Earth. That's what I would expect. They have yet a single time to do anything that I expect. So it would be bad to bet on myself right now. DE loves to give us what we didn't know we wanted. Exactly. I think that's a really good way to say it. I think that's a really, really good way to say it. And I think the thing is that like you can become a little bit indifferent because like you've played the game for a long time, so a lot of the stuff kind of feels a little numb for the most part. But like at the same time, who fucking knows, man? Who knows? Who knows what they do? I have no idea what direction they take it.
With me to choose another path. As I await my final crossing to the past, I ponder what role a scientist may play in so spiritual a matter as absolution. How in the alchemy of the soul, even repentance must necessarily be a calculated task.
So he's doing all of this because he's trying to, like, one, I think he's trying to escape his his void self, but also at the exact same time, he's trying to atone for his sins, which is him making contact with the void in the first place and gaining the attention of the man in the wall. That's why he's pushing to do this so much, right? That's what I'm gathering from this. That's what Albrecht thinks. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, it does... I think you're right. It doesn't really sound like he's really sure of what he's doing himself, to be honest. He doesn't even really know what atonement is. You know what I mean?
I will repair what I have broken. No more, no less. The scales must balance. And in such a monstrous penitence as this, I shall take no heed of the dust that may fall upon them on either side. The dust of petty lives.
Oh boy.
The builders of old tempered their mortar with blood to appease the most ancient of land spirits. We should have been so wise, yet it is not too late to learn. The sands fall, the circuit completes. I return to the place of the beginning. Let witless hordes bleat their disdain for every fervent plan. The deal is done, the die is cast. I end as I began.
Damn. 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 That's crazy. That's crazy. Tobuscus jump scare. Oh, I was watching the watching those downfall videos. It's always really interesting to see how people fuck up their lives.
Oh.
No. Okay, delete all red messages.
Chosen operator.
Delete.
A friendly suggestion. You
Delete.
could do so.
Shut up. Okay, so I guess we gotta do these demo shit. Who wants to come? Who wants to come with? Dude, these fucking new markers are so sick. Suggested damage, viral bad, it looks like. So I need to do magnetic radiation is what I need to get. Okay, let's make a magnetic radiation. Phantasmagoria. Right now it's electric but viral we don't want. So I'll take off this. Charge cell's already on there. Why does it still say that? Oh, no, now it's magnetic radiation. Well, you need electric to make radiation. I left it on there. Yeah, I saw these are colored now too. Isn't that nice? We already got that on there. I don't know what else. I was gonna put just a Zariman on there, but I don't think it's really necessary. There's nothing else to put on here right now. That would be a smart thing to do, right? I have a Hell's Chamber. I don't know what else to put on here. You'll get mods to the levels that will give radiation. Yeah, they resist fire damage, but statuses make it okay. That's electric, not magnetic. I know it's. I know it's. This is magnetic. That's what I needed to get rid of. I needed to get rid of cold. Okay, now it's doing what I wanted to do. What else do I want to put on here? Some damage, maybe? No, we got point blank on there. Cleanse Grenier, no. 100 munitions, slash damage. I don't think that's really gonna. Slash damage isn't really gonna work for this. Killed enemies explode. Critical acceleration. This isn't a crit damage weapon. This is a status weapon. Could go added status chance. 55% right now. Crit? You can add more elemental damage? Are you doing Jade Shadows today? No Jade Shadows today. Out of respect for those who cannot play it, I am not playing it. Doesn't make sense for me to do 2 of the quests back to back in one day. Both crit mods? Yeah, we can give it a shot. Why not? I mean, fire rate doesn't really matter on this, right? So couldn't I go double crit and I can go critical to sell? Oh no, I can't. I can only choose one of them. If that's the case, I take this. Multi-shot is also good. Didn't I already do that to begin with? Fire rate. Is fire rate just, I don't understand how fire rate works with beam weapons. Not worth boosting crits. It has such low crit rate chance. Yeah, I know, that's what I said, and then somebody told me I was fucking wrong. I'm like, I'm the newbie here, man. I don't fucking know. I'm just guessing at this point. I already have multi-shot on here. I don't know if I can add any more. Vigilante armaments. Please get rid of... Oh, I didn't even notice Cleanse Corpus was even on there. Now I have 26. Now I have even more room on this thing. Fire rate up, damage ticks per second. Oh, then fire rate. Let's throw some fire rate on this motherfucker then. Accelerated blast, punch through. Okay. Critical deceleration, no. Fire rate revives. I mean, I guess that's fine. We can use that. And this. And can I put another one on here? No, I can't. I probably shouldn't use that one. I'm gonna use one of them. I should probably use this, right? Yeah. When Blake's already on there. Any thoughts? Chat, any thoughts? Smart ideas only. So I put heat on here. That's gonna change it to... I can put heat. Yeah. Heat's safe. It's just choosing to do more radiation than anything else. I don't think that's a big idea, right? Blaze? I don't have... What's Blaze? I don't have Blaze. Heat isn't safe? How? Are you fucking with me? What is Blaze? I don't know what the fuck Blaze is. Dual stat mod for status chance? I do not have that. Sorry. No. I do not have that. Faction mod? I don't think a faction mod set... You lost electricity? Yeah. I mean, if I do this, then, like, I don't know what else to fucking put on here. That's the problem. I don't really need ammo or anything like that. Let's just level this shit up. I'm not gonna do that just yet. I want to, but I don't want to yet. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to do it. Do you have projectile speed? Yeah, we can do that. Does projectile speed work with beams? You have the 60/60 electric mod? I don't know if I do for shotgun. No. I don't have the 60/60. I don't have a lot of the 60/60s for shotguns, no. For beams it increases damage or it decreases damage fall off. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, it's fine. We can run this. This will probably work just fine, to be honest. This will probably work just fine. Everything else is fine. Don't need to worry about it at all. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna clear these nodes, baby. Let's clear these nodes. Party's open. You're welcome to join. If you guys aren't already in the friends list, look at that. 18 friends made today. Wow. Wow. How many friends in total do I have? 134. Not bad. Not bad. Aren't I a fucking, aren't I popular? GPU time. Come on, guys. Predator 64. I like the name. Thank you. Appreciate the prime. Thank you so much. Do bounties here too? Change up your party mode? It's on public. It's on public. Keeps failing to join. Matchmaking is broken. Solo. Friends. There it goes. What is this? Guys, I think we should actually go level Ember instead. Like, hear me out. Like, you know, I just built the Prime, right? We got Ember Prime. You know what I mean? I feel like it's probably... I think it's kind of worthwhile, honestly. I feel like it's probably a good idea to do that instead. You know, like, I mean, Steel Path is kind of cool, but I mean, like, Steel Path is always going to be there. You know what I mean? Steel Path is always going to be there. So, you know, I'm just saying, like, there's two really good reasons to make Ember Prime right now. Those two reasons specifically that I can say without a shadow of a doubt are the fact that I just got her frame, and also she got a rework, right? Ember has a very hot body. Yeah. Yep, gonna be working on that. I'm gonna tell you that right now. We got one more spot. Does nobody else want to come with? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Tenno, a new alert has begun.
Blaze. Yeah, I know. I don't have that.
Navigation.
No, I don't have that. Keeps kicking me when I try to join, says full. I don't know. It ain't. Maybe it's digital extremes, like holding the fucking, hold on. Put it on public again. There it goes. No. I'm not gonna go to your game. I'm just gonna load it up. Oh wait, no. I cancel that. I need to go to the Sanctum first. I'll pick up a bounty. No Jade Shadows legendary drops? No, I think I told everybody the other day. Yeah, after this quest, I'm just gonna quit. No, I'm just kidding. Tomorrow, yeah, I'm not doing anything. Oh god, what is happening? Okay. I'm here. Bounties also complete the node, right? Yeah, probably. I'd imagine so.
Now that you're here, I'm never alone down here, Tenno.
Fish has bounties. Fish bounties.
Do come along. You are needed. And this melancholy, you understand what is required
Bounties.
of you. Yes?
Stare down. We'll just do them in a row. I kind of like these like bounty hub areas like they have with these ones where like they don't do the open world. I actually kind of like this, to be honest. I think this is kind of sick. I'm not a fan of fish monologues. Why wouldn't you be? I think everybody should be.
Fearsome, many-armed envoy.
Where's Wicked Witch at? I feel like she'd be losing her mind to know that her favorite man is in this game.
Equip yourself with an Atropos probe that you may pierce the Vitrium with it.
Oh my god, the numbers. Numbers are even bigger today. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.
Causing madness. Unfortunately, the Vitrium lacks a mind to lose.
Wow, the numbers look way cooler when you actually mod the right way for, you know, the damage weaknesses. I mean, I realize that they're only level 30, but still, you know, you get what I'm saying.
Take it. It's yummy.
Are people trying to say like spoiler shit in chat again? Come on, man, have some fucking respect.
Multiple Vitrium scanners can be probed simultaneously.
Have some respect. The only reason that I'm not doing Jade Shadows today is specifically because of the fact that, like, there's been a lot of folks that have been watching. There's been a lot of folks that have been watching live that have been following the journey, and I know for a fact not everybody can play it day one. And the last thing that I want to do is do something that everybody can't have a fair chance to get at first before watching and reacting. You know what I mean? Watching and seeing me play it. That is why. Plus, on top of that, I already knew that, like, this quest alone was going to give me more than enough shit to do today. You know what I mean? Which it has. Which it has. Sorry, I got distracted.
Our quarry evades detection. More serum, more visions.
More serum.
Open that waiting eye into the abyss, Tenno, and defend it
I'm so
whilst
confused.
the serum does
Where the fuck
its
did everybody go?
potent work.
No, this is not the way. Ah.
Observe. The murmur seeks to protect its eyes. Ha! I've got a Tenno!
I've got a Tenno. Oh, you just grab them? Is that what it is? Collect them? Okay. Oh, we obviously have a fucking Titania with us. Motherfucker puts it out and they're already fucking picked up. So it's defending the Vitriums, and then the Vitriums will sense the murmuring eyes, and then you just collect the eyes. Is that what it is?
The with the murmur atop it.
Oh no! I'm relatively new to the game, as well as me and my buddies. I have the same issue connecting with each other, constantly dropping me from the squad. Is this normal? Or is it streamlined? I have no idea. I've never ran into it myself. This is so cool, man. I love this. I love these new quests. This is sick. Fuck off, dude. I'm pulling some dick shit. Oh, okay. So is this like fighting a boss? Like a mini boss now? I fucking love these new tile sets. Holy shit. If there's a boss, don't skip the fucking cutscene. Don't you fucking dare. Okay, it's not. It's probably just like waves of enemies and shit or what. Fragmented time.
Here comes the tide. Let it break itself against you.
Oh, it is a boss. Oh, it's just fucking wall of feet. Oh fuck, I hate that ability. I knew it was gonna catch me again. Damn it, I forgot all about that.
As it was written, so has it come to pass. The awaited operator has slain the many-armed envoy. Vashtav, Mara Lok.
Oh, I see it now. Oh, that was a jump. I know, guys, I'm slow. I don't know what to tell you, man. You know, I just like to, I'm a sightseer, okay? I'm a fucking tourist, all right? Listen, guy. Listen. That was like my favorite part of that whole fucking movie. I fucking love Dune Part 2. Part 2 was so good. Part 2 was so good. And I don't even think that they even like meant to be funny, to be honest. Like, I don't think they meant to be funny with the Lisan al-Gaib, but like it was just so fucking, it was so perfectly delivered. It was so perfectly delivered. Dude would like fart and they'd be like, Lisan al-Gaib. We knew it. We knew what would happen. I like part 2 more than part 1. I mean, part 1 was pretty good. Part 1 was pretty good. Like, I know you guys, please stop PMing me in game and telling me that it's full. I've already sent out invites and I've already opened it up. Your session is bugged. I mean, I can like, okay, look, I will stop inviting me to games. Like, I'll pull you off of the friends list if I see another fucking invite pop up. I will reset the game. All right, give me a second. The event is bugging the game. Is there usually problems anytime? Is there any problems usually when DE updates the game? Calling the friends list. Yeah, I know. Did you already finish the quest? Yeah, I finished. Well, I finished Whispers in the Walls. Yes, that's why we're doing the events, or doing the events. We're doing the nodes right now. I'm sad though. 'Cause it's not my Lisan al-Gaib song anymore. I mean, this is pretty good, but this is very like chill music for the login now. The event is a little half-baked. It's useless farming it until they fix it. Broken drop rates, broken drop tables. Oh, the drop tables are messed up. It's always really funny when that makes it even more funny with the folks that were coming in here telling me that I need to go farm it right now. Nah, I'm good, dog. I'm good, dog. Yeah, see, now people can join, no problem. Hey man, I'm following your playthrough and I love seeing your reactions. Hope you're having a blast. I am having a blast. Today's been a good day, man. Another quest bites the dust, man. Another quest bites the dust. I technically have 2 quests left, right? I have
no choice but to entrust you with this.
What?
Please. Very well.
What quest do I have left? I have the Revenant one, which that's just gonna take a fucking while. And then I have Jade. Maybe we'll end up doing Jade this weekend. If not this weekend, it'll just be on Tuesday. It just kind of depends on how this week goes. 'Cause I gotta figure out tomorrow. Because I don't want to do it tomorrow. I have to do Final Fantasy 14 catch up. I have to stream Final Fantasy 14 because it's the only way that I'm gonna get to play the time to play it. Sacred Grove? I already did Sacred Grove.
The bell.
Silver Grove, you mean?
We are under attack, and you
Jade is super short but really good. Yeah, it's not the speed. It's not how long it's gonna take or anything like that. It's just
fight hard. The loss of even one will spell defeat.
It's just pacing. That's all. It's just pacing. Like the last thing I want to go do is go open up something else and unlock another thing. And yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
We need to hear every whisper the indifference utters.
See, now it's playing Lisan Al-Gaib in the maps. So this is the content that dropped with Dante? Is that what's up? Is that what happened? Wavrin, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Everyone is like, do it now. Rough playing Whispers on an update day. People are just harassing you. Yeah, I mean, it kind of is what it is, man. A lot of people are going to come in because they want to see like my reaction and my, you know, like, yeah, that's it. They just want to see my reaction to Whispers, but it's like, yeah. I can't change the way that I've been doing things. Sorry. So like, you guys don't know this because I haven't been like really transparent about like the process in which I've been doing things. But usually what it is that like I'll unlock something, new, and then I usually like take like because it like takes a while with like the other content that I make and the live streams and then the writing and like the YouTube videos and then also like just basic life shit like you know, going to the gym and buying groceries and making appointments. Which, by the way, I was super happy to hear yesterday. I went to the dentist, got my teeth cleaned, got my dental checkup and all that stuff. And yeah, clean bill of health, no issues, no problems, nothing on the verge or anything like that. They said see your ass in a fucking year or 6 months or whatever it was, and that was it, which was really, really, really good news. Especially seeing is that I do not have health insurance right now as I work for myself. So I don't have access to that kind of shit. So that was really good to hear. That was really good to hear. But with all the time that I have to put to like other things as well, like outside of like stream days and stuff like that, like I needed time to like actually see and look at the things that I've unlocked, digest the things that I've seen and the things that I'm thinking about, understand the experience that I had, write down notes on it, rewatch the stream and kind of like relive the moment, the best that I can, and then and also like learn the systems as well. Like I think that's one of the things that I try to make sure that I do is like try to get a better grasp on the stuff. So like even just today, like, yeah, I unlocked a new rep farm. However, I know nothing about Arcanes and I know nothing about TennoGen. So like that's two things I need to look at and look into. I don't like to do that kind of thinking on stream because I can't do that kind of thinking on stream. I just don't have the fucking ability to. I can talk and conversate on stream. That's a completely different story. But critical think on stream, that's all fucking nope. I also want to look at like the patch notes and stuff like that and kind of digest a little bit of that stuff as well, right? Most use arcanes are the molt art, augment, and energize. TennoCai, thank you. That's what I meant. The TennoCai. That's what I was talking about. The melee, that melee thing. But I mean, those are like minor things, but I just want to look at them. And then also, like, obviously the patch notes and the big changes there I want to look at. And while like people can say like these are the most used arcanes, I still don't understand the purpose of them and like how that works, how they upgrade. Because I think you obviously upgrade those, all that kind of stuff, right? So I have to like look into that stuff and kind of try to digest it. And while I could totally sit here and try to read like 750 people's like opinions and ideas on those kind of systems in chat, that's just not the best way to try to try to intake information. Not the best way to do that. Plus, on top of that, I also cover and I talk about other games, and I make YouTube videos about other games and things like that, and just like general industry news and whatnot. So it's like trying to make sure to take the time to do that kind of stuff as well. And like I gotta research and write and all that kind of stuff. So that's one of the reasons why I space things out as much as I do. It gives me time to do everything else I need to do. Music on this tile set is great. Yeah, it's fucking insane. It's so good. How many hours do you have in the game right now? 300? $300?
There you are. Let us see if we cannot find something suited to your competencies.
Find the terminal, find the terminal and deploy your personal necromech. I wish I could talk. Perhaps your shining example will teach manners to the rogue marauders out in the labs. Ooh. Touch the glowing ball by the fish. Glowing ball. Oh, that's nice. That's a little quality of life deal there.
Heat, cold, toxin, and electricity. The elemental forces that create our universe. To wield them, Papa invented the crucibles. Incredible devices capable of fusing these elements into the complex elemental forces. Forces we require to complete Papa's vision. I have brought a crucible.
It's so weird hearing Asterion as a fish.
A crucible. You must feed it the correct amphols. Capsules of elemental forces compressed to a near impossible density. Volatile enough to be used as a grenade, should the need present itself. The problem? Our adversaries have taken Papa's amphols, be it here, and repatriate them. Bring hot and cold together. It's a blast!
What are these markers on the ground? Up. Throw. Oh, they just deal damage, like, depending on what it is? That's kind of interesting. You just throw out toxic damage? That's kind of cool. Oh, it makes a zone? Is that what this is? Is that what these zones are? You throw those at the crucible, top left. Oh, this thing. Okay. And you need to, what? You need to balance it or what? You just fill it into the bars full.
Under pressure. Let's keep the system cooking, shall we?
All in your necromech? I don't think I can. Not here, at least. Oh, let the bar hit sweet spot. Oh, okay.
The process will not succeed if pressure continues to rise. Open the release valve! Oh. New pressure band identified.
What is this here? Oh, summon necromech.
Convince the system to let you in, and I'll send your personal necromech to a dispenser. Your necromech will be waiting at the designated dispenser.
Oh, but we already like finished. It's funny. I didn't realize.
When ready.
Progress. But we require more. Again. When need arises, you may return to the sanctum. Until then, give the murmur hell. This crucible creates gas. Feed it heat and toxin ampoules.
Oh, man. At Legendary Drops, what is the average viewership on YouTube versus Twitch? Most YouTube viewers don't use Twitch, so I'm curious. YouTube is at 556 right now. I mean, YouTube viewership ends up always being higher than Twitch, but the reason why my YouTube viewership is higher on Twitch, sorry, my YouTube viewers is always higher than my Twitch viewership, and the reason why is mostly because everybody that finds me on YouTube. So it's much easier to end up seeing me on YouTube. The discoverability is higher on YouTube for a live stream for me, because that's where everybody found me. So if you subscribe to my channel, you automatically get a notification that I'm going live. Rip Arcane, -1 Arcane. I mean, it is what it is. I fucking missed it.
Lord, when you've amendment, I prepared an efficiency optimization plan.
How's the tile set for you? I fucking love this place. I think it's super good, super cool. Did Warframe change your viewership much? Do you know what? Honestly, no. I mean, kind of, like a little bit. If I'm streaming Warframe main story, yeah, it's the most viewership I'll ever see. The minute that I go to play any other game, it goes back to exactly what it used to be. Simple as that. Like, while there are going to be some people that come by that have been watching the Warframe streams that'll watch other things, the vast majority of them aren't interested in watching anything other than Warframe. Which, I mean, it's just like Final Fantasy XIV. People go to watch the main story. They want to see the person make the face and say the things, and then they're done. You know what I mean? It's just how this kind of content works. It's just how like story runs and stuff like that thing works. You know what I mean? Warframe players only like Warframe. Sorry. I mean, I don't give a shit. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I'm the one that's the thing is that like I've been streaming before Warframe. You know what I mean? So it doesn't really. It's cool that a lot of people have showed up and have a really good time watching, but I mean, I'm not somebody that's gonna like try to delude myself and think that folks are here to watch me specifically and not the game. You know what I mean? You might be ready for a faction rank up with these guys. You think so? Discoverability is horrible on YouTube or on Twitch. On YouTube, I'm always getting recommended small streamers. Yeah, I mean, YouTube's way better for discoverability. I always tell people, like, if you're trying to stream, like, stop. Just make YouTube videos. Just make YouTube videos. Just literally, that's the best thing that you can do. I feel the same way with Final Fantasy. A horde of people whose sole purpose is to roam streams and watch people do MSQ and then they dip. Yeah. Hey, here's the thing. Keep this in mind. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's what we do. How many times? Here, I got a really good example for you. 691 people here right now. How many of you guys have looked up something? A video, a how to make something, whatever it is, and then never visited that person's channel again? We all do that. We all do that. We all do it. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. The benefit. So like, here's the thing. There's going to be some folks that are going to get hung up on that. And by the way, I've seen it so many times. It's not funny. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen it happen to so many people before. I think a really good example of this is, like, I really liked Pyromancer when he started playing Final Fantasy XIV, right? And I liked, but the thing is that like there was a very, very fast, you know, once the viewership dried up because the story was completed, you know, that, you know, people get really fucking invested in that, and it's not smart to invest yourself in viewership when you're in the middle of something that is going to give you higher viewership than normal. You know what I mean? It's not smart to do that. The objective is to do what you always do. Don't change anything. Don't be the person that they want you to be. Be the person that you're always going to be every single time that you log in, every time that you stream, and you will hopefully capture a part of that audience that wants to then watch you regardless of whatever you're playing, or at least watch you as long as you're playing things that they're interested in. And it might not just be that game specifically. That's one of the reasons why very early on there was an argument that broke out in one of the streams, and I can't remember exactly. It wasn't really an argument, it was just a debate. But somebody had brought up and they had said, you know, in one of the first Warframe streams, it was the first Warframe stream that I did, somebody popped in and said, play the damn game. And then a couple other people agreed with them, and then I debated with them, and I'm like, why would I change everything that I've done up into this point just because some new people want to watch me? It doesn't make a lot of sense. There's a whole group of people that were already there, you know, 100 or plus so people that have always been there, that always show up to streams, that hang out. Why would I change everything for a bunch of random folks when these guys have been showing up the entire time? Why would I do that when I've been doing the same thing I've always been doing? And they're like, oh, well, because people, you know, it's a good way to showcase who you are. No, it's not a good way to showcase who you are. You want to know a good way to showcase who I am is? The 3 hours that I usually spend talking about news or just random stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's the best way to showcase who you are. It's just, it was so goofy, and that like they fully believed that if you like, oh man, no, you're gonna scare people away because you're not immediately going into the quest. And I'm like, those people are gonna leave regardless. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's goofy to don't even try to think about it that way. Don't even try to think about it that way. The best thing that you can do is just be yourself, do your thing, and hopefully the people that are watching you when you're doing something that's really exciting or something that they're really interested in, hopefully you're going to get lucky and 10 or 15% of those folks are going to pop in and they're going to go, you know what? I really like watching this guy. It was fun watching him play Warframe, but I kind of just want to see his thoughts on the day or whatever, or find this person interesting, and you're going to go ahead and continue to watch him. I think that's how it is. Yeah. Showcase who you are by changing what you do, by changing who you are. Yeah. Showcase who you are by changing what you do. Okay, yeah, right? Intro segments let me catch up on the news and delays the actual content if I'm late to a stream, so I get to catch up. You know what the benefit is too, man? Is it like outside of the folks on Twitch, the funny thing is this is the best part. There's actually like one thing that I didn't really realize until after. And by the way, I'm not taking a shot at either chat or anything like that. It's just the differences in audiences. I think the vast majority of the chats are actually identical. It's just there's more outliers on YouTube than there is on Twitch. Like Twitch is used to like the streaming, like the YouTube channel and YouTube live chat, because of the reach it has and the better discoverability, you're more likely to get people that don't watch live streams. Like they're not regular live stream viewers. They're just people that are just popping in there just to check it out a little bit, right? They're like, oh, what's going on? Oh, I like this quest. Oh, I like this guy's videos. I want to see what he's doing, right? That's the kind of thing they're doing. The folks that are on Twitch, they're already coded to watch live streams. They're already coded for it. So it's super rare for me to ever see anybody in Twitch chat ever say something like, when are you going to play the game? Do this, streamer. Like, I don't see that I actually, to be honest with you, I don't even think that I've ever even seen it in Twitch before. I don't think it's ever been said over there. And the same thing goes like intro segments. Everybody that goes on Twitch is already used to those kind of things to begin with, because for a lot of people on Twitch, that's the part that they look forward to the most. Fuck, the minute the streamer starts playing a game is the minute they're like, fuck, I'm out of here. That's how I am. That's how I've been as a Twitch user myself. There's tons of streamers that I've watched. I watched their intro segment. The minute they turn on a game, I'm like, all right, fuck this. I'm gonna go play a game. It's been there. Don't glaze Twitch chat too much. No, well, I mean, like, I'm sure it's been there, but if I did, then I haven't seen it. At its core, content creation is driven by personality of the creator. It's important to be true to your brand and evaluate your audience. Nothing wrong with adapting, but bad to kneel. Yes, exactly. Yeah. The only thing, like, but I realize at the exact same time is that, like, the reason why I see things more frequently on YouTube is specifically because of that, like, the different demographic. You have folks that like haven't really interacted with live streams that are interacting with them for the first time, or interact with them like much more regularly. And then also at the exact same time, it's also a much wider audience, right? So there's more YouTube viewership in general. You're going to get more people on YouTube that are going to be like just there. Like there's always, like, I will say this though, there have been some streams where Twitch has actually caught up to the viewership, which is kind of crazy. It genuinely is kind of crazy, to be honest with you. But for the most part, on average, YouTube will double the viewership of Twitch, if not more than that. So of course you're going to see more things in one place when there's more people in one place. You know what I mean? By the way, imagine free game having yearly convention for people actually excited about. Warframe is an anomaly in the industry. Excited to see your TennoCon coverage. Yeah. You know what I would really look forward to? And a video that like I really want to do well is have any of you guys that are here that started I mean, this is the one I'm curious of. Have any of you guys that are here that have started watching me through Warframe, like found me through Warframe, have any of you guys watched any of my wake-up call videos? X game is a wake-up call.
One must make the best of things.
I'm curious about that.
Thank you. Do I have your
Helldivers 2 is a wake-up call? Yeah. So, like, the three most notable ones are Helldivers 2, Pal World, and Baldur's Gate 3, right? Those videos are probably your podcast. No, not the podcast. The wake-up call. Wake-up call is it's a video series that I do. It highly depends on like a lot of different situations for me to make one. There has to be like a lot of the right cards have to fall in place for me to make one of those. And but it's a series of videos that I plan on continuing to do on this channel because I think it's like some of the most important ones that I make. They're also out of my personal favorite videos. they are my favorite videos that I make, because there's a very strong purpose behind those. And the purpose behind those wake-up call videos is it's a notification to both consumers, game players, gamers, as well as developers, publishers, studios, etc. And it takes a game, it dissects it, and it contrasts it with the like negative like all the negative issues in the industry at a moment, and uses it as a reflection to be able to show how to do things better, and also use it to be able to show and prove things wrong that often a lot of folks in the industry will say isn't happening or something like that, or whatever it is. I plan on doing one of those videos for Warframe, but I just have to make sure that I frame it the right way. And I also have to make sure that the timing of those kind of videos is also really important as well. Is Warframe a wake-up call? It is. It is. It's a game that definitely deserves one of those videos, but it's gonna be it's one of those things that's gonna be a little bit more difficult to like figure out exactly how I want to do it. We did this one. This is the Necromech. Survival.
You have your orders.
I just look quick. I know I could have used the shortcut, but I like bouncing through the air. My cat like scratched me on my wrist, and now it's like rubbing on my like mouse pad.
Your mission, attrition. The longer you hold out, the weaker the murmur gets. Make your presence known.
What are your thoughts on Whispers in the Wall? So while New War is one of the coolest and most like transformative experiences that I've had for Warframe, I mean, holy fuck, dude, Whispers in the Wall is just a fucking roller coaster ride. I mean, this is like these maps are fucking insane. This is so good looking. Like I can't help but love the way this place looks. And then also obviously the tease for 1999 and the build up for 1999 is also equally fucking amazing, and I'm looking forward to it as well. But the thing is that like as a quest, I don't think it's because it's not a how do I say this? So like here's the thing. New War is one of those quests that had a definitive end and conclusion, right? Like there was a conclusion to that quest. There's no conclusion to this because this is a cliffhanger that's supposed to, you know, lead you towards what is going to happen in 1999, right? So like narratively, I think it's cool, and I think the setup is fucking sick, and it makes me really look forward to playing 1999 when it's released. But like as a anything outside of that, like it's just a really cool quest. Right, it was just really awesome, like cool quest. But I think like the most notable thing about Whispers more than anything else is the hint that it's giving at like a massive transformation to Warframe as a game. I don't know what it is, but like as a newer player that has experienced everything the vast majority of like veterans have experienced over the course of like, you know, better part of a decade now, you know, as a new player, like I've seen their transformation, like their ramp up very, very rapid, right? Like, and at this point, from my perspective as a new player, while I really wouldn't be like, I'm not even comfortable making safe bets, right? I'm not even comfortable making safe bets. Where I think more times than not, you're gonna have, you know, a game like this. Chances are, like, not a game like this, but yeah, I think it's a better way to say it. A game like Warframe, a live service game, a MMO light, you know, whatever the fuck you want to call this, you know, whatever you want to call it. a game like this, you'd like to take safe bets and be like, oh, well, they're probably just going to make like an open world zone. They're probably going to make a Duviri complex, but for $19.99. They're probably going to make like a Cetus or something like that we can, you know, go to, and it'll have like bounties, and we go out into the open world, which is like a ruined city. Chances are, like, the probability of those things sound right, because that makes sense, right? Like, I could easily see, especially because it's like that, you know, there's that infection is taken over. The city looks ruined. You know, Y2K basically came to pass, and yeah, chances are the easy conclusion would be open world with a bounty section, and we go out there and we, you know, play as limited primes, or limited, I shouldn't say primes, but limited like human Tennos, or not even Tennos, human frames, man frames, women frames. But I don't think that's what it's gonna be. Like, they don't do what you expect them to do. Like, maybe they did what everybody expected them to do with, like, you know, the we'll say the Deimos update and the like Heart of Deimos and like Fortuna update, and you know, because all that follows Plains of Eidolon, right? So it makes sense that they would continue to make the same kind of content a few different times. But like, things like Angels of Zariman, as well as what's the other one? Angels of Zariman, New War. They're leading me to believe that there's something more, like an even bigger transformation that's going to be coming to Warframe that I don't think players are expecting. And we may not be able to predict what that thing ends up being.
You keep fighting, and I'll keep fighting. You can come home now. No need to be a hero on my account. Unless, of course, you want to be.
Is that a relic? Oh, no, it's just after the Zariman, I do feel DE got hella ambitious. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. D's making a soul. Oh, yeah, Soulframe. And that's the other thing too, is that you look at like what they've been doing with Soulframe as well, and it's like, who the fuck knows, man? Who knows what they're fucking planning? So odds are it's just some special quest on only tiles, and then we unlock some new system / mechanic like we got with a second dream, and a playable operator within New War. Right. With conventional logic, that makes sense, but I don't think conventional logic really works with digital extremes. Because you say it like that, just some special quest on some tiles, right? Just some special quest on some tiles, and then we unlock a new system mechanic like we got in the second dream. Like, that's not a natural evolution. That's not a very, like, I'm sure because you've already experienced it, it probably sounds like a natural evolution. You know what I mean? It sounds like, oh yeah, you know, it's just like we got how we got our operator powers, and then we got the chance to be the operator. Like, I don't think that for the players that experienced that in the moment when it happened, that didn't seem like a natural evolution for Warframe. Duviri was very clearly a demo for Soulframe. I mean, I could easily see that. So then what will 1999 be? More Soulframe? That doesn't sound right. Though I guess that widely depends on what you believe digital extremes is actually capable of. If you feel like you're somebody that Digital Extremes cannot surprise, well then that's you. For me, I don't know what to expect from them. They've proven me wrong every single time I've played this game. Almost every quest that I've taken, they've proved me wrong. I feel like 1999 will be like Metal Gear. I don't know. The combat and stuff is like super fast. I mean, the thing is that Arthur plays just like fucking Excalibur, right? Yeah, he plays just like Excalibur. Arthur and Aoi being a third option to, or I think is what her name is. Maybe. Being a third option to replace the operator or drifter. See, but the problem is that doesn't make any sense. Why would I leave my Warframe to play as a Warframe? You know what I mean? I think that 1999, I think, like, and here's the thing. Like, I think it's best to try to look at it from the, Owie. Oh, the word for blue. Owie. Oh, okay. I think the best way to kind of think about it, I mean, here's the thing. We're gonna learn in a month, right? In a month from now, we're gonna learn. We're gonna see, right? Because 1999 is gonna be a big deal at the next TennoCon. But the thing is that I could easily see them taking it in a completely different direction, and 1999 is going to be a separate evolution. Like, it could be a separate. I mean, it could be a separate evolution of the game. It could be another persistent area of, like, it could have cross progression with what we already have in Warframe, the current Warframe universe, and have its own entire progression itself, and be completely, but yet at the exact same time be completely, like, and I think that's a really good example of it, and be completely separate at the exact same time. I don't think that Arthur or any of the characters there are going to be crossing over into this part of Warframe. Personally, I don't think that's the direction they'll go. I mean, we'll see. It wouldn't be the first time we got a teaser with a big lead up and nothing else. When were the other times that you guys got a big teaser and then DE didn't pay off? But doesn't that also widely depend on the person as well? Railjack? Was Railjack really that badly received? Is that what it was? Man, everybody really hates Railjack, huh? That's like the one that I see that a lot of folks have not forgiven Digital Extremes for. The concept was cool, but it was poorly executed. At release, it was god awful. Oh, hold on. At release, it was god awful, and it was teased as, oh, you can go into space from planes and orbits, calling your ship down on the surface. They showed that? Really? Oh wow, so they scaled it back pretty insanely then. Well, I'd imagine what's going on now is, I mean, like, when was Railjack introduced? How many years ago?
Now would be that time. If I can't pay Parvo's Granum soon, I'll lose the Leverian and all the knowledge stored within.
16, 17, so about 7 or 8 years ago. I mean,
arterial conduits.
Have they largely
interlab transport and storage system for
2019
goods and materials.
That's a
If you
pretty
can
big
get them
difference.
working, you should be able to find what Drusus
I'll wait for you guys to
needs.
get your years right.
And more.
So it's like 4 years ago. 4 or 5 years ago. Would you guys say that they have learned from that mistake or no?
A docket. Excellent. Look for a conduit with a matching glyph.
Oh, it's this thing.
That's it. Protect the conduit and watch out for enemy necromechs. They'll blow the whole apparatus up just to keep you out.
The Murmur have captured the dockets you need. Be aware, the Groslings have a particular appetite for dockets.
How do you stop the fucking demolisher? Is it when they get in range? Is that what it is? Back shots? Oh, okay. They've certainly learned. Things don't don't hit launch, but it's much closer now. Yeah, I think it's best to try to make sure to I think it's best to also make sure that you're doing your best at, like, I think for digital extremes, maybe back then what the problem was is that they might have been too excited about the concept of what they planned on putting in, and not necessarily, like, without necessarily getting it to, like, where they would consider it being a final test product. You know what I mean? I think we've seen developers do that kind of shit in the past. They get themselves a little hyped up, and then they fucking share stuff that they probably shouldn't share before the concept is properly executed. There's a lot of things that sound feasible on paper until they actually try to do it in practice, and then it doesn't actually work out the way that they thought it would.
Oh, great. Rustling in your area. Security systems are responding to your intrusion. Watch out for explosive necromechs.
God damn it.
Drusus, this associate of yours seems completely resourceful.
It's all good.
They could be convinced to do my bidding, things would become much easier for you.
Do understand, Mr. Granham. My associate is a friend performing a favor. To earn my friend's favor, you'd first have to learn
Programming is hard. Yeah, programming is hard.
New conduits at the ready. If you can find the right dots.
What I like about this age of Warframe is that we truly don't know what's coming next. In 2018, we knew we would make Railjack the new war and Duviri. Now we barely know what's coming this year. Yeah. The other thing is too is that like I think the other thing to kind of keep in mind as well is that like changes in technology and things like that. You know what I mean? Also, on top of that, I'm also interested to see, like, you have to keep in mind that, like, since they have people that are working on both Soulframe and Warframe at the exact same time, you're going to have some instances where they're going to end up, like, they're going to take learnings from one and bring it to the other, right? So I'm wondering what kind of learnings they're gonna end up taking from Soulframe and bringing to the next. That's actually a really good. That's a really good looking Ureli. I like the wings. Red on black on white looks pretty nice. Good job. Good job. It's kind of hard to make Varuna look ugly.
Now that you're here, Tenno.
Genuinely, it's kind of hard to do that. Have I done all of the nodes? Oh, somebody said I can rank up, which I probably can. You're probably right.
Please. Do I gather the others? I have something to say to
I should have probably done that way earlier, to be honest with you. I think I did that in like one of them. Steel Path, I think, maybe?
I suppose you deserve a little something for your efforts. Only little, though.
I don't know which one I should get here. Deflection? I don't even see that. Oh. Shield recharge? Yeah, that's probably a good one.
Now take your sweetie and run along.
Uh-oh.
Yes, that's it. Gather round now. I have much to impart.
Oh my god.
I wanted them organized. They're organizing. For he to preserve us.
Now, let us review. In our time thus far, you
Grandpa.
have done better than expected.
Mr. Confident, isn't he? Very polished. I didn't see him helping.
Yeah. But then, there's more for us to do.
Right.
However, some of us are still allowing the past to exert undue influence upon our minds. Minds Papa gifted to us in order that we might aid in the fulfillment of his grand and masterful plan. Of which our dear friend Min's unfortunate passing was a tragic component.
You okay, Mr. Fishinachi?
What? Yes. Please do not interrupt.
Well, I'm sure it'll work out wonderfully.
Mr. Tagfer? Mr. Tagfer? You look mad. Why are you mad, Mr. Tagfer? Huh? Mr. Tagfer? Why are you mad?
Mr. Fishinachi? I know. Isn't there like a trade-in for certain stuff too to get rep?
Papa saw promise in you. I shall strive to do the same.
To hand in any... I was trained to assist our comedians, not warriors or animals. Ah, a fresh opportunity to continue my Albrecht's work.
Probably not worth it though, right? Probably need this stuff for other things. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I probably need it for other stuff. All right, let's see if there's any of the nodes that I'm missing. I'll go back to my my ship and I'll see a bird's eye view. You need me see a bird's eye view. Oh, there's one we have not done. I don't think there's an exterminate. I mean, we'll just do the exterminate. It's not a big deal. They rotate, yeah. Yeah, the chances are what it is. There's no, there wasn't a bounty up for it. Keep 10 of each. There's always one mission missing from the bounty list. Oh, okay. What?
Listen. You hear that? Things are too close. Birds snatching jump out of nowhere and grab you things. Use the loud metal sticks. Tell those things this is our spot.
Use the loud metal sticks. What I like is that I'll have no problem farming this place. Not even in the least bit. I fucking love being in this place. It looks so cool. I did it again. I like that so many things are destructible in this. It's kind of funny seeing, like, you know, destroying the desks and all that shit. They do. They do be booming. We do be booming, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Those boomies do be booming. I feel like DE writes the book on procedurally generated maps at this point. Actually, to be honest with you, yeah. I think like one of the crazy things is that in a lot of cases when it comes to games that have like procedurally generated maps, like more times than not, there's too many instances of these games like lacking. There's too many instances of these games.
Tenno, you must seek me out to walk the steel path. I will be waiting.
Oh shit. Tenno. It's time for you to walk the steel path.
Tenno, will you walk the steel path?
Seek him out. What does he mean? Where is he? Any relay? Oh, okay. Hey, kiddo. Is it the conclave? Oh, okay.
Tenno, you must seek me out to walk the steel path.
Teshin.
I will be waiting.
Teshin. We fucking get it, dog. Oh shit, wrong button. Holy. Why do you look like that? Steel path?
The enemy has learned your measure. The lessons you taught have made them wise. Their hatred for you making them strong. You are a blade forged and honed, true. But even the sharpest of blades can break, and they must break you, lest you lay them low, now and forever. Show me what you have learned. Survive. To the victor, my esteem and the spoils.
Accept Tessin's challenge. What are these DE? What are these fucking options? Like accept Tessin's challenge to walk the steel path. Yes, I'm ready. Yes or yes. What the fuck? Calisol, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yes. Okay, now what? Now I just what, go to my orbiter or what? Steel path honors. Steel essence. How do I already have 8 steel essence? How did I get that from? Oh, well, that's fucking cool looking. That's also pretty sick looking. That could look really good on some frames for sure. Stance Forma, primary arcane adapter, secondary arcane adapter, Riven Cipher. Use this cipher to instantly complete a Veiled Riven challenge at the cost of consuming this cipher. Oh, wow. Oh, you're right. It probably was a Twitch drop. Yeah, you got a good point. That's probably what it was. Now you say go to the star map. This thing here. Steel path. Enemy level 100. Enemy health 250. Enemy shields 250. Resource drop chance plus 100. And plus mod chance. Steel path. Oh, and you basically have to... Where do you start? You don't start on Earth? E prime? Bludgeoning and corrosive. Okay. Let me what would be a good corrosive weapon? What would be a good weapon for me to take? Let me use the bathroom. We'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Phantasma, your current gun is fine. Just swap the mods around. Yeah, that's what I'll probably do. I need to actually Cedo. Really, I haven't put anything into that yet though. I haven't put any like Forma into it or anything. I'll have to like look into that. Check the steel path and circuit. Ooh, that actually sounds fun. Why am I doing that? Circuit. Oh shit. I mean, I have those. Are any of these good? Burstin, then Soma is okay. Burstin, huh? Burstin is tier 0. What does that mean? Burstin go burr. Burstin in cannon. Burstin in cannon very good. Okay. What does tier 5 mean? What does the tier mean? Oh, when you unlock it? You get it at the tier 5 reward path. Okay, I'll have to see what that's like. And you guys are saying Nami solo? I don't have the like I think I actually have the parts for Burstin Prime. Oh, can be installed on the following. I would install it on Burstin Prime though, right? Or does it not matter? Yes, yeah, yes. Save it for the Prime. Okay. 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 And then you're saying take the Nami solo? Is that what everybody's saying? Soma? Soma? Take Soma. Because I like the Soma anyway and I already have everything. I already have the Prime for it. Yeah. Confirm. Confirm. Oh, it's the tier 5 reward. I get it. Okay. Begin the circuit. All right, let's try it. Also, Steel Path Circuit takes about twice as long to get to the last tier compared to regular. Oh, that's not that bad. Mod drop chance booster is huge on the reward pack. Okay. Ooh, who do I take? Yaros, Wukong, Corvix. I'm between Wukong and Corvix. Naros is cool too. We'll take Wukong. You. Anku. Krakatas. Ooh, Harmony. That's a new weapon, isn't it? First shot after reloading deals 200% damage. Open relics. Isn't Harmony the new weapon? I mean, I could switch this up. What? Why are you giving me shit? Let's take movement speed. What's this one? I haven't used this either. It's just like it's the same. It's literally the same moveset. Be prepared to feel really underpowered at first. It's like a whole new game. Okay.
Zariman are breaking into the Undercroft. Repair the damage to keep them at bay. The spheres you see are ambient void energy. Gather as much as you can and use it to heal the damage.
Yeah, these guys are thick. All right. Where's the void energy at? Finishers every third melee deals toxin damage. Let's take melee. Oh god, I've been swarmed on. I'm ready to go over here and grab some of this shit. Fucked up my bullet jump.
If the Void Angels break through the wall, their master will be freed.
It's so goofy that this whole time I've been hearing them talk about Void Angels in the fucking Steel Path, and I had no idea what that was until now. The Void Angels, and I'm like, I don't know even what. Testing, I'm like sitting here, dude, you're talking about something I don't even know what you're even talking about, homie. I don't even know. I actually forgot my abilities. I don't remember what that one does.
The rupture is closed, the paradox stabilizes. A breach has been sealed. Excellent work. Keeping them at bay. Hold fast.
Oh, didn't even see these. Finish them.
The enemy has been.
Oh, I forgot about my clone is one. That's right. Forgot all about that.
Congratulations are in order. I advise you not to be
Not hard, just sweatier. That's okay.
Doing enough. A true Tenno understands.
Nearby enemies affected by cold status are they're infected critical. Let's take since we're already doing melee, we're gonna be close anyway.
And the amphors it needs to create a complex elemental force.
Plus, there's another decree that I can get that'll increase damage done the more enemies that are affected by critical by status effects, which will work really well with this.
More enemies hoard the amphors the crucibles need. Retrieve them. Mixing amphors of heat and cold creates a blast.
Oh, it's like the same thing in the one place you're at. Try to use this decree real quick, casting an ability. Oh. I'll go over here so I can be defended while I do it. Gain +3 decree rolls. Oh. Did you see I'm busy? 20 damage for, yeah, there it is right there. That's the one I want. Easy.
Find another crucible.
Next one, same colors. Okay.
A blast crucible. Mix heat and cold amphors.
Oh, it's like kind of teaching you the it's kind of teaching you the like how elements work. Blast M4 makes cold and kind of funny. Smart stuff like that teaches new players how to do stuff. So something like this should probably have existed a lot sooner, or like earlier in the game. Legendary drops sent you a preferred Incarnate config. It's a heavy slam build that always creates AoE spikes. Interesting.
Scholar would have been impressed.
Yeah, the update to the UI is huge, man. Did anyone else experience their HUD changing after the patch? Yeah, chances are there's probably gonna be like, I think they probably even made a warning about resets to the HUD just because of the fact that so you cleared the railjack nodes but don't have your. Oh, okay. So you're talking to somebody else. I was about to say, I'm like, pickle up. What the fuck you talk about? I need to get something for survival. I like this more because like decrees actually matter now. I mean, like they don't really matter on like standard steel path, you know, or not standard steel path, like standard yeah, standard circuit. Now I'm like actually paying attention to the things that I'm taking and not like, you know.
The foe is staggered, but not yet defeated. Persist.
Use your third option for more armor. Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh yeah, isn't his third based off of like Wukong is twin defy enemies, all damage captured is stored and then dealt out. Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. On melee kill gain overguard? Fuck yeah, okay.
What a waste! Your scarred vessel comes to beg once more.
Does that not work with his special? I thought his special was a melee, is it not?
From the clutches of its
Does his special count? Does his staff count as ability damage or melee? Oh, it does. Okay, it does work. Okay. Get fucked.
The battle is won. The paradox tamed. Leave now or later. But leave you
Counts
must,
as both,
for
yeah.
the Undercroft is inexhaustible. Many defensive battles within the origin
Melee
system
attacks
were
hit twice.
lost.
Holy shit. Holy shit. We're fucking popping off. Okay. Alright. Good lord.
Prepare yourself. A fresh wave approaches.
What the fuck? Oh my god. I am the Monkey King. Empire finishers on critical hit gain melee attack speed. Sure. It begins. Yeah. King? What?
No time to rest.
Yeah, like
already a new onslaught.
Like
begins.
Wukong, the Monkey King. What's the motherfucker's name? Give me more decrees. Give me all the decrees. Get fucked.
Your resolve is being tested.
Is it?
Do not falter.
Is it being tested, Teshin?
Winds blow fiercely. The rains do not relent. Still, the stout bow stands.
And now, if I was only this strong in standard Warframe, you know what I mean? Well, I mean, he is the... Yeah, but you don't call him the monkey god. He's called the monkey king. I mean, he is a god, but it's... I don't know, it's complicated. Easily run up to 12 rounds in Seal Path solo on your Protea. Yeah.
Like
fucking
ashes,
Protea's fucking
the
strong,
enemy
man.
has been scattered to the void. This struggle goes on for as long as you can stand. Endurance is defiance. Prove
The
you can endure
RNG
the undercroft
frames
at its
picking is
most
hard
oppressive.
to get defensive frames in circuit. Ooh, yeah. I can imagine if you get kind of fucking screwed and you get some really bad frame choices, that would probably not feel very nice. I'll be real. You fuck. Every third melee attack deals toxin with more status damage. You know, I don't think I have a problem with taking that. Actually, Hydroid would actually be probably pretty good in this, to be honest. Acid Shield, plus on top of that, a fucking an AoE at the same time, like a CC AoE that does really good damage. Plus on top of that, like his one actually does a lot of damage. I mean, it does on normal. Like, I mean, I've been playing the game on normal, right? But I don't know. He's a fun frame to use. Funny that I put any thought at all into like what melee weapon I was gonna take when I just end up using this anyway.
Predicting life support drop point.
Every 30 melee toxin on melee kill, gain overguard. Let's increase the overguard. Oh, actually, no. Reduce incoming damage by 3% for every decree up to 75. That's kind of fucking nasty.
Life support will be scaled.
Especially since we already got quite a few decrees already. That's gonna be super helpful. Taking a little bit of survivability is not a bad idea, especially when we have enough. We have pretty decent damage right now. We can get better for sure. I would like to see something that increases melee critical, but I think there's one for like critical's chance increased depending on how many status effects enemies have, and since I'm putting out 3 status effects, then I have a pretty solid critical chance. I'd be sitting kind of pretty, to be honest with you. Oh, you motherfucker. Okay. I'll try it again. There you go. Got what was coming to you. I'm actually getting like really fucking hungry. I need to go to the grocery store tomorrow, like bad. I'm out of like everything. Probably just go like right after the gym tomorrow or something like that. Pick up some stuff. There's a melee CC1 too, is there really? Sevagoth was also fun with melee range combo. Shadowy fourth ability.
Do not expect me to tell you when to stop. Judge for yourself. Secrets lie buried deep within the Undercroft. The Paradox provides the means to extract them. You must protect the excavators and keep
these
them
suck.
powered.
He's stuck on high scaling.
Extractor deploying. Extractor charge expended.
That's smart, actually.
A new void treasure.
Sevagoth, Protea, Dagoth, and Corvex all got new augments. I played as Corvex. He's one of like there's like a few frames that I've played in like steel in the circuit with that I've been like, oh, this is a really cool frame. Like Corvex seems like he's actually like really strong.
An extractor is
like just his abilities alone look like really good. I mean, two area zone denials is like fucking killer for like defense missions. Not like necessarily zone deniers, but two like AoE things that you can basically constantly use. Oh fuck, I didn't realize. I didn't realize we already popped one. My bad.
Void treasure location established.
Mid-air jumps, critical hit, uncrit. How was Whispers? It was really good. Corvex is too niche, not gonna lie. Requires some setup.
Extractor
really?
In place.
Like I would imagine like his laser chest ability is probably not the best thing, but his fucking pillars are super nice.
A void treasure has been located.
Limbo's in a rough spot at the moment. Yeah, I played with a friend that like really, really fucking likes Limbo a lot. Actually, he's a Limbo main, and he doesn't have any friends to play with at all. Boss found out about it and let him go.
A way out
like,
is
man.
now open to you. But
No, I get the issue. Like I get the issue with them because like anytime that like one's played with me, it's always confused me because it's like one of those it's one of those it's one of those things where it's like
the jackal may have been sent
I don't know,
to
man.
explore Duviri, ensure it never returns.
It's hard when you make a frame that people have to play with. You know what I mean? Like players that are when you're playing a game that it's mostly like drop-in co-op, like the vast majority of players are not going to want to deal with that shit. I can't deal any damage to this motherfucker. There we go. I'm gonna back up so I can go for my decrees.
Do not hesitate to attack when an
Critical damage is doubled. We'll take that.
You can attack
Overguard abilities. Roll. Hey, chill. You
have triggered its defensive precepts. Find where it has fled to. It has support.
Yeah, sounds like a Limbo main. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's one of those things where it's like when you make a class that like, or you make a class or a character that everybody has to play with, it's kind of tough, man. Like you want the game to be co-op, of course. Like you want it to have that, like you want to have classes that you can have that kind of stuff, that kind of interaction with, right? You do. You want to have that kind of stuff because that stuff is cool. It makes like players want that. I get it for sure. Like players want it, the developers want it. It makes for like more dynamic play. But at the exact same time, like when you're playing a game where the vast majority of players are not actually communicating with one another, chances are that's just not going to work out that well. You know, it'd be different. It'd be different if it was like if you were using a Limbo in a group where you were all communicating, like your guys are all in voice chat and you guys are doing something that like required a Limbo to be there, or not required, but like would be really nice to have a Limbo there, then like chances are you're gonna be fine. But when you're just doing it, when there's just somebody that's just like a random that's in a fucking, you know, they just joined, the chances are it's probably not gonna go out. It's probably not gonna go over that well. Let's be real. I mean, at the same time, too, the other thing is that, like, you don't need or want every single frame to be, like, I don't know. I guess you don't want to say that either. I was about to say you don't want every frame to be, like,
let this victory serve
via. Yeah, no, I think that's right. I don't think you want to have every single Warframe be viable in every situation in the game, right? Like, you do want to have some, like, class identity with them.
I advise you not to be content with merely doing enough.
I find it frustrating.
The paradox
Yeah,
is drawn
I can see that.
void angels to besiege the
Approaching the 10-hour mark, longest stream on tracked record at legendary drops. Are you okay? I'm just playing the fucking game, man. I'm just playing the game. I'm just playing games.
You will have to be nimble to collect those energy globes. But they are the only means to close
I'm just
the
like,
breaches.
I'm in the mood to like continue to keep playing Warframe right now. That's simply what's going on. Each successful melee. Each successful melee. Oh. Give me the red. Show me red. Yes. Yes. You love to see it. You love to see it. This is what we signed up for. This is what we signed up for. This was, the plan is coming together. The plan has come together.
The rupture is closed. The paradox stabilizes. Fight on. Close the ruptures as you would staunch the wounds of a comrade. The Void Angels are unrelenting. You are all that is keeping them at bay. Hold fast. If the Void Angels break through the wall, their master will be freed. Do not allow that to happen.
Yeah, Teshin, I heard you the fucking first time, brother. I think homie has a little bit of Alzheimer's or something, maybe. I don't know. Royal Wrath Decree, my beloved. Yes. Yes. I am the storm that is approaching.
A breach has been sealed. Excellent work. Wound. Thanks to
I mean, he's pretty old now. True.
that will not
True.
now happen. Do not expect me to tell you when to stop. Judge for yourself. Crucibles. Bizarre contraptions left
I mean, I
behind
guess, true.
from the time of Scholar's Landing.
I should have re-rolled,
Master
actually.
their alchemy.
Not a big deal.
To understand the elemental forces you wield. Locate a crucible. You found a crucible. Now, liberate the necessary amphors from your enemies. Gas, the ephemeral elemental force, is created by combining heat and toxin.
at the crucible.
Am I looking for? Oh, yeah. Out of my way. Leave me alone. Stop it. I don't even see what the decree did. I only saw it says while you're moving, and I'm like, well, I never stopped, so that's probably fine.
The forces of heat and electricity unleash radiation when combined.
My God. My God. We are reaching the point of godhood. Excuse me. I'm trying to make my way through here. I'm sorry. You're in my way. Please, 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 just give me the ampule. Thank you. Here, you guys have what I want. Oh, look, one of you did have what I want. Thank you. Wanted the smoke. They didn't realize what it was going to cost them. Oh, I threw that way over. Speed boost kind of got ahead of myself there. You guys got any of that good? Yeah, you do. There it is. Thank you. Oh, we already got that.
Good. Mental combinations.
Good.
As you modify your weapons and warframes.
This is so much cooler, by the way. Like Steel Path Circuit's like way fucking cooler. By like a long shot, it's way cooler.
It is my duty to make extraordinary demands of exceptional people.
I would say this is a successful first Steel Path experience. Yeah, you know. I'm something of a roguelite fan, by the way. Something of a roguelite fan. They just roguelites might have the probably like 60% of my time played on Steam. There's not a lot of them that I haven't played by now, to be honest. Like the good ones, at least. Critical melee hits, critical damage. I mean, fuck. I mean, what? Do you want to pull my arm? What are you gonna try to get me to do next? You know what I mean? Weak point kills. Uh oh, fuck! I looked away for too long. A cat jumped in front of the screen. We're gonna blame it on the cat. You like Risk of Rain 2? I have like 400 hours in Risk of Rain 2. Whatever, we're just gonna do this for now, just because I don't want to have to look. Yeah, I've got like 400 hours in Risk of Rain 2. I've beaten Risk of Rain 2, and sometimes I'll just go play it just to play it, because I just enjoy playing the game. What else? What's another one? Risk of Rain's fucking fire, dude. The only thing that worries me is that the property now, sadly, the worst part about Risk of Rain is that the developers of Risk of Rain sold the IP to Gearbox, who's now owned by Embracer, and we will probably never see a Risk of Rain 3, and if we do, it's not going to be made by the people that made the second one. So that's how the business world be businessing. Yeah, Gearbox owns it. Yeah, sadly enough, Gearbox owns it. Yeah.
This struggle goes on for as long as you can stand.
They were sold by Embracer to 2K, but I know, but Embracer retained the rights to Risk of Rain.
Asset is destined to be destroyed by hostile forces. Intervene and change its fate. The enemy musters for a fresh assault. Hold the line.
Risk of Rain 3 now with Risk of Rain 3 will have fucking battle passes and a bunch of other shit for sure. Yeah, I thought people knew that. I'm into like weird nuanced fucking, like, I mean, I make YouTube videos on fucking random ass video game news topics and shit that most people probably don't even know of, haven't even thought of. But yeah, even though Embracer Group sold off Gearbox, they retained the rights to Risk of Rain. And something else too. I can't remember what the other game was. There's a bunch of games, but they ended up retaining the rights to a few of them, sadly enough. It's sad too, because like, could you imagine like Risk of Rain 3 with like AAA polish? Like, holy fuck, dude. It's not that it's necessary, but like, just think about the different things that they can do. I can't believe that people didn't like the Void expansion for Risk of Rain 2. That kind of blew my mind. Like, I fucking love the Void expansion. People probably just have bad RNG, and that's the reason why they bitch. But I mean, if you like Void fucking glasses into the fucking goggles, like, holy shit, dude. Holy. It's not usually worth it, but it's better if you're playing with it's better when you're playing with other people. But I once had this Risk of Rain run where I had that and like Celestial Dagger, and I would like shoot and then get lucky and just auto delete an enemy, and then the Celestial Dagger would go around and the daggers would do the exact same thing, just auto delete enemies, and oh my god. Like, I would literally like take 2 shots and then the entire map would just get deleted. It was the craziest shit to see. Like, you can get some fucking bonkers builds in you can get some absolutely bonkers builds playing that game. Each stack of corrosive grants armor. That sounds like really nice, especially since I do so much corrosive already. Also, I was totally gonna like I was gonna do like a single steel path like mission or something like that, and then log off, and then we started doing this, and it's like, I'm sorry, but I can't like walk away from this build right now. You know what I mean?
Or later. But
Like I can't walk away from this build right now.
is inexhaustible. The longer
How are you liking the update so far? Well, I haven't played Jade Shadows. I'm not gonna do that until I don't know. Probably I haven't figured that out. I gotta figure that out actually. I'll have to think about that one. Critical hit, melee attack speed increase. Let's keep going for the crit damage. Just keep boosting the damage. Those inflicted with status chance have a chance to spread them. I really like the way that fucking sounds. Like critical hit, melee speed. Yeah, we'll take this one for now. We just get auto spread, but like the UI updates as well as like the status effect stuff and the armor reworks and all that good stuff. A lot of that stuff looks really good, and as like a new player now, like that never actually really learned how shit worked before then, I am incredibly happy because now I get to learn it fresh like everybody else right now. Kind of levels the playing field a little bit. Oops. I got hit by the laser boy. Laser boy got me. Wally sweating. Look at this Wukong build for sure. Thank you. What am I hitting for? 340k? 1 million on that one? Holy shit, what the fuck? I don't have enough defense. I don't have enough defense. I saw a 1 mil. I saw a 1 mil for sure. I need more defensive abilities. Either that, I just need to play near everybody else. I think somebody's playing as a Hildren, right? Yeah, I need to stay near the Hildren.
Life support is inbound. It must not be squandered.
Everything just gets fucking deleted. I mean, mind you, like I'm made of paper as well, but like if I get my hooks in them, they're fucked, man. They're smoked. Look at this. Bleh. Stay away from them. They can fucking kill me. I still got got. Hildren's a fun frame with shield instead of energy abilities. And OP shields the whole party. Yeah. Thank you for picking me up. Now, if I could get like another survivability decree, that'd be really nice. But we'll see. We'll see. It's kind of scaling a little bit ridiculously right now. What level are they up to? 12.
Fight on.
Shit.
Secrets lie buried deep within the Undercroft. The Paradox provides the means to extract them. You must protect the excavators and keep them powered.
That's an easy pick.
Extractor deploying. Excavator is almost destroyed.
That's crazy. My fucking rebound or my fucking my deflect ability deals like 1.5 million. It's crazy.
Secrets lie buried deep within the Undercroft. The Paradox
Kill,
provides
ammo,
the means to extract
hardcore,
them.
ground slam. I don't have any
must protect
rerolls
the
left.
excavators
Man,
and keep them powered. Extractor in place. Enemies are assaulting your excavator. Your excavator is on the brink of destruction.
Bro, like I think that's
lost.
gone. Yeah, like
your work wasted.
I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Sadly, like this has nothing to do with like this has to do with like the fact that like extractors do not scale. So what ends up happening is that like once things get to a certain level, like there's nothing. What are we gonna do to like defend the extractor? You can't delete everything on the map all at once.
Secrets lie buried.
You know what I mean?
Within the
Yeah, it's over. That's over.
Paradox provides the means to extract them. You must protect the.
Even if we fail, we still get like all of our rewards, right?
Extractor deploying.
Yeah, holy shit. I'm just getting fucked up. You can quit and rewards will be saved. It's up to the last completed round. Yeah. This is after DE buffed the extractors. Yeah, they need to work on that. The extractors need to scale. Like, that's the problem. They don't scale. So, like, if you're not going to scale their HP with the matches as they go on, you're going to have a fucking problem.
Secrets lie buried deep within the Undercroft. The Paradox provides the means to extract them. You must protect the excavators and keep them powered.
If I keep laying damage, I stay alive. But if I don't hit anything, I'm gonna die. Yeah. Bad. This is rough. Uh-oh. Oh, that's two of us down. Hey, not bad though. We made what, 15 rounds or something like that? Rounds is still pretty good.
Extractor in place. I sense another void treasure. Enemies are assaulting your excavator. You allowed the enemy to destroy an excavator.
They just one-shot it. They just fucking one-shot it. What the fuck? It's not like we weren't doing what we couldn't do. Enemies are level 3,000. Damn. Well, yeah. Oh yeah, they are level 3,000. Over 3,000! I don't think there's anything we can do. What do you do? Just back out?
Extractor deploying. A new extraction site may now be claimed.
You know, if we pick up 2 of these at once, we can probably split the enemies.
Extractor deploying.
So if we focus more people, if we have 3 people stay at one, I guarantee more enemies are gonna go to that one instead. Wow. That's the new Jade enemies,
Excavator under attack.
Well, they're a motherfucker,
Your
aren't they?
Excavator is on the brink of destruction. Excavator lost. Your work wasted.
Thanks for letting me know, Teshin. I don't think leaving circuit keeps the rewards. It's only the bounties. It's only the bounty ones, I think.
Marking void treasure extraction site.
So I think we just have to keep just surviving the best that we can, I guess, or failing, or we fail. We either inch our way to the finish line or we fail. Ow. I'm just gonna use my revives. Not a big deal. Try something, bitch.
Extractor in place. A new extraction site may now be claimed. Extractor deploying. Enemies are assaulting your excavator.
Look at that shit. They just fucking smoked it in seconds. That's crazy.
Protect it or lose it. You allowed the enemy to destroy an excavator.
I didn't allow the enemy to do shit, Teshin. You know what? I mean, for somebody I'm just gonna say this, man. For somebody that's talking a lot of shit, you sure aren't doing nothing to help. That's all I gotta say. I'm gonna keep. Ah, fuck. All right, I'm just gonna keep these guys here. Nope.
A void treasure has been located.
The man died, let him be dead. Why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta... I'm just saying. Talking a lot of shit for a dead man.
You have gained much. If you...
Holy shit, we're out of here. So it worked. God damn. I thought we'd never make it. I thought we'd never make it. My God. We success. Yeah, we're like they were at, what level were they? Like 3,300. That was crazy.
I wonder what they say.
That was crazy. To be loved. Tag for fluff. Perfect. Perfect. I love it. Thank you. Oh, now, wait, no. No, that's where I gotta go to, I gotta go to look at this. And that is right here. Circuit. I got some like mats. Secondary shiver. Exilius weapon adapter. Exilius weapon adapter blueprint. Bursting Incarnate Genesis. Not bad. Not bad. Pretty solid prog for the first run. I had to say so myself. Pretty solid prog. Pretty. If I'm not mistaken. What am I missing?
Operator, were you visualizing a bloody battle?
Me too.
Oh, it's not the burstin that I have. Oh my God. What is the prime that I do have? Oh. Items. Inventory. Prime. Oh, it was the brat. I have the Burstin Prime barrel. Yeah, I have the Burstin Prime barrel. I just don't have the other parts. Do I have the stuff to be able to get it? Probably. Prime blueprint. Okay. Prime receiver. Yeah. Prime receiver. Prime stock. Oh, I can easily get this. Yeah, I can easily get this. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's easy to get. That won't be a problem at all. I have hundreds of Burstin relics. Really? Burstin doesn't get vaulted, so it's plentiful. Oh, it's probably like super cheap if you wanted to buy it too, if that was the case. Be right back. He's cooking, literally. Yeah. Literally, actually. Literally, actually. Okay. So. What are we doing? God damn it. That's bothering the shit out of me. I gotta play something that's probably gonna not bother that. Turn into like a rash or something. But it keeps its price because it's dusted for ducats. For ducats. So it's not like one plat since Barrow has a value system. Oh, so that probably keeps things from like like bottoming out for the price and stuff like that. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I feel that. I feel that. I need more Roombas. Do you think I do? Yeah, I definitely don't have enough. That's for sure. I think there's like 15 of them right now. I think that's how many I have running around the ship doing their jobs. They're doing their jobs. That's all that matters. Oh, yeah. Unless you can just go right there from there. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We have streamed for over 10 hours. I'm going to have to say that's probably a good spot to call it a day. This might have been the longest stream that I've ever done. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that it probably is. Yeah, nice stream. Yeah. I thank you guys for stopping by. Thank you guys as always. Thank you for your attention. Thank you guys for the subscriptions, for the super chats, for the donos, for all that good stuff. I appreciate all the support. I appreciate everything. I'm glad you guys have been able to follow me on this journey so far. It's not over just yet. Well, it's not over at all, to be honest with you, and it won't be afterwards, but it's crazy that we're getting close to the end of at least the main story related stuff for a little while. But we get to look forward to, I guess, me learning Steel Path and figuring out the rest of these kind of systems and stuff like that. And I swear there was an 11-hour one once. Probably. I wouldn't doubt it, actually. I can do that kind of thing from time to time. I can do that from time to time. Yeah. That can happen. For sure. But yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for hanging out. Today was a good stream. It was a good day. Had a good time. Tomorrow, if I stream, it's gonna probably be late. Not like late, but like instead of like 11 o'clock, it might be like 11:30 or noon or something like that. What we'll probably do is we'll probably dive into some of this Steel Path stuff. Probably do a little bit more of that. A little bit more of the new rep grind that I have as well. And I don't know. Same thing we always do, man. Talk about what's going on, see what else there is to talk about for the day, and hang out and do our thing. So I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your evening. Thank you guys for stopping by today, and I will check you later.